Chapter 61 A hug by the swimming pool. Chi-Chi, don't bother with him. Mr. Lin is quite good at manipulating people. If you continue to argue with him, you will be completely dominated by him and lose yourself. Mr. Lin, we are having a party here today, please stop teasing her. The beautiful president spoke. Seeing that her best friend was about to get angry, she quickly stopped her. She knows her man a little bit. Lin Fan laughed. Miss Sunny, you are so kind. We are just having fun, Chi-Chi, don't you think so? No. Nini, he is too irritating. No one has ever irritated me like this since I was a child. Lin Fan, if you have the guts, let's practice alone. Look, what he said really came true. I'm addicted to it. Sunny immediately said, okay, if you two want to fight, do it in private. Lin Fan glanced at her and said in his heart, okay, you are so generous, right? Don't waste your kindness. Then Sunny made her closing statement, okay, we have talked about almost everything today. Yaru, she is new and doesn't have much love history, but it is true that she doesn't really like boys. She looked at Jian Yaro who was sitting with her. Jian Yaro, the internet celebrity, has bold clothing, a well-proportioned figure, and a delicate, baby-like face. Looks very adult. But she does give people an inexplicable sense of distance. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan also suggested that they disperse, and those who needed to go home should go home, and those who needed to do their own things should do their own things. He also wanted to talk to the beautiful CEO Sunny alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, everyone else stood up and prepared to go to their rooms. The girl Chi-Chi with long hair hanging down to her waist and wearing a little white dress came closer to Lin Fan and said, hey, do you dare to add me on WeChat? We have an appointment for this battle today. We'll see who is afraid of whom. Lin Fan laughed and said, of course, you are very brave, Chi-Chi. You definitely can't beat me. Chi-Chi bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, glared at Lin Fan angrily, and said sternly, I'm not in a good condition today, wait until I recover, and then we'll see who can beat who. Wan, let us go. He took Wan's sister's hand and left for his own room. As for the beautiful CEO Sunny and the internet celebrity, when Lin Fan saw the two of them together, he took the initiative to say, Yaru, the battle between Miss Sunny and I might be intense later, if you want to listen, that's fine. When Jiang Yara heard this, she smiled and said softly, okay, I got it, but you are not allowed to bully Nini. Lin Fan nodded, looked at the beautiful president and said, don't worry, I won't bully her. Miss Sunny, could you please take Xiao and Sister Ye away? These are Lin Fan's original words. He has something to settle with the beautiful CEO, Sunny. I thought she would refuse. After all, she also knew that she was no match for Lin Fan, but for some reason, this beautiful president actually nodded, and after sending everyone away, she said to Lin Fan, okay, now they're gone, what are you going to do to me? She stood up too. I just stretched my back. Walking towards the swimming pool in nude high heels. It seemed as if she was not afraid at all of what Lin Fan might do to her. Then Lin Fan said, Miss Sunny, that is great. You actually had such an unforgettable love history in the past. He said that on purpose. Even though, the person who was having an affair with Miss Sunny at that time was me. Oh, I knew you were going to tell me this. It wasn't really a relationship, at most we just contacted each other more frequently at that time. This is my first love with you. The beautiful CEO just opened her red lips and finished speaking. Lin Fan immediately folded his arms and followed her to the edge of the swimming pool, saying, Bah, what do you mean by frequent contact? Frequent contact between a man and a woman means they are each other's type. It's very ambiguous, right? Didn't you also say that there was something ambiguous between you two? Okay, Mr. Lin, the past is the past. You seem to like listening to my past, but nothing happened between him and me. We were so far apart, in two different countries, so even if we wanted something to happen, it wouldn't happen. The beautiful president's words now meant to comfort Lin Fan. But Lin Fan just wanted to laugh. Back then, the two of them did everything when they were flirting with each other on the phone. At that time, I had just started to contact a girl who was in love with me for a long time. I like her very much. In the end, I started to miss her every day and night. She also took the initiative to call herself. What moved her at that time was that Lin Fan had to pay for phone calls every month. She was also good to Lin Fan. Knowing that Lin Fan had just started college and had little money, she took the initiative to call her every day. How nice she was then. Who could have thought she would be like that later? Don't lie to me, I don't believe it. You must have done everything on the internet. They contacted frequently at night and talked on the phone every day, so they must have kissed. Still in love. Lin Fan's words were quite explosive. As the name suggests, Ki means that men and women interact intimately with each other by listening only to the sounds. That's what he and Sunny did almost every day. There had been so many nights of crazy kissing, and I don't know why the two of them stayed together like this. Lin Fan couldn't stop. She couldn't stop either. But now, she didn't want to admit it. But Lin Fan felt like laughing right after he finished speaking. Yes, Sunny now must feel that that was something that happened a long time ago. Even if there is, it is my own secret and I will not tell anyone. She didn't know that the boy who had been so ambiguous with her and stayed with her day and night was the man standing in front of her. But what made Lin Fan angry was why she ignored him later. Propose a meeting, don't refuse, don't express your opinion, and don't take any action. It can make people angry to death. After Lin Fan said those explosive words to her, the beautiful president turned her head and looked at Lin Fan with a charming face. Yu Jae-in said, "You know a lot. Stop imagining nonsense. I like you now. No matter what happens, it will be just the two of us in the future. Then you admit it. So do you say you love him?" This sentence is equivalent to Lin Fan asking on behalf of his former youthful self. He was confused for a long time. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you seem to be so concerned about my past." "It's strange." Lin Fan said, "There is nothing strange about it, I just want to know." "I forgot, it's been so long. Mr. Lin, don't you know why I suddenly started calling you Mr. Lin today?" Lin Fan said, "Because of my ex-girlfriend and her sister." Sunny. This kid really knows everything. Lin Fan said, "Answer me quickly, were your feelings for that boy real? Do you love him? Why did you just disappear when he confessed to you in the end?" This question troubled Lin Fan for a long time. Later I even thought that she might just treat me as a Tamagotchi. But you would never have imagined that the electronic pet back then not only sleeps with you now, but you also call him husband every day and stick to him, as if you want to fall in love with him. Sunny, I don't want to say. She took 2 steps forward in her high heels. In the afterglow of the setting sun, her graceful shadow was stretched out very long. This conceited beauty is probably still enjoying her time comfortably. As a result, the next second Lin Fan grabbed her beautiful hand, pulled her over in an instant, put one hand around her waist, held her beautiful back with the other hand, looked at her red lips and beautiful eyes closely, and said domineeringly, "If, I must let you say it. Tell me, do you love him?" Lin Fan was almost about to kiss her hard on her red lips. Chapter 62 Is he going to kiss me? Is he going to kiss me? Kiss quickly. What a scoundrel. I really like him kissing me. Although it was the second time they had close contact, the feeling of him suddenly pulling me in and hugging me tightly was so wonderful. My heart started beating wildly. My body is still shaking a little. At this moment, Sunny looked up at Lin Fan's sharp eyes, while complaining in her heart. Also, when I suddenly lost control and was controlled by him just now, I got goosebumps all over my body. Then he didn't say anything, just stared at herself fiercely. I liked it very much, so I made a joke about it. "Why are you hugging me? Do you want to kiss me?" The beautiful CEO in a white wool coat looked around with her pretty eyes, quickly adjusted her mood, and asked him back. "Stop it, answer the question." Lin Fan said seriously and solemnly. "Oh, so between kissing me and answering questions, you chose to let me answer the questions. Looks like I'm in second place." You see, once girls start debating, it's easy for people to get into their other person's way of thinking. And this beautiful CEO seemed to be deliberately provoking Lin Fan. This caused Lin Fan to hold her waist even tighter with his hands the next second. "Don't bother me with this nonsense. Watch out, I'll punish you." Lin Fan doesn't spoil her. If he felt a little awkward when he pulled her into his arms just now Lin Fan's hands suddenly seemed to have endless strength, and he hugged her waist unceremoniously in an instant. "Ha, you are the one who is being unreasonable. I am just testing where I rank in your heart." Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. Now all that's left is to give her a proper beating. "Let me ask you one last time, do you love him or not?" "Unfortunately, I haven't finished speaking yet." Then I heard the other party say in a royal sister's voice, "Well, that's good, Mr. Lin, please hold me tighter, I like the feeling of being hugged tightly by you, it feels like love, and I'm beautiful, right?" After saying that, he blinked at Lin Fan. "Bah! Bah! Bah! She started using her succubus powers again. She just didn't want to answer the question. To be honest, Lin Fan originally wanted to tell her the truth about why he questioned her like that. The boy who had been intimate with her on the phone for so long was herself. But seeing that the other party didn't respond, Lin Fan looked her up and down carefully and thought to himself, one day, I will make you say it yourself. You wait. Boring, if that's the case, there's no need for me to stay here. Lin Fan dissed her. You are boring, what do you mean there is no need for you to stay here? Didn't I say that you are the future master of this place, and everyone here will respect you as much as they respect me? That was what you said unilaterally, I didn't say I would accept it. After saying this, he released his hand on the other person and prepared to leave. Until the beautiful CEO suddenly said in a sweet and beautiful voice, didn't I tell you that the past is over? The one I like now is you. As she spoke, she stretched out her beautiful hands to help Lin Fan straighten his collar, like a gentle wife taking care of her husband. Her beautiful eyes are full of affection and her manner is gentle and graceful. Come on, you say different things to different people. That's what you said to each other when you were together. Lin Fan looked down on her. Back then, she said she loved herself every night. Hey, you are really something, what can I say about you? Sunny was very angry and stood there with her hands on her hips, but then she looked at Lin Fan's stubborn expression and suddenly laughed softly. I understand. Mr. Lin must have fallen in love with me, so he is jealous because he remembered my past. Hubby, you are so cute. How about this, I will hug you and let you feel my aliveness, let you feel that I am with you, and I belong to you exclusively. Sunny hummed in a royal sister's voice. It seemed like he was confessing his feelings to Lin Fan. Hearing such a gentle voice, Lin Fan's mind changed, but he still stared at her with a cold gaze. This beautiful president really understands human nature. She knows when I'm sad and can immediately think of ways to help me resolve it. But thinking of what she had done to him in the past, Lin Fan wanted to teach her a lesson. Miss Sunny, don't think that you can write off what you did to me just because you were very considerate of a man's feelings. I remember everything. I still haven't settled the score with you for using the honey trap to kidnap me. It's okay to just get over it in front of others, but you have to settle the account when you are alone. Lin Fan is now filled with rage. Ha, it's because so many women are staring at you. Can't I just take care of my man? Next time I see you flirting with another woman, I will tie you up again. Lin Fan immediately quit after hearing this and immediately hit back. What does it mean to flirt with each other? Just a normal greeting is fine, right? TSK, who made you so handsome? Oh, by the way, don't go back tonight, stay with me. Sunny is a bit bossy. Lin Fan resisted firmly and said sternly, no, I have to go to work tomorrow. Sunny, I'll ask someone to take you there. Xiao Yu came from the organization and is a very steady and skilled driver. Lin Fan, that won't work either. I have other things to do tonight. Sunny, humph, you can't leave anyway, so stop struggling. From today on, you are mine every day and night. If Lin Fan hadn't heard what the beautiful CEO said with his own ears, he would never have believed it. Is she going to be violent towards me again? No. At this moment, Lin Fan clearly felt that this beautiful CEO seemed to want to completely occupy him. I immediately objected firmly and said, you should know that in order for two people to get along harmoniously, it is best to get along freely. Don't make me feel uncomfortable when I am with you. Lin Fan is expressing his views. Unexpectedly, the beautiful President Sunny burst out laughing. Oh, it's really hard to get you to say that you want to get along well with me. Well, since you have decided to get along well with me, I will let you feel at ease. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Lin Fan and continued, I have just told Xiao Yu that it is difficult to get a taxi here. If Mr. Lin wants to go back, let Xiao Yu take you there. Of course, if Mr. Lin wants to live here, that's fine too. But you have to share a room with me. Well, now Mr. Lin is free, and Mr. Lin finally said he wants to get along well with me. Happy. After saying this, the beautiful president walked away smiling in her high heels. Lin Fan was the only one left by the swimming pool. No. Did I just say that I want to get along well with her? No. Why does this feel so much like a trap? But Lin Fan quickly recalled what he had just said, and found the sentence that two people need to get along well, you know. It's over. Just picking out this sentence alone can really lead to misunderstanding. Is she trying to trick me? No. She was slowly guiding me to like her and fall in love with her. This was the first time Lin Fan felt it so clearly. Chapter 63 Message from the Beautiful Girl. Not long after Sunny left that night, Xiaoyu came to her with the keys of her Rolls-Royce and asked her if she wanted to go back to the city. It also reassures me that driving is a piece of cake for her. The sudden action of this beautiful CEO made Lin Fan less guarded against her. She still really treats me well. He could feel this particularly well. But what's a bit bad is that I just spent a night camping with Jiangyu last night. Although there was a reason for it, she had a fever. She left very smartly in the morning, but Lin Fan always felt that something was going to happen. This led to Lin Fan originally wanting to leave here immediately, but Sunny treated him so sincerely that he didn't want to go back. Oh, am I being controlled a little by that beautiful president? She didn't let herself go, but she always wanted to go. But when she asked herself to go, she didn't want to go anymore. Human nature is so despicable. Wait a minute, I'm a little tired, let me take a rest first and then we'll talk. Lin Fan said to Xiaoyu. Okay, then Mr. Lin, I'll add you on WeChat. Just send me a message when you plan to leave. I'm always here. Lin Fan nodded, and after adding the contact information with a ding, Xiaoyu turned around and left neatly and efficiently. The temperament of retired female Special Forces soldiers is unique. Afterwards, Lin Fan found Sister Ye and asked her to help him book a room. Sister Ye smiled and said, "Do you need a massage, Mr. Lin?" Lin Fan thought about it and said, "Forget it, I will wait for the next chance and let Sister Ye help me." Sister Ye nodded. Said she could wear a cherry blossom kimono next time. Lin Fan was so scared that he ran away. After Lin Fan swiped his card to enter, took a comfortable hot bath, and lay down on the soft and comfortable big bed, his whole mood relaxed completely. What happened this whole day? How about it? If you have nothing to do next Friday, let's go camping by ourselves tonight? While lying on the bed, Lin Fan opened his phone and subconsciously wanted to find someone's chat box to see if she had sent him a message. But then I saw Lulu posted a selfie of himself picking up the car in my brother group, which caught my attention. The originally quiet group suddenly became active. A phone, oh, Mr. Lu got the car, congratulations. Zhang Zi, congratulations, Mr. Lu. You can go to the university gate and wait for beautiful women to get in your car. Offing, at Zhang Zi, it's you who wants it, you can drive there and try. By the way, where's Lin Fan? Is he having a breakup recently? This brotherhood was originally formed by a group of like-minded friends who chatted, boasted, and expressed their daily life feelings. If Lin Fan wanted to talk, he could talk all day. What I experience these days is exciting enough to write a novel. Brothers also care about themselves. So Lin Fan popped up in the group. Lin Fan, we've broken up. I even blocked Jiangzhen. I heard she's still trying to find me. Lin Fan, isn't it funny? When I was pampering her before, she didn't show any genuine concern for me except asking for money. Now that I'm gone, she can't care about me even if she wants to. Lin Fan, people cannot just tolerate. Lulu, are you sure? Aren't you already engaged? Lulu, one of Lin Fan's best friends, was a little anxious. Lin Fan, I stopped the loss in time and asked them to return all my betrothal gifts and hardware. Lin Fan, at that time, I actually suggested that we get the marriage certificate first and then get engaged, but Jiangjin said that her mother didn't want to agree so quickly, so we should hold the engagement party first and get the marriage certificate later. Lin Fan, now that I think about it, her mother was really far-sighted. She wanted me to give all my money to them before she allowed me to marry Jiangjin. I have to thank her mother. Lulu, congratulations, it's a blessing in disguise. Perhaps they sensed Lin Fan's emotions, and soon there were many words of comfort to Lin Fan in the group. Lin Fan replied, "Don't worry, it's a good thing to find out the problem early. If you get a marriage certificate, that will be troublesome." After saying that, Zhang Zi made a proposal in the group. In that case, we will go camping on Friday night to welcome Lin Fan and relax. After that, +1+1 messages started lining up in the group. Lin Fan also agreed with this. Later, the group started discussing Lulu's feelings about picking up the new car. Lulu kept complaining about the 4S store, saying that it was really cunning. Lin Fan was not interested. When he felt a little sleepy and wanted to take a nap, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Lin Fan, what are you doing? He actually sent a message. But Lin Fan walked and sat upright. It looks like she should be back and is doing well. I just lay down on the bed and was about to go to sleep. You went back? Are you feeling better? The message was sent by Lin Fan just now and the other party replied immediately. Well, it was a close call. I was afraid of misunderstanding. My mom asked me where I went last night. I said I went to a classmate's house and described camping with my classmates vividly. I was able to get away with it. Lin Fan, are you okay? At this moment, Jiang Yu was applying a facial mask in her boudoir, thinking about the scene she saw when she woke up in the morning and went out to urinate. A very capable person came to find Lin Fan. If I hadn't been smart enough to leave quickly with the couple next door, I would have been in big trouble. It's okay, everything is fine. But how are you now? This girl's short video account is currently in a banned state, and it is constantly on the trending searches, which makes her feel a little upset. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have adjusted his strong mentality and said, I can't be defeated. I have figured it out now. There is cause and effect. I will definitely only share positive content in the future. Lin Fan laughed and said, That's right, wait until the punishment is over, then shoot some good content. Lin Fan replied. Jiang Yu on the other side quickly sent himself 2 animated emoticons indicating that everything was fine. Thank you, Lin Fan. It seems that the trending search has gone down. He. After hearing the news, Lin Fan quickly opened the online hot search, and sure enough, a hot search related to hashtag had sunk. Nowadays, unless you actively find similar topics, most people won't be able to see them. After the chat, Lin Fan stopped talking. That was enough. This is the end of my relationship with your family. He wished he had no more contact with her family. So after waiting for a while and seeing no message from the other party, he lay on the bed and yawned. He hadn't slept well for 2 days, and he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. But what he didn't know was that in the second half of that night, there was suddenly a soft and gentle voice in the courtyard of the forest villa. Then, Lin Fan's door was suddenly opened from the outside. Then, it seemed like a woman came to his bed while humming, and said angrily, You hooligan, I said, if you don't want to leave tonight, you have to sleep in the same room with me. Or you can let me do it. I actually slept like this alone. Too much. After saying that, the quilt was lifted and the woman crawled into Lin Fan's bed. Chapter 64 What a sin. A beauty actually crawled into the bed? The next day, I woke up. I originally set the alarm for 7 o'clock because I had to go to work early, but after waking up and looking at my phone, I immediately jumped out of bed. It's already 10 o'clock. But fortunately, since I founded the company myself, no one will say anything if I arrive late on Monday morning, but the weekly morning meeting will have to be postponed. Just then, Lin Fan got up from the bed and took out his cell phone. His female secretary Shir called him several times and also sent him WeChat messages. Shir, boss, are you coming to the company for the weekly meeting today? Shir, boss, you didn't reply to me. How about this? I'll ask the heads of several departments of the company to hold their own meetings first. Then I'll send you the work report of the previous week. You can make the decision when you come back. Is that okay? Shir, boss? Shir has always been well-behaved and sensible. She first met Lin Fan on a flight. He was sitting in first class at that time, and she squatted down very considerately to serve Lin Fan. What a coincidence, I thought I would only encounter it once, but I encountered it a second time. Then, she knew with her discerning eyes that Lin Fan was a promising young man, so she took the initiative to give Lin Fan her contact information. Later, Lin Fan learned that she often had trouble sleeping, and flying flights was crowded and dangerous. Lin Fan felt that as a flight attendant, her appearance, figure, voice, and service were all good, so he brought her to his side and made her his first-level CEO assistant. It's been a while. Lin Fan, well, that's a good arrangement. Remember to do the same next time you encounter a similar situation. Lin Fan, in addition, please help me keep an eye on the heads of each department and ask them to submit their work reports in a timely manner so that they don't slack off. Lin Fan had just finished speaking and wanted to sit in the bed, but he got up immediately. But as soon as the message was sent, there was a reply from the other side. Shir, okay boss, when will you come back? Cute.glf. This person, who used to be a flight attendant's secretary, also sent herself 2 cute emoticons. Lin Fan, in the afternoon, I had something to do yesterday. Shir, okay, I'll wait for you in the office. I've already made coffee for you this morning. Lin Fan ignored her afterwards. As a boss, you are not like a little boy in love, and you can't stick with him all the time. A man should put his career first. If he is successful in his career, he will have everything he wants. Otherwise, a well-behaved, sensible, beautiful, well-built and loyal stewardess like this would not stay by his side all the time. I don't know when I fell asleep last night, but I actually had a good sleep. At that time, Lin Fan lifted the quilt and got up from the bed, sighing, finally making up for the sleep he missed the night before. I was just about to get dressed and wash up. But just after he lifted the quilt and got out of bed, Lin Fan seemed to see a woman out of the corner of his eye. No, it must be my hallucination. How could there be a woman in my room? Unless I saw a ghost. Then he looked again. Inside the open quilt, there was a pair of slender, snow-white feet like a girl's. Lin Fan was startled at first, and then he saw a beautiful woman with long wavy hair lying on the other side of his bed. He muttered lazily and turned his body to the right. Sansani? That beautiful CEO? When Lin Fan saw the other person's mature and beautiful face, he subconsciously felt a little difficult to breathe. Specifically, a little choking. Because he really couldn't imagine when there was a woman in his bed. I slept here all night, why didn't I feel anything? No, it's a dream, it must be a dream. Lin Fan laughed foolishly. The reason why I just replied to Shirshir was definitely because I was too worried about the company's affairs, which led to this scene. However, just when Lin Fan was about to go back to bed and cover himself with the quilt, thinking that everything would be fine when he woke up. However, just as he returned to the bed, he was smacked by a sweet fragrance, and a stunning woman turned around and came to Lin Fan. One of her beautiful hands was hooked around Lin Fan's neck. Husband. No. Why does my neck still hurt when her nails touch it? This is also a dream without reason. I don't care. But then the woman next to her seemed to wake up as well. She first searched around for her cell phone, then took out a pair of black thin-framed glasses from somewhere and put them on her face. Then Lin Fan heard her beautiful voice speaking. Humph, it's already 10 o'clock. It feels so good to sleep with my husband. It seemed like I fell asleep last night without doing anything. Husband, are you awake? It doesn't seem right. How come I could still hear that beautiful CEO Sunny talking to me? The way she called her husband in a sweet and domineering voice, it felt like she was acting like a spoiled child. Then Lin Fan opened his eyes and turned his head, and found that on the other pillow of the bed, an elegant and delicate beauty was looking at him through her black thin-framed glasses. Delicate and tempting red lips. Pretty face. Snow-white neck and jawline. Are you talking to me? Lin Fan pointed at himself doubtfully. Yes, husband, are you going to work today? I really want to stay here with my husband for another day. Everyone else is at work, so we can spend Monday here just for the two of us. Hey. Damn. Not a dream. But if it wasn't a dream, how could a woman appear in my bed? It's still that vain Sunny. She has a plump figure. Lin Fan found it a little hard to believe what he saw. He then slapped his head hard and pinched his arm. Ouch, it hurts. Damn, it doesn't seem like a dream. It seemed as if the beautiful President Sunny really appeared in his bed. When did she come to her room? Huh? What's wrong with you, honey? Is this your first time sleeping here and you're not used to it? How about this, I'll call and ask Sister Ya to cook you a bowl of wolfberry and white fungus porridge. Her cooking skills are very good, no worse than Aunt Shin's. After that, she called Siri and handed the phone to the housekeeper Sister Ya. Lin Fan quickly stopped him. Said, no, my mind is a bit confused now, you are Sunny, right? No, didn't I ask Sister Ya to book a room for me last night and sleep here by myself? When did you come? Lin Fan questioned her. But the beautiful President Sunny seemed to be particularly angry. She bit her red lips, stared at her man Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and said, what else is there to say? Didn't I ask you to sleep with me last night? Fortunately, I woke up in the middle of the night and knew you didn't leave. If you didn't leave, you must want to be with me. Then I asked Sister Ya to open the door of your room and I slept in. Lin Fan. The next chapter will be updated soon. Chapter 65 A Beauty on Earth, a Stunning Beauty. Tell me, how should I punish you? There actually was a woman who crawled into my bed last night. At this moment, Lin Fan was in disbelief and even found the stupid thing he had just done funny. Sunny, the beautiful president, doesn't want to let go of such an opportunity. You've punished me, but I haven't punished you yet. Lin Fan was not polite to her. Ha, you are so unreasonable. You clearly promised me last night that if I didn't leave, you would come to my room and sleep. But not only did you lie to me, you also didn't keep your promise. Sunny is worthy of being the young rich president of a listed cultural company. My mind works very quickly. Unfortunately, the person she met was Lin Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Fan retorted, "Okay, when did I promise you last night that I would not leave? You said it all by yourself. You are quite self-indulgent." Lin Fan admitted that his words were a bit direct. It one tea make the other person angry. But the other party suddenly laughed and said, "Husband, you actually said that I was being sentimental, but I was clearly telling the truth. Besides, in your eyes, am I not good enough for you to stay with me?" After saying that, Sunny lifted the quilt. Lin Fan was so excited that he didn't know what kind of beauty he saw. "I saw a beautiful woman in a red suspender nightgown lying on the bed, looking dazzling." He even made a pose towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt that if this woman took private photos, it would definitely be a great film. It's a pity that I didn't bring a camera. She is truly a stunning beauty, a stunning lady. When I was playing with a SLR camera, the lens alone cost me 200,000 yuan. Okay, that's enough, it's early in the morning, and you are so cruel. That beauty is truly the most stunning beauty in the world. Lin Fan found that he couldn't look at her. As soon as he looked at her, he would be attracted to her and couldn't help but move closer. What is before my eyes is simply the succubus itself. She is so beautiful. Humph, then husband, you admit that you were wrong last night, right? I hate it so much. I didn't sleep in my new bed last night. I was expecting my husband to come with me. I also bought a Van Gogh painting and hung it on the bedside. When I turned on the mood light at night, I felt an indescribable pastoral feeling. I want to enjoy it with my husband. As she spoke, the beauty in the red suspender nightgown moved closer to Lin Fan and then rested her head on his shoulder. She opened her red lips and said happily, "To be honest, honey, this is the first time I lie on your shoulder. I feel so safe. I also want to snuggle in your arms in the future. We. Husband kiss. Bang bang bang." When the beautiful CEO Sunny just finished saying these words, a scene of a mighty general in armor on an ancient battlefield suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. He didn't know why such an image appeared in his mind. Just as I was thinking these words, I felt a light kiss on my cheek. Then, a beautiful hand with 5 snow-white fingers pinched Lin Fan's lips and moved closer to her. She twisted her body and said to Lin Fan, "Husband, don't be so cold. Isn't it normal for couples to kiss each other in the morning? Come, I want to have a sweet kiss with my husband." After saying that, Sunny, the 28-year-old young and beautiful president, the woman with a proud figure and a royal sister's voice, even half stood up, with her long red hair hanging down. A few strands of hair still fell on Lin Fan's face. Then a pair of cold red lips kissed Lin Fan's lips. Then another kiss. What does that feel like? It was like the frozen ice was melted by the warmth. Lin Fan responded by kissing her a few times. Afterwards, the two of them had a feast. Humph, husband, you are a hooligan. Get up, get up. About an hour and a half later, it was already around 11:30 a.m. Lin Fan just felt that time passed so quickly. It was only 10 o'clock when he woke up. I kissed the beautiful CEO Sunny for a while, and it turned out that an hour and a half had passed. I have to pack up and go back to the company immediately. Otherwise, if you are away from the company on a weekday, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Lin Fan glanced at her. She had just leaned forward, her graceful figure like a mermaid. What is wrong? My husband can't bear to leave me? Do you still want to kiss me? Okay, let us kiss again. Lin Fan didn't say anything. The beautiful CEO came over, tilted her head, and playfully kissed Lin Fan lightly. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered to him, "Husband, I am so happy to be with you. I want to be with my husband every day from now on." After that, she dressed quickly and elegantly. Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at her. Sunny's face suddenly turned a little red, and she said in a soft voice, "Honey, don't look at it, turn your head away. I'm just embarrassed." Good fellow, she looks very cold and stern, a mature icy beauty. But in private, she is actually a contrasting and somewhat clingy little goblin. If I hadn't seen how Sunny, the beautiful CEO, could behave properly in front of everyone and take charge of the overall situation. It's really hard to believe. Are you still shy? Lin Fan questioned subconsciously. The other person quickly sighed and said, Of course I'm shy. I'm a human being, and everyone will be shy. I just rarely show this side of me in front of others. After all, it's somewhat uncomfortable to be seen by my husband. Well, I won't watch it then. Lin Fan said. TSK. I wore it specifically for my husband to see, but he didn't even look at it. Lin Fan. What he actually wanted to say was, What can I do then? Unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, the beautiful CEO Sunny said, Okay, it will belong exclusively to you from now on anyway, so you can see it if you want. She is quite generous. Wearing a red suspender nightgown and walking barefoot on the wooden floor, she danced around the ground like a blooming dandelion. This is art. Lin Fan clapped his hands. It really looks good. Okay, honey, just look at this one. Honey, turn your back, I want to change my clothes. Really? The performances early in the morning were so rich. However, Sunny's every smile and frown makes people feel that it is a blessing to know her and be close to her. Lin Fan didn't say much, turned around and continued to pack up his things. When both of them have packed up and come out, Sister Yi especially entertained Lin Fan and Sunny and asked them to have dinner in the main restaurant, and then they packed their things and moved them to the car. At some point, Xiao Yu, wearing sunglasses and camouflage clothes, drove a flaming red Jeep and parked it handsomely in the courtyard. Miss, I have just tried this car and it is fine. After I send you and Mr. Lin to the city, this car will be given to Mr. Lin as a gift, right? Mr. Lin is so lucky. Lin Fan. Chapter 66, Doting on Husband Mode, Sunny gave Lin Fan a Jeep Flame? Wait. What does Xiao mean by this? Is this fiery Jeep that she is driving now a gift from the beautiful CEO Sunny? No, I have my own car. A real man never accepts food given out of pity. Well, I just bought it a while ago and originally planned to drive it for fun, but I'm still used to driving a Rolls-Royce. I'm thinking about what to do with it. Husband, this car is given to you. As for the subsequent transfer procedures, you can ask Xiao to help you with it. I have authorized her. No, do you really want to give it to yourself? After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan to react, Sunny put her slender beautiful hand together with Lin Fan's fingers and crossed them together. An instant and wonderful feeling came over them. Sister Ye, who was in uniform, had already helped open the car door and let Lin Fan and Sunny get in one after the other. Sister Ye, Miss, please feel free to send me a message whenever you come. I am here at Forest Villa and will run it well. Last month's villa revenue has been sent to your email. Please remember to read it and give instructions. Mr. Lin, welcome to come and play often. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, is really generous. Lin Fan only remembers that he had followed her to a hot spring kimono shop she invested in a few days ago to experience a red wine bath. Now, the forest villa here is her asset. She seemed to be born to be successful, if Lin Fan hadn't seen her right next to him. And she really couldn't believe that everyone around her was so respectful to her. Thank you for your hard work. It was fun. Sunny smiled and nodded, but didn't respond much. But Sister Ye was greeting Lin Fan, so Lin Fan had to respond. As soon as the car started moving, Sister Ye, who was standing at the door watching the car go away, couldn't help but sigh. As expected, this place may really belong to Mr. Lin in the future. He is really lucky. The lady really dotes on him. I have never seen the lady treat others like this. Let us talk about this. A red Jeep was running along the tree-lined avenue ahead. Because such a Jeep has enough space and a fashionable interior, Sunny, the beautiful president, wore a fur coat today, paired with stockings, black boots, and a small leather skirt. After she got in the car, she asked Lin Fan to sit next to her. Then he took out his tablet and started working. Lin Fan took a quick look and saw that she was looking at her company's financial report data from last week. And quickly read and reply to emails one by one. This is probably her daily work routine. From time to time, she would take the phone to call people and inform them of areas that need improvement. Lin Fan listened quietly at the side. He originally wanted to tell the other party that he didn't want the car, but as soon as she got in the car, she started to get busy. In addition, Lin Fan is not an idle person. Although the monthly sales volume of the company he founded is only a small scale of about 10 million. But we also dare not be careless. So I opened my email and started browsing the weekly performance reports of each department. After I finished correcting the reports, I found that the sales of 1 or 2 anchors were unstable. I immediately sent a message to my female secretary Shersher to share the situation. Together with Ruby from the Human Resources Department, I went to talk to them and discuss solutions. It took about half an hour to complete. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Sunny also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She finally turned off the tablet, picked up the bottle of mineral water next to her, opened her red lips, tilted her head back and took 2 sips. While rubbing her temple, she sighed, "Husband, even though I am the president of the company, some other shareholders in the company are sometimes really difficult to deal with. If they didn't hold a lot of shares, I wouldn't pay any attention to them. I'm sorry, honey. I was busy just now and ignored you." Sunny has a sweet voice. Different from her serious expression just now, one can feel that she becomes very gentle when she sees Lin Fan. "Don't be polite to me," Lin Fan said. "You were busy working just now, and I was busy working too." "Humph, not bad, my husband is quite ambitious. In fact, in our family, it's okay if only one person is busy. If one day my husband doesn't want to go to work and wants to stay at home, that's no problem. I will just support him." Pooh. Ordinary people might be moved when hearing such words. But as a man, Lin Fan knows the importance of career. It is better for men and women to be evenly matched. If she keeps working and you just stay at home, in the long run, not only will the relationship deteriorate, but your hard-working life will also be corroded. "Goodbye," Lin Fan said. "I like the feeling of being in the company. Besides, our company is thriving now. Well, it can be seen that with a talent like my husband, his company will definitely get better and better." When Sunny finished speaking, she continued to look through her phone and check the data. Seeing that both parties were free at the moment, I said to her, "Ms. Sunny, forget about the car, I have my own car. Also, although I know you call me husband sincerely and passionately, I haven't accepted it that quickly. If you want to date me, can we talk slowly? Do everything a couple should do together. She's actually pretty good. She is the type that Lin Fan likes and is very nice to Lin Fan. Just a little jealous. A bit unscrupulous. But now Lin Fan thinks she is quite cute." "Oh, what? You dislike me being too strict with you?" As she spoke, the beautiful CEO turned her head and glanced at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Lin Fan remained calm and ignored her. She responded while calculating some numbers, "I know, didn't you say yesterday that I was too strict with you? I will give you holidays often. You and your friends and classmates can come to the hot spring hotel and forest villa we invested in. Let me tell you, although our forest villa is located in a remote area, in fact, many young men and women come here to play every weekend. There is also an introduction to our forest villa on the internet." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Of course I know about this. Why do I feel like there were fewer people yesterday and today?" Unexpectedly, just after he finished speaking, Xiaoyu, who was driving, said that's because she knew that Miss and Mr. Lin were coming, so Sister Yu turned off the order-taking mode in advance, and only a few people came. Lin Fan instantly felt how the rich played. The villa is open for business. It can be closed if necessary. I use it to hold a party for my sisters. The daily profit here alone is at least 10,000. So willful. The car sped along and finally stopped in the basement of Lin Fan's office building. "Sunny, so fast, we are already at my husband's company. I'll let Xiao leave the car here first. Husband, remember to drive it when you go to and from get off work. Also, I have to go to the company for a meeting later and can't accompany you. Honey, I'll contact you after I get off work." After saying this, Lin Fan was just about to get off the car. But he heard a roar in the basement outside and a pink Rolls-Royce came. Lin Fan was a little surprised. Then I found that a pretty face appeared in the Rolls-Royce window, shouting, "Nini! Here, Lin Fan. We meet again." It turned out to be her best friend Chi-Chi. When did she come here in Sunny's car? Chapter 67. Sunny, you're leaving now and you won't even kiss me? Before getting out of the car, the beautiful CEO Sunny and Lin Fan were affectionate with each other for a while in the back seat. Sunny said, "Honey, I'm really leaving." Lin Fan nodded. She, though, was a little too harsh on herself. But I can truly feel that she is sincere. "Oh, you don't even give me a kiss after you left?" At this time, Xiao had already gotten out of the car and closed the door. Just as Sunny was about to open the door, a beautiful hand was placed on the armrest of the car. Give me some time, I always feel like we are going too fast. Lin Fan said. Humph, others are eager to do things quickly, but you, on the other hand, want to talk to me slowly. All right. Anyway, if you don't look for me, I will look for you. See you in the evening, husband. After saying that, she got out of the car skillfully and said hello to her best friend Chi-Chi, who came to pick her up. A pair of black patent leather boots wrapped around her slender legs and a fur upper body gave her a feeling of a mature beauty and a fresh socialite. When Lin Fan heard Chi-Chi calling him, he quickly got out of the car. Nice to see you again. You guys are back so soon. Lin Fan was also talking to Chi-Chi, the beautiful lady with long hair that fell to her waist. I can't compare with you guys, you all have companies, but I'm still working in a company. Fortunately, my boss is my uncle, otherwise I can't go out during working hours. Is this in Versailles? After hearing what Chi-Chi said, Lin Fan didn't know whether to praise her or not. Well, it's not easy to work, but my boss is my uncle. It's a bit difficult to review. Lin Fan's years of work experience were not wasted, and he immediately told her, you are welcome to start a business. By the way, our company is in need of female anchors. If you are willing, you can come to our company. This is the truth. Lin Fan's company has been recruiting high-quality anchors. Although the company's anchors' business capabilities are currently okay, anyone who has started a company knows that talent is still needed to truly succeed. Sometimes the emergence of a talented person will bring supreme glory to the company. Ha, that's what you said. If I lose my job one day, I will go to your company. Nini, do you think it's okay? Chi-Chi's words sounded a bit like a joke. But Sunny just smiled and said, there is nothing wrong with it, as long as you are willing. After saying that, Lin Fan said, how about this, let us not talk about it later. You are free now, you can go to my company and talk to our human resources director. If it's okay, come to work directly. Our anchors have a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus a 3% commission. If the month is good, they can get 150,000 yuan. 150,000? Real? After hearing that Lin Fan's company treated her so well, Chi-Chi, who had originally come just to pick someone up, unexpectedly became really interested. But she obviously knew what she was here for today. So he first told Lin Fan that he would look for him later, and then said to Xiaoyu, you come and drive? Xiao nodded. After Lin Fan waved goodbye to Sunny and Chi-Chi, he entered the elevator of Building 7. After entering his own independent office in the company, he felt a little more relaxed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangjin, who had just finished her busy work, finally took a breath. After learning that her sister Jian Yu had returned home, she immediately called her, questioning her whether she was with her fiancé Lin Fan yesterday. Unexpectedly, my sister did not admit it. She just said, I went out alone yesterday and didn't meet anyone. Jiangjin didn't believe it, so she sent the other party a screenshot of her and her fiancé appearing together in a forest villa on a small island northeast of Shanghai yesterday, forcing him to admit it. Unexpectedly, the other party was even more surprised than himself. Sister! Is this the position of brother-in-law? What a coincidence! How come we are in the same location? You know, I went to see my brother-in-law yesterday. So, doesn't my sister know that I am in the same place as Lin Fan? Because my sister's answer made things seem a little subtle, as if she really didn't know. Jiangjin questioned her. The other party kept saying no, and said that he just went camping yesterday, it rained in the middle of the night, and he was freezing to death. He didn't mention a single word about what happened with Lin Fan in the tent last night. Later, Jiangjin thought that it was indeed possible that her sister didn't know that she and Lin Fan were in the same place. Since I was the only one who could see the full location of their two cell phones, I didn't say anything for the time being. Just ask her to go to the hospital to see her mother when she is free. I had refused to go before, but today I unexpectedly agreed. Although her abnormal behavior made Jiangjin feel a little strange, he didn't think about it that way. Until the other party said, Sister, do you really want to break up with your brother-in-law? If you miss a man like your brother-in-law, you will never meet him again in your life. When Jiangjin heard this, she seemed to know what this girl wanted to do. So I said, I know, I am trying to find a solution. I bought Yao's cosplay costume these 2 days. Your brother-in-law likes this. Then I hope my sister can make her brother-in-law come back. After the chat, Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University, originally wanted to contact her fiancé immediately. Unfortunately, I suddenly remembered that he had blocked my number and social media accounts a long time ago. I was getting anxious. Then he suddenly had an idea and sent a message to Lin Fan's good friend Lulu. The other party immediately said, "Come on, do you really want to apologize to him? If you say it's a pity, then it is indeed a pity. But if you say it's not a pity, you both have your own problems. Let's put it this way. We have watched the two of you walk from campus to the engagement party. Relationships are not easy, so as a brother I naturally have to help you. Otherwise, you prepare and plan, and I will set up a plan to create an opportunity for you. As for whether it will succeed or not, and whether he will forgive you or not, I can't guarantee that. Okay, as long as you create opportunities for us, I will definitely make him change his mind. Thank you, Lulu. If possible, let's do it this Friday. It's his birthday. Birthday? Oh, it's true when I look at it. This Friday, December 6th, is indeed my good brother Lin Fan's birthday. We'll really have to celebrate then. I didn't expect that Jiangjin, a girl who was often complained by Lin Fan, would remember Lin Fan's birthday so clearly. Okay, let us give them a hand. Inside the company, Lulu looked at the calendar. But he is actually in a bit of a difficult situation now. The difficult situation is that Lin Fan has been complaining about Jiangjin and her family in their private group for a long time. And she unexpectedly had an affair with a beautiful CEO. It seemed like he went there yesterday too. As a friend, it is natural to encourage reconciliation rather than separation. Oh, forget it. Lin Fan shouldn't enter into a relationship so quickly. If Jiangjin still behaves like that arrogant gold digger, Lulu will naturally not help her. But she was pleading with herself now. It's also like helping my brother. As Lulu finished speaking, he immediately revealed the plan to Wafeng and Zhang Zi, two other mutual friends of Lin Fan. They also agreed that Lin Fan was the school belle, the two had loved each other madly, and they were classmates, so they should help her once in a while. It depends on their luck. After that, both sides have begun to prepare. Chapter 68 The Secretary's Thoughts. Lulu, at Lin Fan, Lao Lin, it's your birthday this Friday, shall we go to the mall to have some fun? Afternoon, 2 o'clock. The company employees had just finished their lunch break and resumed their afternoon work. Lin Fan, who was sitting in an independent office on the 18th floor and staring at the river view in a daze, suddenly felt that his boss chair was not good enough and his back was hurting, so he asked his female secretary Shishir to assign him a task to get a new one. Shishir, who was wearing a professional suit, nodded and said gently that she would help the boss find it now. Then, Lin Fan heard his cell phone vibrate. Birthday, are you going to celebrate your birthday? If it weren't for my good friend Lulu reminding me, I would have almost forgotten my birthday. The last time I celebrated my birthday was a long time ago. In the past few years, I only remember celebrating birthdays for my ex-girlfriend Jiangjin, her mother, her sister, her father, and her cousin. They never mentioned my birthday. Lin Fan, okay, then we have to celebrate well, and everyone can come then. Lin Fan tagged all the members in the group. I have been working in Shanghai for so many years and have met a lot of people, but in the end, only these few good friends stayed with me. Zhang Zi, brother Fan, can you bring your family members with you? Ah Feng, oh my gosh. You have a girlfriend? There is gossip in the group. Lin Fan dived, and they were cheering, saying that Wu Bai should let Zai bring his girlfriend over. But haha, we haven't confirmed the relationship yet, but I feel that the other person is okay. Lin Fan responded, brother, I will help you to vent your feelings when the time comes. After the birthday party, I will give you two some space to be alone. Be brave and express your feelings. Lulu, congratulations to Mr. Zhang for getting a girlfriend. Afeng, congratulations to Mr. Zhang for getting a girlfriend. Well, the other two brothers have already set the pace, and Lin Fan also congratulated Mr. Zhang on his girlfriend. Although it's not done yet. To put it simply, no, it would be awkward if you fail to celebrate in advance. Lulu said, why think so much, just live in the present. Actually, Lin Fan's friends are all nice people. Later, in the group chat, Lin Fan said to Shishir, please make a reservation for the VLP room at Crown Mall K this Friday. I have a few friends coming to celebrate my birthday. Get ready in advance. Here is 10,000 yuan, please help me manage it. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and took out 10,000 cash from the safe in the office and gave it to Shishir. Shishir looked at Lin Fan with a faint smile. Mr. Lin, how come there are still US dollars? Lin Fan said, I used to give it to you for business trips. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll leave it as a souvenir for you. After saying that, Lin Fan didn't hesitate and directly took out a few more from the safe and gave them to the female secretary. Shishi's face suddenly broke into a smile and she said in a sweet voice, "Then boss, I'll take it without hesitation. Don't regret it." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Whether you will regret it or not depends on your performance. Don't neglect my work. By the way, are the performance reports of each department out last week? Are there any problems?" Lin Fan's idea is to train his female secretary Shishi into a young and outstanding beautiful entrepreneur. Although she comes from an airline company, she completes the tasks assigned to her quite well. She reported the situation to Lin Fan, and in the afternoon she called the leaders of several other important departments of the company to her office to question them about the situation. After comparing the financial statements, the discrepancies were not that big, and the net sales from the e-commerce activities last week actually reached 10 million. There is a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Fan called the HR director to his office and asked him about the bonus distribution. He said that he was preparing it, so Lin Fan asked him to prepare it quickly and announce it. When it was 3 p.m., it seemed like nothing was happening at the company. Lin Fan took his female secretary Shishi to the cafe downstairs to have coffee together. "Boss, how many people are you coming on Friday? Is the karaoke room enough for 30 people? There were also singing performances, some of which were female college students who had just graduated, some were elegant sisters who had retired from the airline industry, and there were also dancers performing ancient-style dances." In the afternoon, Lin Fan thought about applying to a business school given his current situation. "I don't know if I can be admitted. If you want to make it in Shanghai, ability is one thing, but resources and connections are more scarce. The Shanghai Merchants MBA seems to be good. A sister with good temperament," Lin Fan said. "Ancient style dance is also okay." Lin Fan was consulting about MBA, and Shishi quickly helped him make the reservation according to his instructions. After paying the deposit, there was still 5,000 yuan left, and he asked Lin Fan what to do with it. Lin Fan said, "Take it, in case there is anything missing. That's a lot." Shishi was wearing a professional suit, with a Korean-style lazy shark clip tied in her black hair and a very pure makeup. Lin Fan glanced at her and said in disbelief, "Just take the extra ones. I just want loyalty. But if you want to pursue careers elsewhere, I respect that. Just don't be too restrained when you're with me." After that, Lin Fan continued to ask when he could go for the interview at Shanghai Merchants MBA, and all the information would be ready in the afternoon. The requirements are roughly, corporate executive or above, annual sales starting at 10 million, and a bachelor's degree. When Lin Fan saw that he met the requirements, he asked the other party. The other party responded that the submitted materials have been reviewed and you can come over tomorrow afternoon. The mission was accomplished. Lin Fan stood up and was about to go outside. Unexpectedly, Shishi suddenly shouted, "Boss, wait a minute. In fact, you don't have to worry about my loyalty. I know how good you are to me, and I don't believe there is another boss who would treat me so well. Don't worry, I will always follow you." Lin Fan laughed and said, "I was just joking, but you took it seriously. Do your best." After saying that, Lin Fan walked away handsomely. Only the back of a successful man is left to the female secretary. But, the female secretary Shishi seemed to have something else to say to Lin Fan, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Then I found that the other person had left. After Lin Fan left, the former flight attendant Shishi sat elegantly for a while, sipping her black tea and milk coffee, and muttered to herself, "What to do? I still haven't found the opportunity. Now the boss has broken up with his ex-girlfriend. Mr. Lin, he must be in a period of absence, right? No, I have to act quickly. Although my status is a little different from his, can't I just hold on to Mr. Lin Fan's heart?" After Lin Fan left, the female secretary drank the cup of milk coffee very quickly. She was thinking about something, then she took out a makeup mirror, sat on the sofa, looked at her young and beautiful face, and put on some pomelo lip gloss. Then he sighed, "It's strange, I'm dressed very nicely, why doesn't Lin Fan even look at me more? Am I not proactive enough?" After saying that, the female secretary Shishi suddenly saw the key to Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz on the table, and then she ran out of the cafe in high heels. This is an opportunity. Chapter 69 Explosion. Sunny Mima is in a hurry to go home to see her son-in-law Lin Fan? Where are my car keys? After going down from the office building to the underground parking lot, Lin Fan was thinking about future plans while preparing to start the car. But he found that his car keys were not with him. Did he leave the company? he thought subconsciously. When people concentrate on doing something, they tend to be blind to what is happening. Lin Fan had no choice but to rub his head and go back to the company to get the key. Just as he was about to go up, Shershur, who was a flight attendant before and is now his secretary, called him. "Boss, car keys, your car keys." She was still panting on the phone, as if she was running. Lin Fan realized it belatedly and was about to ask her to help bring it down, but unexpectedly he heard the familiar sound of high heels on the stairs. It was her female secretary. "Wow, look at my memory. I was just thinking about my car keys and you brought them to me. Not a bad performance." The other party handed it to him with a beautiful hand, and Lin Fan quickly took it. The female secretary, wearing an OL professional suit, covered her chest and gasped, saying, No, the boss's key was lost, I must bring it over." "Mr. Lin, you can call me if you have anything in the future, I'm always here." Shershur's voice was intermittent. Lin Fan asked her to slow down and come slower next time. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, she, who was dressed in an OL professional suit, immediately squatted on the ground and said in a delicate voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I ran a little too fast just now, and I feel a little uncomfortable. If you have something to do, please leave first." "Why?" "It seems I need to exercise more in the future." The female secretary raised her head and gave Lin Fan an innocent look. "Lin Fan, blame me. Next time, take your time and just call me in advance." "It's okay. Shershur, that one tea work. Mr. Lin is so busy, and he makes money by the second. If I waste Mr. Lin's time, I will just delay him from making money." Okay. Although I clearly felt that the female secretary was trying to compliment me. But she was right. She really had to start calculating the speed of making money in seconds. Weekly net sales of 10 million renminbi 7 days, which is 168 hours. Am I earning more than 50,000 per hour now? There is still some distance between us and some big guys, we need to work harder. Okay, Shershur, you have a high EQ. I may have to go to Hainan on a business trip next week, so you can come with me then. After she finished speaking, the female secretary seemed to smile happily and immediately stood up from the ground. There was a smile on his face, as if all the tiredness he had just felt was gone. What Lin Fan didn't expect was that after she stood up, she looked happy, as if she felt that she had been exposed, and she immediately squatted back down, her high heels tapping on the ground. She said delicately, "Mr. Lin, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I will start yoga exercises when I go home tonight. Okay, remember to send me a message if there is anything in the company." Originally, she wanted Lin Fan to always take her back to the company. Although she didn't achieve her goal this time, Shershur still won the favor of her boss and he could take her to Sanya for a trip. Sure enough, opportunities are something you have to fight for yourself. Today's Shershur was probably the happiest she had been in a long time since she followed Lin Fan to the company. Boo. "Sunny, honey, I want to go eat pasta later. I'll come pick you up." On the other side, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had just finished her work, had just finished the shareholders' meeting. When she saw the time, it was 3 o'clock. She immediately remembered that she hadn't been to the Italian restaurant for a long time, and immediately typed a message to her husband Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to click confirm, a phone call came in. Then I looked at the note above and it said, "Mom." Sunny slapped himself on the head. "Hey, why is Mom Sangchin calling at this time? Hello? Sangchin, what's going on?" Wow, the relationship between Sunny, the beautiful president, and her mother, although they love each other, but she has been urging me to get married. So when I picked up the phone, I sounded like I wanted to see what she was going to do. "Humph, instead of calling me Mom, call me by my full name. Nini, don't you love your mom anymore?" Sunny's mother used to be a high school Chinese teacher. Later she went to the United States to study. She said she would be away for half a year, and it seems that the time is almost up. "Sangchin, could you please stop using moral blackmail on me? What do you mean by loving my mother or not? I have always loved my mother." Sunny just finished a shareholders meeting. There are a few troublemakers in the company. After being suppressed by Sunny in the name of the female president, they already had emotions that needed to be resolved. When they heard their mother say this to them, they were shocked. He immediately said rudely, "Oh, okay, Nini, be good. It's Mama's fault. Alas, being a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during the holidays. Besides, you are my only good daughter. Sang Chin was also sad. She knew that her daughter had a hard life and her father left early. Lack of fatherly love. She was strong-willed when she was young, and the love of her family was strong, which made her very hardworking, beautiful, and stubborn. After Sang Chin said this, she subconsciously felt that she had irritated her daughter, so she quickly changed the subject and asked her daughter how she was doing recently. Have you found a boyfriend or met a boy you like? But I heard my daughter was silent for a few seconds on the phone. Then she said, Mom, you must take good care of yourself abroad. If things really don't work out, come back. Your daughter will have no problem supporting you. Sang Chin was immediately moved and said, I know, I have been abroad for quite a long time, I will be back next week. As a mother, you naturally know how to take care of your daughter's emotions. Although I also felt sad, I quickly adjusted the atmosphere and changed the subject. Well, then I will pick you up next week, Sang Chin. The mother and daughter smiled at each other. After that, Sunny slowly told her about her situation and said, I did meet a boy recently. I like him very much. Sunny was talking to her mother on the phone. Real? Sunny's mother, Sang Chin, was obviously happier than herself to hear her daughter's good news. You know, Nini never talked about boyfriends before and always focused on her career. Now I suddenly heard my daughter say such words. I still said it in a reserved way, I like him very much? Oh my God. You know your daughter's personality very well. If she says that she has met a boy recently, it means that she has already had contact with him. If you say you like him very much, that means she wants to try to fall in love with the other person. No, I have to go back to my country as soon as possible. See what your future son-in-law looks like. Sunny was stunned for a moment. I could only hear the person on the other end of the phone mumbling something to himself. So I asked, Sang Chin, what are you doing? Are you looking for a boyfriend? But I heard someone say immediately, oh, your mother is looking for a boyfriend. How old is your mother? I mean you, since you have met someone you like, I will definitely check it out. How about this, I will come back tomorrow and change the flight. Nini, please come to the airport to pick me up tomorrow night. Chapter 70. It's difficult, both sides have appointments. Tomorrow? Sang Chin, why don't you come back next week? I have something to do tomorrow. Although they are mother and daughter, Sunny didn't expect that her mother would be more excited than herself. She really didn't know whether she had a partner or she had a partner. But shouldn't her study tour end this week? There are still 4 working days left this week. No, this is my beloved son-in-law, I must meet him as soon as possible. If I think he is good, Nini, you two can arrange to get married. Mom! Sunny sighed and was about to tell her that she didn't want to move on so quickly. Although Lin Fan was the man she liked and she kept hinting and showing her affection to him, this guy still needed to be taken care of. Besides, her love affair had just begun and there were still many good things she hadn't done. But the call was hung up. My dear mother, sometimes, it just makes you speechless. However, Sunny realized that the organization where Sang Chin was studying had a strict study abroad plan, and it was impossible for her to return early. So I was worried that something might have happened to her abroad. The vice principal is with them. So I left a message on WeChat, Sang Chin, please finish your study tour well. I want to check the results when you come back. If I find out that you are taking advantage of the situation, you won't be able to see your son-in-law, and you won't even be able to see me when you come back. Wait until the message is sent. I originally thought my mother wouldn't respond. Unexpectedly, the other party replied as soon as he saw it, little girl, you dare not see my daughter, but you can't see my son-in-law. The communication between mother and daughter finally ended with the topic of meeting the son-in-law. After I sent the message that I was going to send to my husband Lin Fan, honey, I suddenly want to eat pasta today. I'll pick you up to eat pasta. I looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, does it take so long to make an international call with the Queen Mother? At that time, Lin Fan was actually waiting for news from the beautiful CEO Sunny. Didn't she tell him in the morning to wait for her after work? Didn't she want to be with him? But there was no news from her all day. I don't want to be too proactive. Nowadays, it is not good for boys to be too proactive, as it will put them in a low position in the relationship. This led Lin Fan to want to find his former physical trainer, Ms. Wang, in college. If she hadn't trained him so hard in college, he probably wouldn't have such a strong body. Last time I heard from my classmates that teacher Wang quit his job as a physical education coach and switched careers to become a DJ in a nightclub. I don't know if it's true or not. Teacher Wang, long time no see. I suddenly thought of you. Would you like to have dinner together when you are free? Boo boo boo, Lin Fan sent messages quickly. After finding teacher Wang's WeChat in the address book, he sent the message. Just at this moment, a message from Sunny, the beautiful president, also came. Pasta? To be honest, Lin Fan wanted to eat it. He hasn't eaten pasta in a Western restaurant for a long time. The atmosphere is nice, with candles and roses. Well, let us see if teacher Wang replies to the message. If not, let us go eat pasta with Sunny. Lin Fan had been thinking this, but he didn't expect that just as he sent a message to teacher Wang also sent a message back immediately. Lin Fan? Ahaha, what a rare guest. Remember the time when I trained you? How long have you been since you graduated? Why are you only contacting me now? We haven't been in touch for a long time, but the profile picture of the female coach, teacher Wang, is still the same as the original photo of a hot girl with a six-pack. This made Lin Fan feel that teacher Wang was always consistent. But as soon as she finished speaking, her avatar changed into a picture of a hot girl wearing headphones and standing at the DJ booth in a nightclub. Well, female coaches are fickle these days. Fortunately, her WeChat nickname has always been teacher Wang. I've been busy with work. Lin Fan responded awkwardly. Excuse. Well, since you want to see me so much, I happen to be on the late shift today and I have some free time now. Can you come to my house to see me first? No, can I say no? I just wanted to thank my female coach who had trained me so hard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in such good physical condition when I encountered some emergencies before. To a certain extent, what Mr. Wang has done for me is like rebirth of my body, which will benefit me for the rest of my life. Oh? Don't say anything. That means I agree. This is my home address. I'm going to take a shower first. The door key is under my mat. You can open the door directly when you arrive. Depend on. It's not that I'm not talking, it's that I'm typing. But the other party had already sent the message and remained silent. Going to take a shower? But they had already given a list of community locations without any zoning districts but with very detailed specific addresses. The phone rang, and Lin Fan looked and saw that it was Sunny's charming and beautiful CEO calling. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and answered the phone. A queen voice immediately said, "Husband? Why don't you reply to the message? Wait for me downstairs of your company, I'll pick you up." Ah, no need, wife, bah. Miss Sunny, just send me the location and I'll go meet you there. Oh my god, I really didn't mean it. Why did I call her my wife? Obviously, I feel that I am moving too fast with her and that relationship should be taken slowly. But the pleasant female voice over there began to smile. What old? Husband, can you say it again? Lin Fan, it's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Sunny, humph, you just shouted, and today I want to hear you shout. Lin Fan. Oh my god, I really don't have it. Oh, the husband has left the company early without saying hello to his wife. Well, I will be magnanimous and send the address to the husband, and he can come and meet me later. Oh, by the way, honey, do you prefer places with a lot of people or quiet places with just the two of us? Actually, both are fine. It all depends on my husband's mood. Lin Fan slowed down and said to the other party, let us go to a place with more people. Sometimes the smell of fireworks can bring you joy. There were two humming sounds over there. I sent the address to Lin Fan, and he navigated and planned to go there. But now he was in a bit of a dilemma, because teacher Wang had just sent him her home address and asked him to go there. Long time no see. Actually, I have gained a little weight recently, and I plan to continue training with teacher Wang. I don't know if she will agree. Then, when he saw the current situation, he quickly sent a message to the other party. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I have an appointment at the last minute. I can only visit you next time. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for training me so hard all those years ago. I will treat teacher Wang to a meal some other day. Having said that, now that the decision has been made, only one can be sacrificed. Lin Fan started the engine, drove the car out of the garage, and drove towards Jing'an District. Chapter 71 Teacher Wang or Beautiful CEO? The car is speeding. Lin Fan felt that the beautiful CEO's excessive behavior might be because she really liked him. The reason why the beautiful coach teacher Wang was so excited was because she hadn't seen Lin Fan for a long time. Her style of doing things was very sharp when she was training herself before. From this point of view, teacher Wang and the beautiful President Sunny are quite similar in some aspects. The difference is that the beautiful president is a typical intellectual and beautiful sister, while teacher Wang is a typical beauty with a six-pack abs. Each has its own charm. Each has its own characteristics. But now Lin Fan is quite curious about both of them. When he had just parked his Mercedes in the open-air parking lot in front of the Western restaurant and was about to get out of the car, Lin Fan saw from afar a beautiful lady with wavy hair, wearing a white wool coat, a sexy white lace miniskirt, high heels, and sunglasses. "Oh, I'm drunk too. It seems like every time I do something, I always run into the beautiful CEO Sunny. Her charming appearance always attracts people's attention. But just as I was about to get off the bus, I suddenly received a message from teacher Wang on my phone. Any date? My girlfriend. She sent this message at a really good time. Not really. Lin Fan answered this way. That means I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Fan subconsciously sent the content over. It's okay. If you are free at night, I am on night shift. Come to me after your appointment and I will treat you to barbecue. We can just chat. When Lin Fan heard this, he immediately laughed and sent a voice message saying, Teacher Wang, you really went to a nightclub to be a DJ. Of course. This was the last conversation between Lin Fan and teacher Wang before midnight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Jin, the campus belle of Hujian University, has just taken a moment out of her busy schedule to come over. She had just taken over the leadership position of a fashion company founded by a good friend, but she never expected to encounter so many troubles on the first day. Human Resources, Design Department, Live Broadcast Department, Factory Department, Finance Department, and Customer Service Department. It seems harmonious, but there are conflicts everywhere. There are also those who resign as soon as they have a disagreement. On the first day she took over, she found out how her best friend Vivian had gotten here before. After the meeting, she immediately sent a message to Vivian to complain. At this time, Vivian had just been discharged from the hospital due to illness. She said, It's okay, Jinjin, you will get used to it slowly. Resolve every small conflict and the big conflicts will be resolved. Do every small thing well and the big things will fall into place. I can't do it anymore. I want to use my last time to travel around the world. I will leave for Switzerland tonight. After saying that, she also sent me the plane ticket she had booked. Jiang Jin's face was full of envy. Then Vivian said, Jinjin, actually, your current work focus should be on the upcoming show. By then, leaders of various departments and the entire Shanghai internet celebrities will come to watch. If this show is done well, it will be very helpful to the company's performance. Our performance in recent years has all depended on the fashion show. It's so good. After finishing the speech, he sent himself a message of encouragement in Japanese. Considering that Vivian has worked so hard over the years, she was diagnosed with such a serious illness. Jiang Jin didn't know what to say. I can only wish her a speedy recovery. I wanted to go home early after get off work, but now I can only hurry up and push forward the progress of the fashion show. Vivian said, I have worked hard for so many years. I am an orphan and have never had a boyfriend or children. Among my friends, I trust you and Jinjin the most. Lin Fan is actually a very good person. Sometimes you should not push him too much. He really loves you. You guys should stay together well. After that, Vivian went to the international airport, and Jiang Jin continued to work at the fashion design company. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, she finally finished the work at hand. The theme had been determined, the models were all finalized this week, and the haute couture dresses were being completed by the design department working overtime. The only thing left was to reserve the venue. But she tried many ways and still couldn't find a suitable one. Either too expensive or too remote. So he thought of asking Lin Fan to help him find it. However, after I sent him a message, I suddenly realized that he had blocked me a long time ago. Oh, really, I need to persuade my fiancé to change his ways. But then, the middle-aged man Qin who was pursuing her sent her a message again. Qin, girl, are you off work yet? Jiang Jin, no. Qin, what is wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Jiang Jin, yeah, I'm just worried about the company's affairs. Qin, let me tell you about it. Jiangjin, no, I'll look for someone else. Jiangjin used to treat Qin, an old man who looked very rich, as a backup. It would be best if he could give her money, but it didn't matter if he didn't, just keep him hanging. He tried to take the opportunity to help himself several times. Since you refuse it yourself, can you please stop talking nonsense and be practical? But the other party always gives such vague greetings. At this moment, Ruwe from the design department knocked on the door and came into the office to ask about her venue. Because we have to rehearse and try out the show on December 10th, before the big festival, I am quite anxious. Jiangjin nodded and said she understood. She would handle it. Then she asked casually, Teacher Qin, I wonder if you are so powerful that you can help me find a place for the fashion show? We are about to hold a theme show. Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party immediately responded. Venue? How big should it be? It can accommodate about 500 people. The guests invited are all famous people in Shanghai, and girls from the internet celebrity circle will also come. That's easy, leave it to me. The other party actually agreed. Although Jiangjin was a little nervous, she also saw hope. But what she didn't know was that even after Teacher Qin agreed, he was still unsure. Although his account has more than 1 million followers, most of them are attracted by his elite persona, and then he sells them for money. As soon as he agreed, he sent a message in the workgroup, asking if anyone knew someone who could rent out a fashion show venue. A young man immediately raised his hand and said that my brother is doing very well now, so he should have the resources. Qin immediately asked him to be responsible for contacting and executing the plan, and if he succeeded, he would give him a big red envelope. The young man nodded and said, Teacher Qin, don't worry. After the young man nodded, the colleague who was in charge of copywriting said, Lin Bei, didn't you just graduate? I didn't hear that you have a brother in Shanghai. The young man smiled and said, I didn't want to let my brother know, I just wanted to try my best first. But I found that it still makes sense to walk faster. The person who spoke was a young man who looked a bit like Lin Fan. Chapter 72. A guy who looks a bit like Lin Fan? Brother, are you busy recently? I'm here in Shanghai. Western restaurant, candlelight dinner, slow jazz music, swaying lights, romantic and ambiguous. At that time, Lin Fan came here after making an appointment to meet with the beautiful President Sunny. Today's beautiful president wore a red silk shirt, tucked into a white silk slit hip skirt, and a pair of red high heels, looking charming and tasteful. It turned out to be Xiao Bei. Lin Fan was surprised when he received the news. Lin Bei was adopted by Lin Fan's parents when Lin Fan was a child. He was a few years younger than Lin Fan, but this boy was very independent. After he went to college to study computer science, he never asked his family for money. His stubborn and obstinate personality led to him rarely contacting himself. Maybe it has something to do with knowing that Lin Fan's family is not related to him by blood. But this guy actually contacted me at this time, he is really a rare guest. Fortunately, Xiao Bei, when did you come? Why didn't you come to see me? Of course it's a pleasure for two brothers to meet each other, and my parents would also be very pleased if they knew about it. I was thinking of trying it on my own first. By the way, brother, I'm not asking you for living expenses, don't worry. I just came to Shanghai, new here, and joined a company with an okay salary. But suddenly the boss assigned us a task and asked us to help find a venue for a model show. Do you have the resources, brother? Wow, this kid really cares about this. In Lin Fan's opinion, he kind of wished he would ask him for it. This kid has always felt guilty about spending their family's money, even though Lin Fan has told him many times not to feel any psychological burden because they are all family. But Xiao Bei is still the same. Once I bought a massage chair for my parents, which I heard cost more than 5,000 yuan. You don't even know where this kid gets the money from when he's in school. Model show venue? I heard that Xiao Bei came here for this matter. Lin Fan muttered subconsciously. He had originally planned to ask his secretary Shishir to ask if there were any relevant resources. Although his company is performing well now, he still lacks a lot of connections in Shanghai, which is why he is in a hurry to study for an MBA in business school. It is said that there are big guys inside. Or she could be the daughter of a wealthy family. Well, brother, I'm just asking casually. If not, then forget it. I'll think of another way. This was the first time Xiao Bei spoke to me. Lin Fan naturally wanted to help, but he just said, Xiao Bei, wait a minute, I'll ask my secretary. Afterwards, the beautiful CEO who was sitting opposite him with her legs crossed took a sip of red wine and quickly said in a royal sister voice, "What's the matter, husband, do you need a venue for the catwalk?" Sunny's big waves are the color of tree mold. The sister had curly hair hanging down to her waist, and had a fair and delicate face. Whenever she looked at Lin Fan could always feel her beauty. Not to mention her charming red lips and those sharp and courageous eyes. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Well, I have a younger brother who has been in Moscow for a while, but he hasn't contacted me. He just contacted me and wanted to ask me for help. It's okay, I've asked someone in the company." Lin Fan lowered his head, took a bite of the delicious pasta with his knife and fork. My taste buds were immediately enveloped by the delicious taste, and a smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. "Oh, it's your younger brother, your real younger brother? Let me put it this way. I actually just acquired a piece of land a while ago, and had been planning to invest in concerts or sports events. The renovation should be completed by now, so let us go there. Invest in concerts. Sports events." Lin Fan looked at the beautiful CEO in front of him with some disbelief. "You know, how much money is needed to invest in a concert venue, and also sports events? What kind of sports events? Don't CBA. That would make you a truly wealthy tycoon. Besides, if it was a venue like that, it would be too big. My brother said that the venue can only accommodate about 1,000 people at most. It's too big, Ms. Sunny. How many people can your so-called concert accommodate? 15,000 people. Is it because I have not seen enough of the world? Why does Sunny, the beautiful CEO, always downplay such words? Forget it, it's too big." Lin Fan declined politely. But Sunny quickly said, "It doesn't matter, the decoration has just been completed, and we will not be open for business until the end of the year. If you think it's big, I can arrange for someone to reserve an area for you that can accommodate 1,000 people. It's empty anyway, and I just want to see the lighting effects on site. I can give you a discount." Sunny said this with a smile on her face. A beautiful hand held the red wine glass, and she tilted her head slightly to let the red wine flow into her throat. Lin Fan looked at her seriously. This beautiful president was wearing a red rose necklace diagonally around her neck today. Sexy, beautiful, and elegant. Never mind, I'll look for another venue. As Lin Fan spoke, he felt that it would be a luxury to use such a large venue to hold a small show. Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party said in a tender voice, "Husband, do you still have to be polite to me? Besides, since he is your brother, he will be my brother in the future. It's not easy to come out these days, so let us give him a hand. You don't want him to be rejected the first time he talks to you, right? Just let him develop well in the company in the future. If it really doesn't work out, let him come to our company and I will let a CEO of a business unit to guide him." Okay. This beautiful CEO always makes people feel that she is so kind. However, Lin Fan didn't really want to use her resources. Although her resources are excellent. Moreover, Lin Bei has just arrived. If he tells him from the beginning that he has such powerful resources, he will be afraid that this kid will become proud in the future. What should he do? So I told Sunny about my concerns. Sunny picked up the red wine glass, clinked it with her own, and said in a soft voice, "You are right, what should we do then?" Lin Fan said, "Ms. Sunny, please use your venue as a backup. I actually want to see if my resources can do it. After all, I'm not bad, right? Sunny is stronger than me now." Of course I know it, but there is a difference between being able to do some things by myself and having her do them for me, which gives me the same confidence. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Sunny, who was wearing a tight skirt and a red silk shirt, giggled and said, "Okay, but honey, don't go back tonight, come to my house. I can't sleep alone at night lately. Come back and hug me." "Ah, what are you doing? Is this beautiful CEO about to start? I just said that if I want to be in a relationship, I want to take it slow." She wanted me to go to her house when she spoke. What should I do if I am tied up in her house and can't get out? After all, there are precedents. Lin Fan looked at the other person carefully. The next chapter will be posted soon. Chapter 73. Sunny asked Lin Fan to go to her house to accompany her in the evening. "What are you doing? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Stay with me at night." The beautiful president crossed her beautiful legs, and in the Western restaurant with ambiguous candlelight and jazz music playing, she looked at Lin Fan with a pair of beautiful eyes, arrogantly and domineeringly. Lin Fan said, "Let us do it another day, I have something tonight." As a result, I just said it. Sunny's beautiful CEO high heels tapped on the ground and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter? Meet a friend." Lin Fan said. "Oh, a friend, a girlfriend." Lin Fan immediately glared at her. This beautiful CEO is good in every way except that she is easily jealous and prone to making unfounded accusations. And after saying that, she added, "That means that in your husband's eyes, I am not as important as your girlfriend tonight." Oh my god. Lin Fan thought he was just meeting a friend, but he never expected that things might develop further and lead to a jealous war. Don't think too much. It's just a friend of mine from college. She just asked me out this afternoon, but I thought I had made an appointment with you first, so I rejected her. But I haven't seen her for a long time, and she was very nice to me back then. I would feel bad if I don't go today. The more you explain, the more you cover up. To be honest, Lin Fan regretted saying this. Because of a small detail, it is very likely that the other party will magnify it and the two of you will get into a quarrel. But then Lin Fan said, "How about you wait for me at home? As soon as I finish, I'll see you." He thought this was better. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful president said, "That one T work, if you want to see your girlfriend, I will follow you." Lin Fan was so angry that he burst into laughter. What girlfriend? She is not a girlfriend, okay? But she insisted and said she was her girlfriend. Lin Fan was so annoyed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What ended up happening was that Lin Fan told her, "When it comes to love, you have to take it slow. We said that we would not interfere with each other's freedom. I think you will naturally find me, and if I want you, I will naturally send you signals. Miss Sunny, I actually bought 2 tickets to Disneyland and was planning to invite you to go with me in the next few days or next week." As he spoke, Lin Fan opened his phone and showed her the message. I thought she wouldn't look, but she looked very carefully. After reading it carefully, she said, "Well, that's pretty good. I thought you didn't love me anymore, husband." You are right, 2 people in love do need freedom. Lin Fan nodded. After dinner, Sunny went to the bathroom and touched up her makeup. When they walked out, they walked side by side, and their fingers accidentally touched. Sunny immediately looked at Lin Fan. "What, do you want to hold my hand?" You know what, the feeling of accidentally touching it just now was quite wonderful. President Sunny's fingers are long and fair, with pink diamond manicure, which looks very pleasing to the eye. Lin Fan really wanted to hold her hand. But she quickly pulled away and said, "You have to stay away from me for at least 2 hours, which is 120 minutes, 7,200 seconds, as a punishment for you. Okay, go on a date with your girlfriend, I'm going back first." When the beautiful CEO said this, there was obvious sadness in her voice. Lin Fan explained, "She is not my girlfriend, you're always imagining nonsense." Sunny said, "Oh, now I start to think that I am overthinking. If we are together in the future, 1T you blame me every day?" She snorted in contrast, and Lin Fan almost slapped her. He really needs to be disciplined properly. When I sent her to her Rolls Royce, I probably felt that she was about to leave, and I suddenly felt reluctant to let her go. He blamed himself. "Really, what's wrong with me that I want to meet the beautiful coach, Teacher Wang? Isn't this beautiful CEO attractive? Send a message to Teacher Wang and we can make an appointment next time." He was just about to think so, but after getting in the car, Sunny obviously regained her previous cold and beautiful appearance. She closed the car door, turned her pretty profile to Lin Fan, and said coldly, "Sir, please move aside. I have to drive away. I wish Mr. Lin have a good time tonight." The engine started. She left without giving Lin Fan a chance to change his mind. Alas, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. I felt that when I saw her again, she would punish me again. But time goes by, and since I have promised to meet with Teacher Wang today, I should go as soon as possible to keep in touch with him, and then go home when I'm done. But that night, Lin Fan never expected that such a difficult thing would happen. First, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan showed up on time at the nightclub where he had agreed to meet with Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang has taken a leave of absence, so he can leave the class at around 9 o'clock. But she said that her temporary sister had something else and didn't come to work, so she had to continue to replace her. Well, after receiving the message, Lin Fan thought about going back first, but when he went in, Teacher Wang suddenly sent him a message and said, "Lin Fan, I'm going to go on stage to dance later, see if you can recognize me. All your drinks tonight are mine." The explosive music started, the lights were colorful, and then everyone in the nightclub suddenly started to cheer wildly. Then, a tall beauty wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam dress with a halter neck, holding an ancient folding fan, and wearing ancient high heels and a half ponytail appeared on the stage in the middle of the nightclub. Hey! Why does that person look so familiar? When Lin Fan saw the Cheongsam beauty dancing, with her dignified and indifferent profile, makeup on, fair skin and slender limbs, he felt that she was inexplicably familiar. And it's a little bit unbelievable. She has a tall figure, but she is obviously wearing a halter-neck Cheongsam miniskirt with a willow leaf print on the upper body. She is operating the DJ booth in the center of the stage while dancing a very sexy dance. This caused the audience below to exclaim in surprise, staring with eyes fixed. Some people even used their mobile phones to record the video. Very sexy and open-minded. Lin Fan secretly exclaimed in surprise. Then, Lin Fan squeezed through the crowd and walked to the front of the center of the dance floor. I finally squeezed to the front. The people in front are still dancing to the rhythm of the music. The beautiful woman on the stage wearing a Cheongsam and half ponytail seemed to be looking for Lin Fan as well. She took a few steps forward and began to show off her hot dance moves in front of Lin Fan. This is not a show. A flashing light shone on her face and body. Looking up at her, Lin Fan recognized her immediately. Wang Qian? ISNT, this is female physical education coach from college, teacher Wang? She actually came here to be a sexy DJ dancer? Still a sexy ancient beauty type. She is so beautiful and has a great figure, she is really open-minded. Chapter 74 Teacher Wang, DJ Ancient Style Cheongsam Beauty 1? If Lin Fan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to believe that this was the former beautiful sports coach, Ms. Wang Qian, from Hujiang University. No, she really did this? And it seems that she is now very skilled at doing this. She was dancing sexily on the stage, and no matter how the audience cheered, she just danced her own way. But the other party was working at the moment and there was no way to talk to her. I could only wait until she got off work, so I booked a seat in the nightclub, but the price started at 2,000 yuan. He had no money when he was a college student, so 2,000 yuan was just a drop in the bucket for him. He ordered and spent 8,000 yuan, even for a premium private room. Because Lin Fan could just sit there and watch Teacher Wang dance. You know what, it's really delicious. She is also a flirtatious type, but she obviously knows how to please the audience in her tight Cheongsam. There are crowds of people now. In this situation, Lin Fan drank a cocktail, ate popcorn and fruits, and admired the graceful dance of the Cheongsam beauty. It has a bit of the flavor of listening to music in a brothel. It was about 2 o'clock in the evening. The nightclub began to slowly disperse. During this time, Lin Fan was a little bored, so he played several games in a row. Finally, after he reached the Endless King rank, a familiar voice immediately came to him. Lin Fan. You kid. You are so nice. I asked you to wait, but you still waited. The person who spoke was teacher Wang Qian, who had just been dancing sexily on the stage. She was wearing ancient-style high heels and walked over like a dragonfly skimming the water, exuding the aura of a mature woman as she greeted Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head, and what came into his sight was a sexy woman in an ancient Cheongsam with graceful posture. If my guess is correct, I remember she is 28 years old this year, but I didn't expect her to be so charming. Well, of course I have to do what I promised you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I was a little worried about her condition at first, but later I realized that I was overthinking it. After she got off work, many employees here called her Sister Qian. It seems that he has a considerable status here. Okay, since you're so well behaved, I'll take you to eat barbecue. Let me tell you, there's one that's particularly delicious. I guarantee you'll want to come back again after you finish eating it. Let us go. Come with me quickly, I'm so tired after dancing all night. Wang Qian touched Lin Fan's head. Just like when he was a sophomore and was still relatively weak, after he found her and told her that he wanted to exercise with her, teacher Wang also touched Lin Fan's head. In a sense, he can be considered as Lin Fan's master in the field of fitness. Lin Fan nodded and said okay. He was also a little hungry. However, when the two were about to leave, she suddenly turned around and said to the staff who were working, by the way, all the consumption of this kid here today will be charged to me. If he swiped a card, remember to return it to him. Please remember to help me get things done. Several young men nodded respectfully. Lin Fan was about to say no, thinking to himself, Teacher Wang, you must be working here because you are short of money, right? Otherwise, why would I suddenly want to come here? But just after he finished speaking, he heard the Cheongsam beauty next to him say, What do you mean by no need? Why should I let you spend money when you come to my place? It's all so cool. I thought the two would take a taxi to leave here or ride on Lin Fan's mount. But just as Lin Fan was about to speak, Teacher Wang led Lin Fan to the parking lot and rode out her cool black motorcycle. She was wearing a down jacket and handed Lin Fan a helmet. Said, "Fan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I don't have work tomorrow, so let's have a good chat tonight." Lin Fan felt the same way. Since graduating from college, Lin Fan has rarely contacted her because of work and love. I didn't expect that she felt the same as me. Needless to say, it feels great to ride a beautiful woman's motorcycle. After she started the engine and put on her helmet, Lin Fan also put on his helmet. He subconsciously wanted to put his hands behind the car seat, but he felt that it might be a bit dangerous. Wang Qian laughed and said, "What? Are you afraid of touching me? When riding a motorcycle, it's like this now. You lower your waist a little and put your hands on the fuel tank in front of me." "Hey, kid, I thought you would be bolder after graduating from college and entering the society, but I didn't expect that you would still be so nervous when meeting a beautiful girl." Lin Fan said that was not nervousness. Wang Qian, who was wearing a slit cheongsam and a down jacket, said, I know what you little boys are thinking, so don't pretend with me." "Okay, sit tight and hold on. I'm driving fast, be careful not to fall off." Buzzing sound. Lin Fan admitted that he was not fully prepared. Fortunately, he was leaning forward with his body tilted and holding the fuel tank with both hands, otherwise, he would have really fallen. 2:30 in the morning. The streets of Changzhou Road. A man and a woman, wearing helmets, disappeared on the streets of the city in an extremely cool manner. I didn't even get a message from him. On the other side, on the 20th floor of Villa Building 17, Beigu Houding. After returning home, Sunny ate, played the piano, took a bath, and did her skin care. It was already 11 o'clock at night when she finished everything. She thought the boy probably hadn't finished yet, so she decided to lie down on the bed and sleep for a while. But it didn't matter that I slept well. When I suddenly woke up, I looked at the time and it was already 2:30 in the morning. I was a little thirsty, so I called out softly, "Sister Ya, can you pour me a cup of hot water?" It turned out that this was not the forest villa. Although the nanny, Anshin, lived here, she lived downstairs, so I had to get up and pour water. After finishing his drink, he picked up his phone and looked at the empty chat history between the two of them and the empty phone call. I suddenly felt a little angry. "You little bastard, even if you don't come, you don't even send me a message? Am I being too strict with him?" Although I call him husband, it seems that he has never officially agreed. She had been thinking about giving the boy a call, but then she remembered what he had said to her, "Ms. Sunny, please don't restrict me too much. If I like you, I will be with you." With this thought in mind, the beautiful President Sunny lay on the soft and comfortable big bed and watched Korean drama for a long time before falling asleep that night. In the dream, she and Lin Fan became the male and female protagonists of the plot. Kiss each other passionately and love each other deeply. It was a good dream. On the other side, Jiang Jin, the campus belle of Hujian University, could never sleep well. Last time, her fiancé Lin Fan was so heartless to her that he even blocked her. He doesn't talk to me at all now. I don't know if preparing a birthday party for him seriously this time will make him change his mind. In fact, the two of them have been in love for several years and have already gotten used to each other. When I feel lonely at night, I miss him quite a bit. "Fan, I really want to be hugged by you." Jiang Jin suddenly felt a little sad and took out the sweet photos of the two of them and talked to herself. Chapter 75 Teacher Wang, DJ Ancient Style Cheongsam Beauty 2. Achoo! 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 The night market in Shanghai is brightly lit. Although it is already 3 o'clock in the morning, there are still many people chatting and eating and drinking on this snack street. Without other reasons, business is booming at night. What? After just one night out, a woman would think of me like this? After Teacher Wang, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slim figure, ordered many skewers, the proprietress was busy preparing them. Lin Fan sat face to face with her on a small stool on the street, opened 2 bottles of cold beer, and chatted while drinking. "Hey, Mr. Wang, please stop making fun of me. How can a woman miss me? It must be the smell of barbecue smoke that chokes me." Lin Fan sat on the bench and subconsciously fanned the nearby cigarette with his right hand. "Don't be so modest, kid. You had only been in my training room for less than a day, right? A girl confessed her love to you before I knew you. You are really handsome and really popular with girls. The quality is pretty good. Gulp, gurgle, Wang Qian tilted his head back and started drinking. When about half of the cold beer flowed down her snow-white neck and throat, Lin Fan looked at her in shock. Teacher Wang. Drink less at night. You drink so much, aren't you afraid of uterine cold? Unexpectedly, as soon as I said it, the other party burst into laughter. Uterine cold? You kid, I just danced for so long and I'm all irritable. This iced wine just happens to suit my taste. Come on, are you going to work tomorrow? Let's drink together. Lin Fan probably understands this state, just like we also want to relax after finishing our busy work. Lin Fan drank it sip by sip, but the female owner of the barbecue restaurant first served him grilled lamb kidneys and grilled oysters. Teacher Wang raised his hand and handed one to Lin Fan. It was still a little hot. She opened her red lips and said with a smile, "Hurry up and make up for it. Now is the time for you to make up for it. By the way, how did you and your school beauty girlfriend become? Are you married? Or are you planning to have a second child?" Lin Fan smiled bitterly and said, "We broke up." Separate? The beautiful female teacher in Cheongsam, revealing a pair of beautiful legs in high heels, suddenly asked in surprise. No wonder, she was quite optimistic about the perfect match of Lin Fan and Jiang Jin at that time. Lin Fan could only tell the other party everything that had happened between him and Jiang Jin, the campus beauty of Hujian University, in the past few years. Teacher Wang suddenly sighed and said, "No wonder, you are so nice, but she still makes such a fuss. It is her loss if she breaks up with you. Don't be afraid. There are many beautiful girls here. Although this is a nightclub, there are also many female college students. Do you know one of them? A female PhD in philosophy. I think you two are a good match. I will introduce you to each other when the time comes. That girl is very nice. Teacher Wang loves to eat grilled lamb skewers. The barbecue shop owner serves them grilled corn, grilled vegetables, grilled eggplants, and grilled sausages. You know what? It tastes really good. The sausages were grilled until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Lin Fan also ate one. Lin Fan said, "No need for now, Teacher Wang. I've been having a headache recently. I met a beautiful female CEO, but she is a little controlling and always wants me to live in her house." It's no wonder that Wang Qian started laughing as soon as she said it. Really? You mean it? Lin Fan nodded and said, "Is it that funny?" Wang Qianzi said, "Of course, but from the perspective of you boys, this feeling is like you meet a very beautiful girl, you like her very much, but you are afraid that she will run away. What would you do? Maybe you also want her to stay with you forever. Not bad, not bad, you actually found a beautiful CEO. By the way, how much assets does she have?" Lin Fan laughed and said that he had seen their company's financial report. She was also on the Forbes list and her net worth was at least 1 billion. Sharp work indeed. Well, then you have to pay more attention to dating others properly. However, you can't be too humble. Her wealth is her business and has nothing to do with you. You are just in love with her. Not so fast. Lin Fan muttered. Huh? I asked you to sleep at someone else's house, but it's not that fast? Lin Fan said, "I'm annoyed. I feel like we are not in love and we have directly entered into a deep relationship mode. Teacher Wang, do you know? Love needs to be discussed slowly. I feel like we both went a little too fast." That's it. Then you can talk slowly, keep good communication with the other party, and be yourself. Sometimes caring too much is tiring, so it's better to be yourself. Lin Fan nodded and said that was it. Indeed, you cannot be humble. Besides, I'm not bad either. Although the company currently established is still relatively small, it has considerable profits. The next step is to continue to expand. Teacher Wang said you're amazing. He knew you had a bright future when he was in school. Now you've even started a company. He'll visit your company someday. Lin Fan nodded, then took out a cool and textured business card with the words Fanshan Technology, CEO, and Lin Fan printed on it from his pocket and handed it to her. Wow, cool black, not bad, quite young and promising. After Wang Qian put Lin Fan's business card into the Chanel bag she carried with her, the two began to chat about things before college. However, apart from his emotions and nostalgia, Lin Fan still shifted the problem to the other party. For example, why did she become a DJ and sexy dancer? How dangerous. There are so many people with bad intentions. But then Wang Qian smiled slightly, ate the grilled leeks and said very calmly, "It's nothing, my mother is sick. It costs money. You can earn more here." "Get ill?" Lin Fan asked subconsciously. "Well, it's already in the late stage, and my mother also supports me to do it here. She said that as long as she doesn't steal or rob, works hard and ensures safety, she can live her life according to her own wishes. You say, I am a master's graduate after all, but I go to university to be a teacher, and I only get 5,000 yuan a month, how can it be enough for my expenses? I actually kind of regret going to school. My parents have spent a lot of money on my studies and getting a master's degree." Lin Fan said he understood. "I just didn't expect that the other party really came here to make money because someone in his family was sick." Then Lin Fan asked, "How is Auntie now?" "Actually, I am planning to set up a foundation recently to make more contributions to society. If Auntie needs money, I can donate some. And Teacher Wang, you are very inspiring. Would you like our team to package and create it for you? Teacher Wang, your story is enough to touch many people. Let me help you," Lin Fan said seriously. Just as he finished speaking, several men who were originally sitting behind Lin Fan's table suddenly stood up and came over. They were drunk and said, "Beauty, can you add my contact information? Nice legs. Look at what she's wearing, so sexy." Lin Fan. Chapter 76 Drunks and Harassers. In fact, it is conceivable that Teacher Wang had no choice but to perform as a DJ in Cheongsam in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment. I'm afraid I'll encounter many similar incidents in my daily life. Moreover, did this suddenly drunk man really think that the man who was having barbecue with Teacher Wang could not protect her? Roll. Seeing that the other party is coming, Lin Fan jumped up and cursed the drunkard. He quickly stood in front of Teacher Wang and protected her behind him. Unexpectedly, just after I finished speaking, I thought the drunkard would speak first, but it was Teacher Wang who said from behind, "Lin Fan, please move aside. It's okay, they just want to have a drink with you, I can handle it." After saying that, Teacher Wang Qian, who was wearing a slit Cheongsam and high heels and had a slim figure, comforted Lin Fan and asked her to come. But just as she was about to come over, she was blocked by Lin Fan behind her. "No, if this bastard dares to do this to you the first time, he will do it the second time. If you don't teach him a lesson, he will continue to harass others." Lin Fan took 2 steps forward. The man seemed to be watching a show. He took a long puff of cigarette and wanted to spit on Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan quickly covered his nose and shouted, "Get away. The other party doesn't move." Lin Fan pushed him. Then the man was furious. "Huh? What's the matter? Where did you come from? You have nothing to do here. You are a beautiful woman. You are wearing such sexy clothes. Are you here to find a man because you are lonely? Go away, go away. Don't disturb my mood. Yes, this guy is really good. A habitual offender, has he developed confidence?" What's more, when Lin Fan stood up to protect Teacher Wang, there were 3 or 4 men at the table next to the drunkard, drinking and watching the show. I'm afraid they are in the same group. All eyes turned here. However, they seem to have underestimated Lin Fan, the man who stood up quickly in front of the beauty. Not only did Lin Fan not move, he pointed at the other person and said, "Watch your mouth. Your mother came out to eat and people said this about her being lonely and looking for a man. Are you happy? Or are you a piece of shit with no one to support you and no one to love you?" Lin Fan has never been in a good mood when dealing with people like this. And he also knew that he could immediately anger the other party. Sure enough, Lin Fan just said that. This time he successfully diverted the other party's attention to himself. The man soon got drunk and pointed his finger at Lin Fan. "Damn, are you tired of living? Who are you scolding?" He came up and stretched out his hand to slap Lin Fan. Unexpectedly, no one could have imagined that Lin Fan was so fast that he grabbed the opponent's wrist and stomped on his ankle with his right foot. The other party let out an ah. Severe pain in the foot. In a flash, Lin Fan threw him over his shoulder, twisted his arm and pushed him to the ground. The other party let out a cry and screamed continuously. "Bastard! Bastard! Let me go! Let me go! It hurts! Brothers, what are you doing? Beat him! This guy is really thinking of bullying others even though he is about to lose his arms." Lin Fan said to Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, you go first, leave this to me." As for the other people who were eating, they immediately left their seats when they saw the scene and wanted to fight fiercely. Seeing this, the lady boss, who was holding the barbecue she had just made, begged, "Don't fight. Don't fight. Oh, who hasn't he encountered anything yet? If you lose the fight, you will be hospitalized. If you win, you will go to jail." Not to mention that the proprietress is quite resourceful. Unfortunately, Lin Fan wanted to keep things quiet, and now that his punishment had come, he was almost done apologizing to the Cheongsam beauty, Teacher Wang. But Lin Fan didn't care about what he said, so he said, "Listen carefully, I will forgive you this time, but if I find you doing this again next time, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Fan let go of the other person's arm and explained to the barbecue restaurant owner what had just happened. The proprietress understood and said, "Don't be like this, you must respect each other and please pay attention to your words and actions. Things should end here." Lin Fan turned his head to look at Teacher Wang, only to find that Teacher Wang was crossing his arms and snorted coldly, "What, are you worried that I can't handle it well? After all, I am a sports coach, hey. Be careful." However, as the two were talking, Mr. Wang shouted urgently and his head was about to be pulled away. The next second, there was a buzzing sound, and Lin Fan felt as if he was punched on the scalp. If Teacher Wang hadn't reminded me in time, I would have been hit hard in the neck. He covered the back of his head with his right hand and quickly turned his body to adjust his alert posture. Then he saw the man he had just let go of was about to hit him with another fist. Lin Fan immediately jumped up and kicked his fist. "Ah!" the man screamed. The people who were originally at the same table with him immediately gathered around him, and someone shouted, "Good job, you dare to beat my brother. Then you won't live tonight." After saying that, one of the more agile men was about to kick forward, but Lin Fan dodged it. He then tried again. Lin Fan slapped him in the face. He said, "I didn't mean it. It was you who wanted to attack me, so I was acting in self-defense." Self-defense? What the hell is self-defense? The man refused to accept the defeat, so he took off his coat and rushed forward to be rude to Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged one move after another, finding the right moment to punch him hard. The man suddenly cried out. He squatted down and covered his face. And he said to Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, call the police quickly. These bastards are habitual offenders who specifically pick on girls." Wang Qian was also unambiguous. "I was just thinking about how to get out of this situation and forgot to call the police. I started dialing immediately, and saw one of them panicked and said, 'Brother, I just got out. If I am arrested again, I am afraid I will be in trouble.' Run," someone suggested. Lin Fan immediately said, "Teacher Wang, record the video. And everyone here at the scene, please bear witness for us." For a moment, many onlookers began to record the incident with their mobile phones. But the drunkard stood up and shouted, "You kid. Okay. I'll remember you, don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you live a life worse than death. Walk." He was about to run. But Lin Fan was agile, and even if the drunk man moved his body, he was still not as fast as Lin Fan. He first grabbed the drunk's sweatshirt and pulled it back hard. He then stepped on the back of the man who had just tried to attack him without knowing the consequences but was now covering his face. He shouted, "You guys are not innocent either. Do you want to go to the police station for a few days? What kind of bad friends are you making? If you don't want to get into trouble, get out of here." After he finished speaking, several people were stunned. Then he ran away angrily while looking at the drunk man's expression. At this moment, the patrol police also arrived. Lin Fan informed the policeman what had just happened. Chapter 77, A Hero Saves a Beauty and She Actually Lives Here. "Oh, your skills are getting better and better now." After understanding the situation, the patrolman made a quick judgment and, based on the reaction of the people at the scene, he immediately called his colleagues and took the two people who were causing trouble away. Lin Fan straightened his clothes. The patrolman said, "Don't fight. If anything happens, call the police immediately." Okay, you guys continue eating and drinking." Lin Fan was naturally a law-abiding citizen, and Wang Qian also explained the situation. After the police left, all the tables here were overturned on the ground. Lin Fan said to the proprietress, "I'm sorry, proprietress, look at how much loss there is here. I will compensate you for it all. After saying that, you need to open your WeChat balance. There is about 800,000 yuan in pocket money, which is used for daily food and drink expenses." The boss lady said, "No, it has nothing to do with you, it was the gangster who started the trouble, and I'd better put the sign in a more obvious place to prevent fights in the future." She insisted on not asking Lin Fan to pay compensation. After having someone clean the place, Teacher Wang said to Lin Fan, "That's it, the proprietress is also a kind person." Lin Fan had no choice but to give up. However, this proprietress is very righteous. If it were an ordinary person, she would have to pay some compensation before letting it go. Thanks to you. I was very weak when I was in college. If it weren't for you, Teacher Wang, who trained with me every day, I wouldn't have such good physical fitness. Teacher Wang, who was wearing a tight cheongsam, praised Lin Fan. Lin Fan naturally knew how to be grateful. Although, it was just to help me lay a good foundation back then, I started practicing boxing after I graduated. But Teacher Wang's kindness to Lin Fan was that he built a solid foundation for him. You kid. It seems that if I am with you in the future, I will not be afraid of anyone. Come, drink, don't let them disturb our fun. Lin Fan nodded and chatted for about 40 minutes while eating the roasted lamb, roasted corn and roasted eggplant on the table. At that time, Lin Fan looked at the time and realized it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. You can go home and rest now. But then I heard Teacher Wang say, "Well, it's late enough tonight, if you don't mind, come back with me." Lin Fan declined politely. But it's really late now. Another thing is that his car is still parked in the parking lot of the nightclub where Mr. Wang works as a DJ. It does take some time to get there. Lin Fan first tried to take a taxi, but found that there were many people in line. Teacher Wang, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slim figure, said, "Don't think about it, you can't get a taxi here, I will still take you to my house. We are not strangers anymore, really." After saying that, Wang Qian grabbed Lin Fan's hand and asked him to follow her. Well, if it was someone else it would be fine. Wang Qian was kind enough to give me a new body. It was really late and I couldn't get a taxi. I just thought about going back with her first. But what he could not have imagined was that Teacher Wang Qian lived in such a remote place, and that the place was being demolished. Some places have already been completely demolished. In some places, construction was stopped halfway through the demolition. The place where she lived was a place that was half demolished and construction had stopped, but the lighting was very bright. Come on, come in. There is a bathroom over there, you can take a shower first. There is a sofa in the room, you are a boy, so you can sleep on the sofa and I will sleep on the bed. That's quite straightforward. But after she let Lin Fan into her house, she didn't show any sign of being aggrieved, and was as casual and free as she was back then. No, Teacher Wang, you live in a place like this now. Isn't the money you make in a nightclub okay? Lin Fan's feeling when he came here was that this place was more like an abandoned place. Not to mention how the living conditions are, the key point is that it is not safe. There is no one else here. This place is nice. It's quiet, no one disturbs you, water and electricity are free, and the rent is only 500 yuan a month. However, in a few months, the conditions for demolition of this place are negotiated and you won't be able to live here anymore. We'll see then. As for the money, I used it all for my mother's medical treatment. She is at Xihua Hospital. What a sin. Fortunately, Lin Fan came here tonight, otherwise, he would not know that the beautiful coach who had been so kind to him before had now fallen to this state. The key is that she doesn't seem pretentious at all. Where is your dad? Doesn't your dad care? Lin Fan still felt that something was not right. Even if her mother was sick, there were other people in her family. Relatives, grandparents, and so on. Died early. That family was not nice to me and my mother. When we were young, we escaped to Shanghai from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Well, the more I listen, the more shocked I am. It is foreseeable that Teacher Wang indeed has a hard life. And now she seems to be quite indifferent. With such a background, Lin Fan suddenly understood why the former beautiful university teacher could be so relaxed and dance sexily in front of so many people in a nightclub. It's all for living. At this time, Lin Fan decided to find out the situation first and help her himself. Besides, he is also planning to set up a charitable foundation, which will benefit the general public, but the first choice will be the families of his employees. But Teacher Wang has done me a favor, so I must help her. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to speak, Wang Qian said, "Go take a shower quickly." What are you standing there for? Look at me taking off my cheongsam. Perhaps it was because of this indifferent state that Lin Fan clearly hadn't gone to the bathroom yet. From the corner of my eye I saw that she had already started to untie her cheongsam. Lin Fan shook his head and hurried to the bathroom. But the annoying thing is that it was full of girls' toiletries. Bath towels are also for women. What? Do you want to dry yourself with the lady's bath towel? Lin Fan reported the situation to the other party and told him that he could ask someone to run errands and bring over the towel. But then I heard Wang Qian's sweet voice outside, "Use mine. Just bought it not long ago. You save some money." No one can always be successful. When you need money, you will realize how helpless it is to live in this world. Wait for the other person to finish speaking. Lin Fan turned on the shower head, and the hot water poured down, feeling quite comfortable on his skin, which had been tired all day. He was about to scrub. But I heard the other person outside say, "Are you done washing? I'm a little tired and I want to come in and wash too. By the way, Lin Fan, please tell me more about your story with Jiang Jin. I remember that you were a talented couple and a beautiful girl, and many people envied you. It's a pity that people can't remain unchanged forever. The love in student days is still precious, right?" He originally wanted to take a bath for 20 to 30 minutes, but now Wang Qian, the beautiful coach, was waiting outside, so Lin Fan sped up, and after rinsing once, he immediately came out wrapped in a bath towel. When she walked out of the door, Wang Qian had already changed into a pair of pink bunny pajamas. Under the long hair, there is a beautiful face wearing glasses. The two looked at each other, and then the beautiful coach glanced at Lin Fan and said, "It's okay, your pectoral muscles and abdominal muscles are all there, Lin Fan, you are quite sexy. Please return my towel to me later." The hairdryer is in front of the dressing table. As soon as she entered, she turned on the shower without even closing the door, and the rhythm of her taking off her clothes and taking a shower always made Lin Fan feel that she no longer cared and had completely let herself go. Is she reduced to this state now? Chapter 78, Faintly Visible Through the Gauze Curtain. Lin Fan? Bath towel. Help me get the bath towel. I'm so sorry, it's cold here, isn't it? I've tried my best to keep it warm, but the outside of the next door has been demolished, and there's still a piece missing above my head. In this regard, Lin Fan could only use a line from an ancient poem to describe it. This is a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant. Well, I'll give it to you. But Teacher Wang, is this really appropriate? Lin Fan, who was blow-drying his hair, turned his head and saw the willow leaf cheongsam that the beautiful coach Wang Qian had just taken off. The beds are warm and delicate, folded neatly, and have a soft and beautiful ancient style, making people feel good. Oops, I've said it so many times, today's incident is really too sudden. If you want to come again in the future, I will buy it for you. Lin Fan said nothing more. After tidying up the bath towel and walking towards the bathroom door to hand her that beautiful little hand, the bathroom suddenly smelled of the fragrance of shower gel. It smells really good. But really, I feel so unfair for her. How could she encounter such a thing? After changing into thermal underwear, Lin Fan carefully returned the pink bath towel to Wang Qian. I thought the other party might have mysophobia or something, but I didn't expect that when he took the phone, he was apologizing and said, "I'm sorry to keep you waiting so late. Usually there are not many people here, so just make do with it tonight. Wait for me, after I finish taking a shower, I can go to bed." Lin Fan nodded, handed the towel back to the other party, and immediately went to the sofa, which was already covered with a mattress. By December, the weather was getting colder. Same here. There is no heating in the south, so we can only bear it. Lin Fan lost no time and crawled into bed covered with a pink ancient quilt, feeling the strange sensation in his body, which reminded him of the scene in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber where the Mongolian prince needed his guards to wrap a beautiful woman in a soft quilt and carry her into the house at night. He was not an ordinary man, and he was really sleepy. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. When the beautiful coach, Teacher Wang, came out of the bathroom, she grabbed her wet long hair and said to Lin Fan with a smile, "Are you still asleep?" Lin Fan hummed. "It's strange that I can't sleep." As a result, Wang Qian said jokingly, "You must be thinking about women. It's normal for a man. You should find a girlfriend as soon as possible." Lin Fan smiled and said that sometimes he was disappointed with human nature and hoped to meet someone who was truly suitable to be with him in the future. She nodded and got into her bed in her pajamas. There was a layer of gauze between them. At night, Lin Fan could only vaguely see her lying there from the corner of his eye. Then they said good night to each other. They each fell asleep. As for what Lin Fan did before going to bed and what Teacher Wang was thinking while working at night in a sexy cheongsam, neither of them knew. On the contrary, when Lin Fan was teased by the other party, his mind immediately popped up the beautiful CEO Sunny and the campus belle of Hujian University, who was also his ex-fiancée Jiang Jinlai. Oh, by the way, I didn't message her so late. I had originally promised her that I would send her a message if I returned, but it's already so late, so forget it. Sending her a message now will definitely disturb her. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan fell asleep. On the other side, after Wang Qian got into her bed, she felt a little cold because the quilt was given to Lin Fan. She curled up for a long time, but it was still the same. But there was nothing I could do. Ever since I left school and knew what had happened to me, the only people who came to see me, apart from those rich people with bad intentions, were this guy. Oh, it's so cold. Is Fan Fan single now? She turned sideways, and through the dim gauze curtain at night, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan's figure for a long time, her face sad. Later, by diverting my attention in this way, I felt extremely sleepy and fell asleep. This situation continued until the next day, when one woke up at 11 o'clock and the other woke up at 11:01. And they both screamed at each other. Hey! Where did this dog come from? Where did this dog come from? Lin Fan is a little afraid of dogs. The reason is that he was attacked by a mad dog when he was a child. It was now bright outside and the room was well lit. The dog with big brown eyes suddenly appeared next to Lin Fan. Karen! Karen? Come here. This is your brother Lin Fan, please don't bite him. When the dog heard its owner calling it, it immediately turned around and ran towards her. Before Lin Fan could get surprised, Teacher Wang said, "Ha, this guy must have run away yesterday. I was wondering why I didn't see it. It's a pet dog I raise here. How about it, isn't it cute? Ugly and cute." Although Lin Fan doesn't own the dog in front of him, he knows its breed. It is a pug, commonly known as a mangy dog. He has round glasses, an explosive head, a short nose and long legs. It doesn't look like a purebred starling. It was a bit scary when I first saw it, but now when I look at it from a distance, it looks at Lin Fan as if nothing had happened. The expression is really cute. Then Lin Fan said, "Did you raise this?" "Yes, it's a stray dog. I saw it and fed it a few times. Then it waited for me to come home from get off work every day. It is my guardian beast." After saying that, Wang Qian, who woke up from the bed wearing a pink pajamas, gently stroked the other person's head. Afterwards, the other party seemed to realize something. The phone rang. It was about her mother in the hospital. She had a beautiful youthful smile on her face, but her expression soon became serious. She almost tried to hold back her sadness but said stubbornly, "What, I have to do dialysis again?" "Yes, if we don't do it, the condition will become very dangerous again." "Are you sure you want to do it?" "Of course." The person on the other end of the phone was urging him, and Wang Qian hesitated for less than a second before suddenly becoming strong. "Okay, then I'll wait for you in the hospital." The voice on the other end of the phone sounded like that of a male doctor. Wang Qian hung up the phone and immediately raised her beautiful legs out from under the quilt. This made Lin Fan look surprised. Then she said, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have time to treat you to breakfast. My mother's illness has relapsed. Xiaofan, please stay healthy in the future. I'll go to the hospital first." After saying this, she seemed to be pretending to be relaxed, but she was already panic-stricken and terrified when she walked. However, she had to be strong and quickly put on her clothes and tidy herself up. Lin Fan has some assets now. Although this situation has nothing to do with me, I still want to help her. So I said, "Teacher Wang, you are short of money, right? See how much, maybe I can help you." But the other party immediately smiled and said, "Thank you, Xiaofan, this is my fate and I have to bear it. Thank you for your kindness." No. After saying this, she had simply packed up and was still wearing the willow leaf silk cheongsam with slits. Wrapped in a coat, he left quickly. Chapter 79 Iceberg Hot Spring. TSK. You kid, it's almost noon and you don't even reply to my message? On the other side, after the morning meeting and assigning tasks, the beautiful CEO Sunny closed the office door and sat in the CEO's office on the 33rd floor of Lujiazui Cultural Building. While taking a sip of coffee, she looked at the empty chat history between the two and gave a delicate rebuke. Today, she is wearing a snow-white fur coat with a white lace halter dress underneath, and 10 centimeters pointed heels, looking like a celebrity. But it also seems lonely. She was thinking about sending a message right now. Suddenly, the words that boy had said to me before came to my mind, "Don't restrict me too much, let's fall in love slowly." I subconsciously stopped myself from doing this. She continued to scold, "Humph, if you don't send me a message before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I will come to find you immediately." Brat. Oh, why do I miss him so much? It's only been one night. Sunny crossed her beautiful legs, sipped her coffee, and turned her head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. She suddenly wanted to go to Turkey. Just when the other party was planning to take a short break and chat with her best friend. Just opened my own small group. Then I found that the boy sent me a message. Schweifan, what are you doing? Schweifan, sorry, I drank a lot last night. It was already past 3 o'clock when I got home. I just woke up. Schweifan is the nickname that the beautiful President Sunny gave to Lin Fan. Maybe it's a bit narcissistic. I always feel that this is the only way to highlight the other person's excellence. Moreover, every time I see this name, my heart is always moved. But I didn't reply to him immediately. I slept alone last night and played the piano for a long time before I felt sleepy. Don't you know that women are most likely to feel lonely at night? Whenever I think of this incident, I want to deal with him. Wow, so cute, I want to raise one too. In the sister group, Chi-Chi posted a front-facing photo and video of a Korean bichon frise. P.S. We are on our way to Hangzhou to pick it up on site. After Sunny took one look at the cute and sweet little bichon frise, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. I just feel so healed. Chi-Chi, then just raise it. Chi-Chi, we just set out not long ago, shall we meet up here? Chi-Chi, the owner of this pet club, has a Maltese and a Shih Tzu with noble bloodlines that cost 80,000 yuan at home. They are both very beautiful. I think the Maltese and Shih Tzu are quite suitable for your temperament, Nini. Let's get one. Wanwan, wow. So cute. I had seen the girl named Wanwan last time in the forest villa. She seemed to have just seen it and immediately let out a sigh. Afterwards, internet celebrity John Yaru also suddenly showed up. John Yaru, I just bought one yesterday, also a bichon frise. The boss wanted me to pay 30,000, but I got it for 24,000. Let me show you. As she spoke, she sent another video of the animal being kept at home to the sister group. This is another super small bichon frise. Lively, cute and sweet. She is really good looking. Although Sunny had heard of it before, today she saw her sisters all bought it. Judging from their reactions and how much they liked it, it was like they had their own sweet baby. Needless to say, she also wants to raise one. Humph, after I raise it, when the brat is not around, I will just sleep with the little pet in my arms. Sunny thought so. The group is already bustling with activity. Everyone says they want to get one. Sunny Bobo, a pair of slender fingers with newly done cherry-colored manicures, were about to reply. Unexpectedly, the boy sent another WeChat message. Schweifan, why don't you speak? Humph, it seems like he is getting anxious because I ignored him. Sunny felt secretly happy for a moment. But she continued to ignore him. Then the other party sent a message again. Schweifan, you are so strange today. Normally, the message would have been sent long ago. Did you do it on purpose? Schweifan, oh, I get it. You must have taken the initiative to show your affection to me in the early stage, and then deliberately ignored me after I got used to it. You have such a cruel heart. Schweifan, Miss Sunny. Schweifan, if you don't say anything, I want to come to see you after work today. Humph, I don't know why. Although the boy showed that he missed her a little, his last sentence was threatening. She didn't want to bother with it anymore. Continue reading without replying and return to the sister group. Sunny, at Chi-Chi, I have something to do today. Please go to the place and take pictures of their beautiful pets for me. I want the more expensive ones, especially the Maltese and Shih Tzu. After saying that, he sent a targeted red envelope of 200 yuan to the group. Chi-Chi, what is Nini doing? I thought the other party would refuse politely. In fact, after receiving it, he made a puzzled expression. Sunny, labor fee, help me watch remotely, I want a raise. At this time, the other girls in the group seemed to notice something was wrong, and Wanwan spoke first. Wanwan, oh, did you have a fight with our young master Lin? Wanwan, are you afraid that after you raise a baby, your man will feel that he spends less time with you? Chi-Chi, I think so too. Did you two have a fight? Chi-Chi, if you quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed, you will be fine at night. Remember to hug and kiss. As soon as these words came out, many people in the group laughed out loud. Sunny didn't bother to pay attention to them. I just said, really, even red envelopes can't shut you up. Whoever is free this afternoon, come with me to take a hot spring bath. a new ice spring bath was installed. As Sunny said this, she quickly debugged the screen of the new product of the Japanese hot spring center she invested in on her computer. The surroundings are like an iceberg, and the shape of a naturally formed lake channel is very private. It can accommodate at least 4 or 5 people, which is relatively comfortable. The external price is 3,888 yuan for 3 hours. The publicity has already begun gradually. The staff of the hot spring center specifically stated that it had just been built and invited Sunny, the investor, to go and experience it. Sunny sent this message to the group. Actually, she wanted to go in and experience it alone with Lin Fan. Now, no news all night, sorry, I'll give it to someone else first. Chi-Chi, what a great atmosphere. I'm going. Wanted Chi-Chi, don't you feel cold? Chi-Chi, the hot spring water must be hot, right? Anyway, I like it. I just bought a sexy swimsuit. Okay, I'll go too. Sunny at Jiang Yaro, come with us. Although everyone here has a good relationship, the one who has the best relationship with Sunny is actually Jiang Yaro, an internet celebrity who already has 2 million fans. She seemed busy. After a while, he replied, okay, but I have a performance tonight, which will end around 10 o'clock. Sunny, then let us meet at 10:30 p.m. Chi-Chi, 10:30? Nightclub? Okay, let us go to a nightclub. Maybe I can meet a handsome guy at night. The group was chatting lively. Sunny also finally decided that the sisters would meet at the new pool of the hot spring center at 10:30 that evening. But what they didn't know was that Lin Fan also arrived that night and entered the same iceberg hot spring with them. Chapter 80 Cold War. Aren't you replying to the message yet? Are you angry? When he came out of Wang Qian's house in the morning, he wanted to go to the company because it was a weekday. However, Shishir sent him a message to explain the situation of the company today. Lin Fan felt that everything was going on as usual and there was little point in him going to the company. So he took a taxi directly to the parking lot of the nightclub last night and then drove back to his home. Then he took a shower and lay down on his big bed to have a comfortable sleep. Then he looked at the company's daily report and the host's current live broadcast status, and cued the company group, saying that Sunner's status needed to be improved. I didn't fight as hard as I did when I first came here. After that, the director in the group immediately said to him, got it, Mr. Lin. After that, I was only busy sending messages to the beautiful president and no longer managed the company's affairs. Lin Fan, okay, you actually ignored me. Lin Fan, okay, if that's what you want, then I'll just take care of my own business. Bye. After leaving the message, don't indulge her. Then I crawled into bed and had a sound sleep. During this period, white clouds were floating and the blue sky was deep. Lin Fan dreamed that he was like a fish in the deep sea, swimming freely, after having fully cultivated his spirit and body. Wake up at 5 p.m. I felt refreshed. The setting sun was hanging in the sky outside the window, but after turning on my cell phone, there was still no message from the beautiful CEO Sunny. Lin Fan was suddenly shocked. Is she really not going to reply to my message? Lin Fan really didn't like this feeling. She had been so proactive before, but now, after he had sent her so many messages, she hadn't even replied to a single one. This is outrageous. He was thinking about how to stimulate him to reply to his message. But I don't want to continue leaving her messages on WeChat. After all, she has left a lot of them, and she would have replied a long time ago if she wanted to. So I created a circle of friends and sent a message to my brothers. The general meaning is, people must not be controlled by a single emotion. The more they expect, the more disappointed they will be. It's better to be yourself. The picture was accompanied by a picture of the airport on the way to Sanya. Lin Fan is indeed going on a business trip with his female secretary Shishir next week. Their company now has a certain say in the field of e-commerce live streaming, and Sanya has relatively abundant fruit products. Lin Fan was thinking that maybe he could help farmers through this contact. He thought that if the other party still didn't pay attention to him, he would just mind his own business. Unexpectedly, I had just gotten over the mood of missing her. Suddenly a WeChat message exploded. Sunny, where are you going? Lin Fan ignored him. Look, it exploded. She is using the cold violence against herself. Sunny, tisk, you're being so arrogant after not talking for a whole night. Please tell me where you're going. Lin Fan still ignored him. Report? Why report to you? You are not my wife. Until I still didn't respond, I sat on the sofa at home, turned on the TV, and prepared to make tea and watch a movie. Thump 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 thump. A voice call popped up immediately on WeChat. It belongs to Sunny, the beautiful president. Lin Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he guessed, it seems that she is anxious. Do you want to answer her call? Or continue to treat her coldly? Anyway, she was so cold to herself. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Lin Fan pressed the button directly. The TV is playing the recently popular annual series Fights Breaks Fear in CNNI. How can women compare to the hot-blooded anime? He almost hung up the phone. Miss? Do you need me to drive you there? Sister Chi-Chi said she would get off work early today and would probably go to the hot spring earlier. On the other side, inside the 20th floor villa in Building 17 of Daegu Housing. At this time, the beautiful President Sunny, who was wearing a golden tube top and hip skirt and had just finished putting on makeup, was actually in a good mood. She had just heard a very good song, so she thought about listening to it first and trying to learn it while she was at it. Unexpectedly, I thought that the boy would call me and even admit his mistake. Now I took the initiative to contact him, but he didn't reply to my messages, didn't answer my calls, and even hung up directly. Oh, is he still angry? Okay, Xiao, please take me there. I just need to take care of something in the car. She answered very seriously. She looks like a beautiful CEO. Xiaoyu did as she was told, and after Aunt Shin brought her a freshly ironed fur coat and changed into a pair of golden high heels that gave her a ladylike look, she stood at the door. The two walked out of the house one after the other and went to the underground parking lot from the elevator. After getting into the pink Rolls-Royce that he bought, Xiaoyu drove in front. Sunny called Lin Fan's own husband in the back seat. But the other party hung up. Sunny, what do you mean? Sunny, if you don't answer my call, you'd better think about the consequences. She had expected the other party to respond to her. But then he realized that he was wrong and changed his words. Sunny, forget it, I'll come to you directly now. Is this how you do it at home? Xiao, go to Lin Fan's house first. I'll give you the address. She changed her mind and executed it immediately. Although Xiaoyu was driving, he knew that the young lady must have encountered some troubles, but he didn't say anything. He just felt that Mr. Lin seemed to be in an emotional struggle with the young lady. Two people in love. Drive quickly towards your destination. And what about Lin Fan on the other side? I was drinking tea and playing some light music. The weather outside was nice today, so I thought I could go out and play basketball. As a result, as soon as he lowered his head, he found the message sent to him by the beautiful President Sunny, and he couldn't sit still anymore. What does it mean? Is she coming to find me? No. It seems like she doesn't know her address? I don't remember the other party having his own address. But that woman is very powerful, so if she wants to find out my address, it should not be a difficult task. I feel that the situation is getting more serious, and it would be unreasonable to remain silent now. It seems that she cares about herself a lot. Lin Fan, what? I'm not home. He said that on purpose. But then the other party seemed to understand his heart very well and said, that's you at home. Lin Fan, if you say you're not here, then you're not here. I wonder what's the matter with this lady. Neither of them responded at first. The current situation is that each other replies within seconds. Sunny, this lady? Sunny, oh, he was with someone else all night, and when he woke up he didn't recognize me, so he called this lady. Sunny, very good, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, don't just call me by my name. You are this lady. Actually, sometimes people are just angry, or they say things that are not what they mean. This is what happened to Lin Fan when he faced the other party who was about to come to him. But soon the other party said, okay, when we get to your house, try calling this lady again. You want me to take care of you, right? Lin Fan. Chapter 81, Rebellion against Tian Gang. Sunny actually said that she wanted to be dealt with by her, right? When Lin Fan heard the beautiful CEO say this, he immediately laughed. What are you doing? You are against Tian Gang and you need to clean up yourself. I haven't dealt with her yet. So I replied, I'm not at home, so even if you come, you'll be disappointed. I'm on my way to the airport now. See you someday. Since you have posted it on your moments, you have to put on a show. He had to do it all. His original intention was to make Sunny anxious, but now both of them were angry and wanted to conquer each other, so they hadn't found the right step yet. I heard the other party reply immediately, "Don't lie to me, send me your current location." Do I play with her like this? If you don't see the real positioning, you won't believe in the series of never giving up? Lin Fan felt that if it were an ordinary girl, she might really believe that what Lin Fan said was true. For example, his ex-girlfriend Jiang Jun. For example, her younger sister, the beautiful girl Jiang Yu. Another example is Wang Qian, the beautiful physical education teacher from college whom I just met last night. Or something like poetry. They will most likely believe that they have gone out. But the person who was talking to him at this time was the female president of Pilai Culture Company, a listed company in Shanghai. Putting aside her financial resources, just from the perspective of her courage and determination to not believe in anything, she is indeed very unique. Boring, I told you not to control me so much. But Lin Fan also has his own way of dealing with it. Now he wants the beautiful president to come to his house. But he didn't want to admit that he said that on purpose just to get her attention. The large flat that I bought at that time, although a little inferior to Sunny's villa, was still considered an upper middle class property in Shanghai. Even if the current market value of the house price drops further, there is still a listing price of around 6 million. I just like to control you, so what? Oh my god, I remember that after I protested to Sunny, she realized that this was wrong, so she relaxed her hunt for Lin Fan a little. I didn't expect that she would take over me now. Oh, don't say anything. If you don't say anything, it means you like being treated like this by me. Your home is on the 18th floor of Building 2, Yunjin Dongfang, right? 1802. She is truly omnipotent. She even knows her own home number. I didn't say that, don't be so self-indulgent. Lin Fan protested vigorously. Ha, it seems that your home is indeed in 1802. I wanted to hear your rebuttal. I was a little worried when I received the information about your home address. Now it's all right. It's confirmed, husband, you do live in 1802, Building 2. I give up. Was she testing herself just now? Lin Fan felt that this person was really good at observing people's expressions and could judge whether the information was correct or not based on whether he responded or not. It's horrible, so horrible. Don't be so self-righteous. It turns out you don't know where I live. If you think it is 1802, then come. I hope you can find it. At this point, Lin Fan can only fight the opponent through psychological warfare. However, I just waited for my response, feeling a little nervous as to how I would handle it. Unexpectedly, the other party responded like this. Your wife, I am a realist. If there is no result, I will not easily change my judgment. I'll go to 1802 first. You kid, if I find out that you lied to me, you know what will happen to you. Xiao was here too. After saying that, she also took a photo of the capable back of her female special forces bodyguard Xiaoyu. Small you? Lin Fan shuddered. In these recent relationships, Lin Fan boasted that he could handle most people by himself, except for this female special forces bodyguard Xiaoyu. Her skills are really much better than mine. Thinking back to that day in the forest villa, the scene where she subdued me in just a few moves is still vivid in my memory. Boring, I really went to Sanya. You are ignoring me again. I thought that maybe I could meet a beautiful woman who shares my feelings with me during this outing, and then we can start a relationship. Lin Fan said this on purpose. But just as he finished speaking, a message came over. You dare. You are my husband, and I am the only beauty you have ever met who shares your feelings with you. I don't believe you can go to Sanya. Open the door. The doorbell rang within 3 minutes after the other party sent the message. So fast? At this time, the living room was still playing the scene of the evil poisonous body of the little medical fairy in Fights Break Sphere erupting. You've got the wrong place, I don't live there. Lin Fan turned off the sound of the TV and tried to respond to the other party in a relaxed manner. At the same time, he tiptoed to the main entrance, wanting to look through the peephole to see if the person outside was the beautiful President Sunny. But, you wouldn't know until you look. At first glance, you will find that there is a beautiful lady standing at the door. She is wearing a fur upper body and a golden tube top and hip skirt underneath. On that delicate face, with delicate makeup and a pair of cold and proud eyes, who else could it be but Sunny's beautiful CEO? Behind her was her female special forces bodyguard Xiaoyu. The baby-faced female bodyguard who looks like Han Ji-Eun Lu. They actually found the right place and determined that they were at home. Okay, you don't admit it, right? Anyway, I'm here. It's your freedom whether you open the door or not, but we agreed that I will wait for you here for a day and a night. If you still don't open the door to see me after this day and night, then I know you don't like me, let's break up. As the beautiful president spoke, she seemed to become a little sad. But, break up? We haven't been together before. After Lin Fan said this in his heart, he felt that he had gone a bit too far. From the beginning to the end, this was indeed the person she was pursuing. It was she who took the initiative to call him husband. When she calls her husband outside, others would normally think that they are a couple, or even a perfect match. If you had to give the two of them a word to describe the emotions that are going on between them, that's the ambiguous period. He did have some ambiguity with the beautiful CEO Sunny. Although, the two of them were intimate on the night he rescued her. She is indeed the type of beauty I like. But is she sad now? Wait for yourself for a day and a night? Oh, forget it. I was angry because she ignored me for a whole day. Now that he had calmed down and could feel the other party's seriousness, Lin Fan then hesitated and slowly twisted and pulled the door open from the inside. This feeling is rare, at least from my own perspective. Sunny is indeed the woman his heart is attracted to. Then, Lin Fan, who was wearing men's pajamas, was quite embarrassed to see the beautiful CEO Sunny standing at the door of his house. As for the beautiful president, Sunny, her beautiful eyes immediately looked over. For a moment, the four eyes met as if exploding. This beautiful CEO was biting her red lips. Chapter 82. The battle is brutal. Oh, didn't you say you were not at home? Get out of the way. The moment he saw the beautiful CEO Sunny, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Because she is really so beautiful. She is wearing a furry and luxurious fur on the upper body, a small leather skirt on the lower body, and silver sparkling high heels. Under her long wavy hair, there is a beautiful face with exquisite makeup. Everyone who sees Sunny thinks she is the sister at the top of the food chain. What are you doing? So fierce. This beautiful CEO Sunny obviously didn't give Lin Fan a very good expression after seeing him. I could have predicted this. After all, I had made her very angry just now. What's more, I had taken the initiative to open the door, letting her find that I was not only at home, but also listening to beautiful light music at home. Oh, am I fierce? I am always very gentle, okay? Is that true, Xiao? Lin Fan was the type who would tell the other person directly what he was like. Now that he saw her like this, he naturally gave his evaluation directly. Unexpectedly, she seemed to be prepared and subconsciously turned around and asked Xiao, who was standing at the door. Xiao smiled awkwardly, but quickly responded and said competently, "Yes, the lady is indeed very gentle and approachable." After that, Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore, and said to Xiao, you can't just agree with her just because she recruited you to protect her. If you go on like this for long, Miss Sunny will become arrogant. Ha ha ha, Lin Fan said this seriously and couldn't help but laugh. He just suddenly felt that Ms. Sunny will swell inexplicably hit his funny bone. Well, that's right. You were making me angry just now. I thought you would admit your mistake when we met, but I didn't expect you to continue to make me angry. Xiao, I'm in a bad mood now, what should I do? You. After Sunny arrived at Lin Fan's house, she looked around and her smile revealed that she didn't know a single boy's home could be so tidy. Although she appeared to be very angry, she was emotionally very calm. But when she said that to Xiao, it was obvious that she was criticizing herself. What she meant was that if he didn't coax her anymore, she would let Xiao, the female special forces bodyguard, take care of Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a little anxious. Especially when Xiao really follows Sunny's lead. The battle is very fierce now. Me what? Xiao, why don't you take action? It seems that the beautiful CEO Sunny really wants to deal with Lin Fan. Lin Fan shouted, Stop! Stop! Xiao, when you tied me up last time, your movements were really sharp, but it really hurt, could you please stop doing that? Sunny, don't listen to his nonsense. Maybe he enjoys that feeling. Lin Fan. As soon as he heard Sunny, the conceited beauty, say such things, he immediately got angry. I think you like that feeling. Okay, Miss Sunny, let us talk about it and let Xiao leave first. We'll play one-on-one and see who enjoys it more. He actually tried the same thing on me. Lin Fan really lacks a target experiment. But how could Sunny be fooled so easily? She is a beautiful CEO who manages a listed company with more than 3,000 employees. If she didn't have the skills, would she say such things? Humph, Lin Fan, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Then there is nothing I can do, shall you, After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan to react, he immediately gave Xiao Yu a look. Xiao Yu rushed over and was about to subdue Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately said, "Don't do this. Also, Miss Sunny, when did you ever give me a chance? As soon as we met, you turned against me and said you wanted to deal with me. How could you give me any chance?" She definitely did it on purpose, just wanting Xiao to deal with her. After seeing herself being beaten up, she just stood by and watched silently, feeling secretly happy. Overthinking. This kind of situation would never happen to Lin Fan. Didn't Xiao give you opportunities before he took action? Well, I'm still in a bad mood right now. After saying that, Sunny sat on the sofa and crossed her beautiful legs again. Lin Fan understood now. What she meant by giving herself a chance was a gap like the one she's having now. Well, don't say you are in a bad mood, I am not in a good mood either. Seeing the right opportunity, Lin Fan immediately started talking to the other party. Unexpectedly, as soon as I finished responding, the other party asked, "You spent the whole night fooling around with others, and now you say you are in a bad mood? Little you. Don't do that." When the beautiful CEO Sunny called on Xiao Yu to take action, Lin Fan immediately prayed. Then he said, "Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that seeing that you are in a bad mood, I am in a bad mood too. I originally wanted to make you happy every day, but I didn't expect that you were so unhappy now because of me. You really deserve a beating." Very good, Lin Fan instantly switched to high emotional intelligence mode at the critical moment. Girls really like it when boys praise them. Besides, Lin Fan was indeed praising her sincerely. The other person quickly smiled, touched her hair, and said in a royal sister's voice, "Yes, Mr. Lin, wouldn't it be better if you treated me like this earlier? Why make things so tense? Ms. Sunny is right." Seeing that the other party's mood had calmed down, Lin Fan immediately gave her a big thumbs up. And he continued to praise the other party, "Ms. Sunny is dressed very beautifully today. I was amazed at the first sight of you. She must be the most beautiful lady in this country. Who could be prettier than Ms. Sunny? There is none at all." Lin Fan even praised it. But the other party sneered and said to Lin Fan, "That's enough, just give me some compliments. Although I know I am good looking, I am not arrogant. There are plenty of beautiful women in Shanghai, and even all over the country. But they are not as pretty as Ms. Sunny. I felt my heart beat faster the first time I saw Ms. Sunny. How could I be so lucky to meet such a beautiful sister? What's more, she was the one who took the initiative to come to me." At this moment, Lin Fan said everything he wanted to say. Although his words were exaggerated, they were all true. His ex-girlfriend is the campus beauty of Hujian University, and she represents the highest and most beautiful level of beauties in Shanghai. However, the sexy beauty president Sunny is obviously more beautiful and more charming than Jiangjun. Her every frown and smile is full of affection. Lin Fan glanced at her and found that even though the other party asked Lin Fan not to say anything more, but she seemed to enjoy it, lowering her eyebrows inadvertently, her face slightly flushed, and a faint smile on her lips. In his voice, he scolded, "Hooligan. Who wants to hear you say this? I haven't settled the score with you yet." A pair of beautiful hands casually touched her hair. Unexpectedly, I heard Lin Fan say again, "I am telling the truth. You ask Xiao. When I praise you like this, I'm probably using 30% of my ability. Miss Sunny, your beauty is actually unparalleled. It is truly the most beautiful thing in the world." Lin Fan smiled. Chapter 83, I am embarrassed by praising the beautiful CEO. You. Okay. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect that you gave such sufficient emotional value. It's not that exaggerated, it's unparalleled. The situation was tense just now, and in the next second, Lin Fan was about to be dealt with. Now, after Lin Fan's flamboyant moves, he successfully adjusted the other party's mood to be much more comfortable. The tone of his voice was also much softer than before. Afterwards, the crisis seemed to be resolved, and the beautiful President Sunny glanced at the female special bodyguard Xiao Yu who was waiting nearby. Xiao Yu immediately paused and said respectfully, "Okay, miss, if you need anything, just press the portable alarm I gave you earlier." After saying this, she closed the door and left Lin Fan's house. No. Siren? A body alarm? This conceited beauty is carrying a personal alarm? Is it because her assets have not reached a certain level yet? This beautiful president not only hired a female special forces bodyguard, but also installed a portable alarm. I guess Xiao 1T leave too far. Whenever the alarm on Sunny sounds, the other party will definitely rush in, no matter what means they use. Fortunately, the interaction between me and the beautiful president is good, and I am not in any crisis for the time being. Okay, got it. I'll let you know if there's anything new. After saying that, Xiao quickly and quietly closed the door and left soon. At that time, in Lin Fan's own home, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Lin Fan and the beautiful President Sunny were alone together. Humph, why don't you praise me? You continue. Are you running out of words? Sunny crossed her beautiful legs and tried to hit Lin Fan intentionally. Lin Fan was cautious for a moment, meaning, you stinky woman, didn't you just say that the praise was enough? What the hell is going on now? However, Lin Fan soon realized that she just felt that the situation between them was a bit awkward and wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. It was impossible for Lin Fan to reveal the secret and tell her what he did last night. Some things cannot be explained in a few words. What's more, last night he was at the home of his former beautiful college sports coach. This kind of thing will only make things worse the more you explain it. No, sometimes I also feel that I may be a bit fond of exaggeration and metaphor. Therefore, even though I praise you without falsehood, I still sometimes condemn myself, wondering if I have praised you too much. Sunny snorted. She said in a tender voice, I'm thirsty, that's not right, now I want to call you Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is my first time visiting your house, don't you have any welcome ceremony? I like you. Welcome ceremony. Lin Fan felt that this beautiful CEO was just being pretentious. But girls, the more beautiful they are, the less they can say it directly. Unless you two want to quarrel or have a cold war. Yes, just now at the door I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to sing a song for you. However, it will probably take a few days to compose the music. An idea suddenly struck me, and when I saw her just now, my eyes lit up. She was like a beautiful woman walking in the dim light. Whispering sound. So talented? What if I don't believe it? It is obvious that the beautiful CEO Sunny was attracted by him. Sing to yourself? I thought he was borrowing someone else's song, but I didn't expect that this guy wanted to create his own original song. I became interested immediately. Lin Fan was not afraid, and he acted on his own will. He said to her in front of her, the song I wrote for you is called The Beautiful Woman Walking in the Glimmer of Light. First sentence, you knock on the door and come to me. Second sentence, I imagine what you look like. The third sentence, I haven't seen you for one night. The fourth sentence, a sleepless night. The fifth sentence, looking forward to it, looking forward to the beauty, what will she look like when you see her? Lin Fan was improvising, and as he was talking, he felt like taking out a notebook and writing it down immediately. This is a poetic and emotional sentence. Just what I like. As for the beautiful CEO Sunny, she didn't believe it at first, but now that she knows Lin Fan's skills, she is looking forward to it. She said in a soft voice, there is more, there is more. I want it complete. Humph, Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, this is the gift you promised to give me. I want to witness its completion. If possible, I can also find someone to release a single for you. Right on our website. He can actually write songs? In fact, after that boy praised me like that, the anger in my heart has been mostly dissipated. I have to admit that this guy is really good at giving emotional value. It can also make people feel happy. He was able to respond and escape so smoothly under my control. I was right about him. For most boys, given that Xiaoyu was about to punish him just now, there would be almost no way for them to escape, right? She was quite satisfied, but what surprised her most was the song he had just sung. I just listened to a few sentences. Isn't at the same scene as when I just met him? It was straight up improvisation. And it just so happened that their Pili Culture Company was about to enter the music field. My brain suddenly exploded. If there are any good songs, I wouldn't mind recommending them as the front page headlines of their new projects. Is this true or false? I'll just take what you said, Miss Sunny, as the truth. On the other side, he heard the elegant beauty in front of him communicating with him like this. I suddenly remembered that Lin Fan had a dream since college, which was to release an album and sing songs. I don't want to become a big star, but it will be enough if I can release an album, even if it is on a very small scale. as long as there is a real audience. As for the fire, that depends entirely on God's will. Lin Fan was fully clear on this point. Oh, when did I ever tell you a lie? Please continue to create, and I will also give some comments. Sure enough, apart from career, the romance and beauty of poetry should be the main theme of life. At this moment, Lin Fan took a carbon pen and quickly copied the lyrics he had just created onto the paper. Continue with the following creation. 6th sentence, she is angry. The 7th sentence, dressed in the aura of a beauty, a pair of beautiful eyes seem to want to kill myself. 8th sentence, admit it, you like her. The 9th sentence, when I see her, the stars light up. The next part should be the chorus. Lin Fan was thinking about whether to use rap instead. The beat must be lyrical, rhythmic, and romantic in tone. So I hummed while trying to find the beat and concentrate on writing the lyrics. As for the beautiful President Sunny, seeing the person she loves, she is so devoted to the creation, sometimes singing beautifully, sometimes rapping lyrically. After all these years, this was the first time that the beautiful President Sunny saw a boy so charming. She was going to get him for sure. No matter what, this man named Lin Fan belongs to her exclusively. Sunny crossed her beautiful legs and said with great certainty in her heart. Chapter 84, a love song for Sunny. Lin Fan spent about half an hour filling in and refining the chorus for this impromptu song. When he was writing the lyrics, a very lively melody naturally came to his mind. How do I describe that feeling? I just felt like I was going to be famous. Because it is lyrical, catchy, and touching. He was worried that he would forget. So while humming the tune, he used a carbon pen to mark the notes to start the tune on the words. After trying to hum it once, and then starting over from the beginning and humming it again according to the instructions and finding no problem, I felt satisfied and excited and finally relieved. And he quickly asked the beautiful president, "Oh, by the way, you at Pili Culture should have people who are good at composing music, right? I am so inspired right now, I don't want to miss this moment. Oh. I am so stupid. Why did I mark it down for fear of forgetting the melody? I can just record the melody while humming it." After saying this, the beautiful CEO Sunny was about to respond to Lin Fan. But I found that the boy had already opened the voice memo. While looking at the lyrics he wrote, he went to the bathroom to hum the general idea and recorded the melody. The rest of the time is spent waiting for the composer to help compose the music so that I can record a demo. As for Sunny, at first she thought the other party was joking. After that, he created and recorded minor tunes, and chose words and sentences to condense the poetic meaning. She has also met many people, including some very talented contestants from the artist companies she has worked with. They all have the same characteristics, they work day and night to create, and are in a state of immersion in creation. But the difference between Lin Fan and them is that others may be more dependent on the songwriter, but he only needs to make use of his vocal advantages and sing emotionally. He, on the other hand, wrote the lyrics, composed the tunes, and hummed them all. I actually just listened to it for a while, and the rhythm is really good. Sunny usually listens to European and American country music, and now she suddenly heard such a cheerful, lyrical, and even a little romantic song. The key is that it is for myself, and I hummed softly in my heart several times in a row. This guy is pretty good. Then she decided to bring such talents to her own company, which would bring great benefits in the future. Hello? Nini, my beautiful female CEO, why don't you reply to my message? Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly received a call from her best friend Chi-Chi on the phone. Sunny answered the call subconsciously and found that she had been waiting for her for a long time. I almost forgot. Today I made an appointment with my girlfriends to go to the hot spring center that I invested in to try out the new iceberg hot spring. We agreed to go there together after get off work in the evening, and this afternoon I was immersed in listening to the songs my husband Lin Fan composed for me. Oh, sorry, I'm with Lin Fan. She was about to say something. Unexpectedly, Wanwan's voice came from the other end of the phone. See? I told you that Nini was with Lin Fan, but you didn't believe it. Oh, the couple is enjoying their time together now, why should we call them now? Nini, how about this, we want to go there today and create some space for you too. However, when you finish, remember to share your experience with us. He. I am looking forward to it. The person who spoke was her other best friend, Li Wanwan. This best friend Li Wanwan is also quite popular on the internet. She became famous for cosplaying game and anime characters. The most famous ones are Yun Yun and Medusa. Later, she also cosplayed BB Dong. But the most popular ones are Yun Yun and Medusa. But, this girl actually dared to say such things about herself intentionally. He immediately said, Wan, you little girl, stop thinking so much, we are just creating something. Besides, I am a man of my words. When have I ever broken my promise? You guys wait in the hot spring, we'll be there soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. But when they heard that two people were going over, they immediately went crazy. TSK, Nini, you are going to bring your husband here, are you trying to provoke us? Okay, you take care of him. Be careful or Chi-Chi and I might snatch your husband away. Sunny just thought they were joking. I also responded, okay, it depends on your ability, but I found my husband myself, so of course he loves me the most. You guys wait over there, we'll be here shortly. After hanging up the phone, Sunny, who was wearing a white wool fur upper body and a white lace slim hip skirt, a sexy beauty with temperament, turned her attention back and found that Lin Fan's sharp eyebrows were staring at her. Where are you going? I heard you say you were going to take me to meet your best friend. Miss Sunny is quite busy. Sunny said, well, we had agreed to take a hot spring bath today. The hot spring center I invested in is trying out the iceberg hot spring today. After you go in, you will suddenly feel as if you are in Antarctica. Antarctica, you think it must be very cold, right? In fact, anyone who has been to Antarctica knows that sometimes the temperature there is not even colder than in Harbin. Now that you mention it, I'd like to go and experience it. However, if it feels good, can I soak in it for a while longer? I like soaking in the hot spring while drinking green tea and looking up at the sky. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, Sunny nodded immediately. The royal sister said, what are you talking about? You are my husband, of course you can stay here a little longer, you have privileges. Lin Fan added, how do my privileges compare to those of your besties? Naturally better than them. Let's wait and see. Well, then, husband, let us go now. After the two of them put aside their past grudges, they acted quickly. They went as soon as they said they would. While going downstairs with Lin Fan, Sunny sent a message to Xiaoyu on the way, asking her to drive to the gate of the community and wait for them. As for Lin Fan, because the relationship between the two was a little cold before, at that time the beautiful president was walking beside him and calling Xiaoyu, her beautiful hands gently shook. Lin Fan did not take the initiative to hold the other person's finger. But it did happen intentionally or unintentionally. He really wanted to hold her hand, but he also felt that this vague feeling was quite good. As for Sunny, it seemed that she discovered Lin Fan's thoughts during this time. Suddenly, a beautiful hand intertwined its fingers with Lin Fan's and pressed them together tightly. The royal sister said, what? You want to hold my hand? If you want to hold hands, just hold hands. We will hold hands often in the future anyway. How about it? It feels great to be in love with me, right? Honey, you can put your arm around my waist. Heaven. Lin Fan just touched her fingers accidentally, but he didn't expect her to capture so many things. She could also understand Lin Fan's inner thoughts, instantly satisfying herself and holding his fingers tightly. It's really nice to have this beautiful CEO as a wife. Chapter 85 School Beauty. Humph, since I want you to regret it, I will make you regret it enough. It's a difficult question. What gift should I prepare for him? On the other side, Jiangjin, who finally had some free time, returned to her office and looked at the calendar, which showed that this Friday, December 13th, was her fiancé Lin Fan's birthday. He and his brother agreed to keep it a secret and help his fiancée have a surprise birthday night. Unfortunately, Jiangjin, who was used to being surprised by Lin Fan all the time, didn't know what to do for a moment. So while I was looking for tips on how to surprise my boyfriend online, I was also thinking about the progress of the fashion show venue for the company I represented. And after sending a message to Qin, the middle-aged man who was pursuing her, I waited for about 3 or 4 minutes and got a reply instantly. Teacher Qin, girl, this is good news. I just asked a colleague from my company and he said there is no problem. He is just worried that your scale is too small. This place is newly built, and the first performance has been arranged for you. Qin, a middle-aged man, naturally didn't know that the person who provided the venue was Lin Fan after asking his new subordinates in the company for the news. He has been bragging to Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University. For example, he would say how capable he is and that this kind of thing is a piece of cake for him. When Jiangjin heard this, she immediately responded politely, well, thank you, Teacher Qin, but can we discuss the venue fee in person? After all, if you rent someone else's venue, you can't use it for free. Also, we want to see it in person, so a bigger venue would be best. Today Jiangjin is dressed as a pure cool girl. She was wearing a black leather jacket on the upper body and a black leather skirt on the lower body. She was wearing a beret, her long black hair hung on her shoulders, and she was wearing long boots. A person is sitting in a huge office with his legs crossed. He is naturally a very beautiful person. With a delicate face, snow-white skin, and youthful and delicate makeup, I'm afraid that anyone who sees her will fall in love with her uncontrollably. But she has always had something on her mind hidden deep inside. Just after replying to the message at work, I immediately started typing on the topic of how to give my boyfriend a surprise on his birthday. The middle-aged man, Mr. Cheen, who was pursuing her, seemed to say something to her again. But she didn't have time to reply. After learning for a while how to give my boyfriend a birthday surprise, I started to complain for a while. First, a girl placed candles in a heart shape and inadvertently invited the person she liked to pass by, and suddenly confessed to him, and the other person was a little scared. Another girl, in order to pursue her favorite school hunk, actually took the initiative to give him a room card of an international 5-star hotel during the break. The school hunk couldn't hold back. There is another one that is even more explosive. On the school playground, in front of everyone, she loudly confessed her love to her idol. It turned out to be a fat girl. The male god left straight away. Later she tried many more methods. But I haven't found a way that I like. During this period, I received constant messages on WeChat. At a guess, it must be Teacher Cheen again. To be honest, if he wasn't still of some use, I would have dumped him long ago. And there is no need to guess. I just responded to him a few words. He should feel that he has gained a lot of weight in my mind and is trying to ask me out. School Belle Jiangjin, now also known as Pretty Beauty Jiangjin, first opened the other party's chat box and set it to Do Not Disturb. Afterwards, I basically didn't even read the message he sent before, and replied directly, "Thank you, Mr. Cheen, but I'm busy organizing a fashion show recently. Can you help us create a group and connect with the venue?" The other party immediately said, "Yes, of course. I don't know if you are free today, girl. There is a pretty good Japanese restaurant where we can go to eat together." The Pretty Beauty Jiangjin felt a little disgusted and said to herself, "Who wants to eat with you? If you weren't of some use to me, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Can't you see that I'm not interested in you? I don't have time recently. Teacher Cheen, please help me connect. If I succeed later, I will choose a time to thank you. How to make a man pursue you all the time?" Of course, it is to keep the other party hanging. What she said now was equivalent to giving the other party a sweet treat. The effect was as expected. Old Cheen was a little unhappy because the other party rejected him, but when he heard that the other party wanted to thank him, hope was immediately rekindled. "Yes. Okay, wait a minute, I'll create a group connection now. Girl, you are already very beautiful, and you still work so hard, it's really amazing. Then let us make an appointment later." What happened next was that after a while, Teacher Cheen really created a matching group. The contact person is a boy whose WeChat ID is Big Dipper. For this kind of docking matter, the purpose of joining the group is to let employees know that I pay close attention to this matter. She also pulled a young girl named Rue from the company into the group, tagged her and assigned her a task. Rue quickly introduced herself in the group and promised to leave the matter to herself. As for the venue, as long as the previous coordination goes smoothly, you can find time to take a look in person, and if there is no problem, then you can finalize it. But when everyone in the group was introducing themselves to each other, Jiangjin suddenly saw the boy who was in contact with her in the group introduced himself as Lin Bei. He looks like a young boy. What is so coincidental is that his last name is Lin and his first name is also a single word. Could this person be related to her fiancé Lin Fan? She just murmured softly. But then he laughed. How could it be such a coincidence? His last name is just Lin. Maybe after Lin Fan and I slept in separate rooms recently, my reaction time has been a little truncated. In the past, Lin Fan could hold himself while sleeping at night. Now, I am alone every day. Thinking of this incident, School Beauty Jiangjin felt very angry and sad. He is so cruel. Just separate from yourself if you say so? And you blocked yourself? Let me tell you, Lin Fan, I can still get things done without you, and then you will admire me so much. Let you deeply realize that your fiancé Jiangjin is my most beloved and the woman you cannot live without. I will definitely make you regret it. Including a birthday surprise for you this Friday night. There is absolutely no other woman in this world who would be willing to do this for you. I vented my feelings alone in the office. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, it is the rush hour for getting off work. Originally, the beautiful Lady Jiangjin wanted to go home and rest. After all, she had been working hard all day. When she was with Lin Fan before, Lin Fan didn't let her do anything. Now, her mind told her to go home and enjoy life, but when she thought about the fact that her fiancé Lin Fan had blocked her, and then looked at her figure, she suddenly felt rebellious. He said to himself, "Humph, since I want you to regret it, then I will make you regret it enough. I want to practice yoga with my sisters. Train yourself to the best possible body shape, and then when you, Lin Fan, see me, kneel down and beg me to get back together." Snort. After saying that, Jiangjin immediately asked her sisters to go to the yoga studio to exercise. Chapter 86, Hot Spring Pavilion, Two Little Daughters Again. Hi. Nini. Here. Hey, you're going too far. None of us brought our boyfriends, so you're the only one here. I have to separate you from Lin Fan later, so that you, Nini, can also feel the sadness of having your love taken away from you. Let Lin Fan and I soak in the same pool. Or we can let our handsome Lin and Yaru take a bath together. 7 p.m., Waweadu Japanese Hot Spring Hotel. After the handsome man and beautiful woman Lin Fan and Sunny got out of a Rolls Royce, Sunny waved her hand and asked Xiao to drive the car to the parking lot. Then she saw from a distance some of her hot girlfriends waving and greeting her at the door. Sunny seemed to be used to such jokes from her besties. Not taking it seriously, Bingmei said, "Well, you guys are chattering and gossiping as soon as we got here. Did you plan to play a prank on us before we came?" Sunny stretched out her fair and tender hands, which must have been slender fingers with cherry blossom-colored manicures, and pointed at them and asked if they were the real ones. Today, Chi-Chi wore a white halter top with slim-fit 7-point blue jeans and a pair of nude backless high heels. She immediately made an innocent expression. He also said jokingly, "We dare not play a prank on you, but you, Nini, we haven't done anything yet, but you hid Lin Fan behind you. Are you so worried that we will snatch away your good Lin Fan?" I said, "Sisters, let Nini lend us Lin Fan for one night, and let us experience the feeling of taking a hot spring bath with a handsome guy. How about that?" Chi-Chi started making jokes right away. Her tall neck was angular, as if she had increased her fitness efforts recently. The jawline is very obvious and she is much thinner than before. There is a unique sexy smell on her body. A white suspender top covers her right-angled shoulders, and slim-fitting 7-point jeans wrap around her graceful figure. Lin Fanduo looked at her and was about to fight back when he saw that she was cueing him. "But I saw another best friend of the beautiful President Sunny, Wan. She was wearing a baseball cap, a delicate face, a black windbreaker, black ripped jeans, and a pair of women's black leather shoes." He also echoed beside him, Yes, Nini, you are too much. You have come out several times to make us envious. Today, we must separate you from Lin Fan." Sunny's third internet celebrity best friend Zhang Yaro is as quiet as ever, but at the same time she has the hottest body. A black women's leather jacket, paired with a black women's leather skirt, and black shiny boots on the feet, gives people the feeling of a delicate little beauty. She glanced at a few people but said nothing. Lin Fan said, "What are you doing? Can't you two learn from Yaru, who is always quiet and well-educated every time she meets?" "How nice." Lin Fan also noticed it. Sunny's two best friends are always good at making trouble every day. Although it was just a joke, it can be seen that they are very happy to be together. Sunny didn't care at all and had a smile on her face. Seeing her husband Lin Fan say this, she also wanted him to have a good relationship with her best friends, so she said, "Husband, they have been my best friends for several years. Although we have a good relationship, they can also do bad things behind the scenes. You should be careful with them." Lin Fan smiled. But then the beautiful CEO suddenly put her beautiful hand around Lin Fan's arm and snuggled up to him sweetly. Eh? Suddenly, Wan and Chi-Chi felt jealous. "That's enough. Are you bullying us because we don't have boyfriends? Nini. When I find a boyfriend, I will show you off." We kissed passionately while riding the yacht. Wan was fine, but Chi-Chi's reaction was particularly strong. I don't know if it's because Lin Fan punished her last time that she is looking at Lin Fan so frequently now. Okay, I almost forgot that I introduced her to a partner of our company before, but she just looked down on him. They were actually a good match. Sunny was also joking with them. But what she just said seemed to hurt Chi-Chi's nerves. He snorted coldly and said, "Don't mention it, Nini, although you introduced him to me, I can't say much, but I had a bad impression of him the first time I met him. He is such a scoundrel. Lin Fan is still better, he looks harmless no matter how you look at him." By the way, Lin Fan, I wonder if you have an older brother or a younger brother. As the group walked into the hot spring hall, a SSVLP staff member led Sunny and her group through a special passage into the VIP room. I do have a younger brother, Lin Fan said. After meeting them twice, I have basically figured out their ways. Now we get along like friends. Younger brother? Wan Wan and Chi Chi said in unison. The beautiful girl, Sunny, who was holding their arms and wearing silver glittering high heels, also turned her head to look at them, expressing her surprise. Well, when I was a kid, my parents adopted a child who was 4 years younger than me. He came to Shanghai not long ago. If you are interested, I can bring him here for you to meet. Chi Chi, I have created an opportunity for you. It was just a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. Chi Chi, who was wearing 7-point slim jeans and dressed sexy, didn't expect that her casual mention would actually slap herself in the face. But in her heart, she was a little fond of someone like Lin Fan. When he heard Lin Fan say that his brother was 4 years younger than him, he immediately said, "He is 4 years younger than you." Never mind. I don't like those who are too young. When Wan Wan heard this, she immediately pushed Chi Chi beside her and laughed, "Oh, my Chi Chi likes big ones." A group of people realized it later and burst into laughter. Chi Chi only realized later that this carelessness had caused everyone to laugh. I quickly said, "Hey, you guys. You guys are so amazing, how come you understand me so well?" Another burst of laughter. Lin Fan, who was listening from the side, exclaimed in disbelief. This topic made Lin Fan blush. These little dishes are really good. I don't know what to avoid. But after Sunny finished laughing, she suddenly crossed her fingers and said, "Husband, I didn't expect you had a younger brother. Why haven't I heard you tell me about him before?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's a long story. He is not my biological brother, but it doesn't matter. I have always regarded him as my biological brother. But he has always felt that he didn't want to cause trouble for us. I feel that we have treated him very well, so he has always been independent and self-reliant." So, Sunny watched her husband mention his family for the first time, and suddenly realized that he seemed to have never mentioned anything about his family before. This is the first time. Of course, your husband's family is your family. Sunny suggested that Lin Fan's brother come out some other day so that everyone can get together. Lin Fan agreed. Recently, this guy asked him to help find a venue for a performance or fashion show. But just when I thought of this, I suddenly remembered that regarding the matter of finding a performance venue, didn't the beautiful CEO Sunny ask me if she could help? Noble people tend to forget things. She was the one who helped to arrange the venue. Lin Fan reminded her. Sunny also suddenly realized, and said in a royal sister's voice, hey, look at me, maybe there are too many things in the company recently, so this is the case. Also, bring him over some other day and we can have dinner together. Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 87. Oh, by the way, you are the only one in the men's locker room now? Why, this is the female VLP locker room. Lin Fan, do you still want to come in? But you can come in if you want. We won mind, don't you think, Yaro? Passing through the SSVLP passage, at the end are the dressing rooms for men and women respectively. However, the Japanese-style hot spring center is worthy of its Japanese style. The decoration here is a typical wooden house tatami design. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. After arriving at the door of the VLP locker room opposite the men's and women's locker room, Sunny hugged Lin Fan and said in a charming voice, "Honey, let's go in and change clothes first, and we'll meet in the hall when we come out later. If it's cold, we can take a sun bath first." After she finished speaking, she separated from Lin Fan. Chi-Chi, the sexy beauty wearing 7-point jeans, was whispering with internet celebrity John Yaro in the back and arrived a little late. Lin Fan happened to be standing at the door looking at the direction Sunny left, and he started teasing her instantly. Lin Fan glanced at her and said, "Chi-Chi, are you still feeling unhappy about the punishment I gave you last time? What do you mean I want to go in? I wonder if you just want to mess with me." John Yaro didn't say anything. Her quiet face and sexy figure give people a cool feeling. I don't know what she went through. Compared to someone like Chi-Chi who is good at expressing herself, Lin Fan might be more willing to interact with John Yaro. It would be nice if the two of them didn't talk and just did their own things. Pooh. I don't want to talk about the last time you did that to me. Lin Fan, I was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously? I just told Nini that I wanted to soak in the same pool with you, Yaro. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Be careful or Nini will punish you. You got it right. I was absolutely right. Chi-Chi, this sexy woman who has recently started working out, definitely wants to change herself. Otherwise she wouldn't be so excited. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately fought back and said to her, "Oh, it seems like you have started working out recently? I heard that once a woman becomes addicted to fitness, she either breaks up with her boyfriend or gets divorced. Which one are you?" After Chi-Chi finished speaking, she was already planning to go to the women's locker room with Yaru. But I didn't expect him to say this suddenly. She immediately turned her head, bit her lip, and glared at Lin Fan. She scolded, "Say another word? I like fitness, but that's not okay. What a great figure. Very spicy." Chi-Chi spread her hands and shook her body slightly. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Good, spicy, your body is really hot, like a chili pepper." Spicy, chili? Ah, a hysterical scream. Lin Fan! Lin Fan you! Chi-Chi's scream immediately resounded throughout the fitting room. You said I have a body like a hot pepper? I saw her turning around to settle the score with Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly walked into the men's locker room, stood at the door and said to her, "Hello, this is the men's locker room, Chi-Chi, you don't want to change clothes here, do you? When the time comes and I tell people outside, oh, a lady has a special hobby and goes to the men's locker room to change clothes, don't you think it will be shocking?" At this moment, Lin Fan has already turned the game around. I felt so comfortable in my heart. Jiangjin, the campus belle of Hujian University, was so hard to pursue back then, but I was able to win her over in the end, and she loved me so much that she didn't want to leave me. Although Chi-Chi likes to stir up trouble a little and is quite smart, she is still in the hands of Lin Fan if he wants to control her. Ah. Special hobbies? Okay, I really want to see if you will tell others about it. Oh, by the way, you should be alone in the men's locker room now. Okay, in that case I'll go inside to change, and you can shout if you dare. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Fan to react, Chi-Chi took the women's hot spring suit she had chosen from the front desk and went to the men's locker room. Lin Fan couldn't help but be surprised and shocked at the same time. This woman! So brave? Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan hurried in. But he didn't say anything at this time. There are 5 separate dressing rooms in the VLP dressing room. Chi-Chi seemed to have gone to the second one. The half curtain at the locker room door was still shaking slightly. From the corner of my eye I could vaguely catch a glimpse of the other person's feet wearing nude high heels. Lin Fan sighed, "Okay, you are awesome." I went to the 5th changing room with VLP 5 written on the door and changed into hot spring clothes. Meanwhile, inside the ladies' VLP dressing room, Wan had already changed her clothes first, and folded the clothes she wore neatly and put them in the locker. I sighed, "Wow, it's so comfortable." "Nini, I hope your hot spring spa business is too popular." When we were at the door just now, there was a constant stream of people coming. The clothes are also nice, very comfortable and stylish. It's nice to spend Saturdays and Sundays here. Her words didn't sound like a compliment. But both the style and service here are very unique. After a while, the beautiful Sunny also changed her clothes and came out. Today she chose a shiny pink cherry blossom hot spring dress with a V-neck. She looked like a beauty, elegant and dignified. Even Wan couldn't take her eyes off Sunny when she saw her coming out. "Nini, you are so beautiful. Although I know you are beautiful, you are indeed much prettier than us." Wan was speaking from the heart. They are all very beautiful, with different styles of beauty. Just one of them is enough to charm everyone. But when you come in front of Sunny, a beautiful and elegant woman, you will feel how unfair God is. How can a woman be so beautiful besides being rich? It's okay, it's not that exaggerated, you are all very beautiful. Sunny teased gently. Then he asked, "Huh? Where's Chi-Chi? Why didn't I see her come in?" Yaru sat on the side, she seemed to have gone to the men's locker room. She was arguing with Lin Fan just now, and she screamed when Lin Fan said that her body was like a hot pepper. It would have been fine if a few people didn't listen, but once they heard it they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chili? Chili? You know what, although Chi-Chi's outfit today is quite fit and sexy, she does look a bit like a hot pepper. Several people laughed for a while. But when Sunny heard that Chi-Chi went to the men's locker room, she was afraid that her husband Lin Fan would be embarrassed. So she put on her shiny pink Sakura hot spring suit and walked quickly towards the door of the men's locker room in her wooden clogs. Wanwan cried out from the side, "It's terrible, Nini is jealous." Yaru also quickly tidied herself up and came out of the locker room. She is simply a little beauty with ancient style and temperament. The good-looking internet celebrities are indeed the good-looking type. She tugged at the corner of Wanwan's clothes, meaning how could you still have time to stir up trouble, and then said, "Hey Wanwan, go away quickly, don't fight between the two of you, Chi-Chi and Lin Fan didn't get along last time, don't fight again this time." Chapter 88, Crazy Mother-in-Law. Chi-Chi is going crazy. When Sunny walked quickly to the locker room door in her wooden clogs, she suddenly felt a little panicked. Even though she was her best friend, she actually went in anyway because her boyfriend was inside. Is this okay? Fortunately, when she walked over, she saw her boyfriend Lin Fan had already changed his clothes and came out. He is at the door. He was very handsome and tall, wearing hot spring clothes. When he stood there, he gave people the feeling of a refreshing handsome guy. Husband? Sunny was still a little surprised at this time. When Lin Fan saw that it was the beautiful CEO who was close to him, he immediately said, "Well, I was scared to death just now." Chi-Chi broke into the men's locker room to change clothes. You should take good care of her. Sunny didn't see anything wrong between the two of them, so she was relieved and said in her royal sister's voice, "I'm sorry, husband." Chi-Chi is usually a little naughty, but she is actually very kind at heart and a famous person. Person? You said she is a person? When Lin Fan heard Sunny say that Chi-Chi was an introverted and shy type, he was immediately surprised. How could anyone like to confront you so much? Is she extremely contrasting? Yes, she is that kind of person. She is likely to be like this when she is with acquaintances. But when she is with strangers, she won't say a word and always hides. After hearing Sunny's description, Lin Fan suddenly calmed down. In addition, the two beauties behind her, Jiang Yaro and Wanwan, also changed their clothes and rushed over and echoed a few words. Lin Fan intends to let the little man's faults go unpunished. When the girl came out wearing a pink hot spring suit, Lin Fan joked, "Hey, Miss Chi-Chi, I heard that you are an I-girl." "Okay, I forgive you. But if you act like that again, I won't be polite to you." As for Chi-Chi, she was just trying to show off her charming figure, but unexpectedly the other party said that her figure was like a hot pepper. When she heard him say that, she immediately walked up to Lin Fan and grabbed his clothes. "Who do you say is I? You just said that I have a body like a hot pepper, right? Nini. Wanwan. Yaru. Please help me judge this matter. Lin Fan bullied me." My goodness, I thought she came over excitedly to cause trouble for Lin Fan, but now I realized she came to ask for help. You are such a contrast, of course you are an I person, am I wrong? Even though it was the beautiful CEO Sunny who said that, Lin Fan decided not to expose her. Don't beg others to judge you in a delicate way. Ms. Sunny, Ms. Yaro, and Ms. Wanwan, look, her figure is really like a hot pepper. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. At this moment, in Chi-Chi's mind, she was clearly the victim, so why did this guy make everyone stand on his side in just a few seconds? For the first time, she felt that Lin Fan's critical hit was a triple kill. You are like a chili pepper. You are like a chili pepper. Nini, I only give in to him because he is your boyfriend. If it were my boyfriend or someone else, he would definitely be in trouble. I said it. The battle now felt like it was heating up. Lin Fan didn't like going back and forth with a woman like this. But Chi-Chi is too delicate and contrasting. Just think of it as adding some spice to your life. What is the thing he wants to do most now? Of course, it was when Sunny and I were alone in a hot spring pool, talking about love. Now that her best friends are here, 3 of them, she feels embarrassed to chase them away. She can only wait until the hot spring bath is over before she and Sunny can have some time alone. That's what he originally thought. But I didn't expect this to happen later. Lin Fan really regretted not giving Chi-Chi a good beating in advance. After changing their clothes, the group followed the guide, walked through the lobby and went outside. Suddenly, a cold air rushed over them, and people were coming in one after another around them. There were many girls shivering as they passed by in bikinis. Lin Fan sighed, "It's so cold. Did the temperature drop suddenly?" Achoo. Wanwan also sneezed and echoed, "Who said it wasn't tea? It wasn't so cold when we got here. Although we changed into clothes for the hot spring center, it wasn't so cold." Yaru, the hot girl internet celebrity, still had no expression on her face. She seemed to be very calm no matter what happened. Lin Fan almost dubbed her the calm sister. What beautiful weather this is. Chi-Chi was still angry about what had just happened and deliberately yelled at Lin Fan, but the next second, Sunny, a beautiful lady with a voluptuous figure and a charming figure wearing a slim pink hot spring suit, also felt the sudden change in the weather. She first stopped and turned her head, waiting for Lin Fan to come over. Then, in front of several pretty ladies, she stretched out her beautiful hand and said to Lin Fan with concern, "Honey, the weather seems to have suddenly turned cold. Let's go quickly, and it will be comfortable when we get to the hot spring." Subconsciously, Sunny's snow-white and slender hands intertwined with Lin Fan's fingers. Although the fingers of the beautiful President Sunny are cold and slender. But at that moment, my heart felt truly wonderful. She held Lin Fan's fingers tightly and smiled at him beautifully. Well, it's not like I haven't soaked in a hot spring before. It's not like I haven't felt the chill of wearing a towel while soaking in a hot spring before. But like today, although he also felt the sudden drop in temperature, after holding hands tightly, he suddenly felt happy and excited. He responded enthusiastically to the other's fingers. I thought to myself that I might as well start a serious relationship with her from now on. Life is only 30,000 days long, and with such a beauty to spend every day with me, what more could I ask for? But when the little sisters next to them saw this situation, Wanwan first clicked her tongue a few times and said in a delicate voice, "Damn, this is so much dog food. Bullying us because we are single." After seeing this, Jiang Yaro also said, "That's too much." But she was happy for Sunny. The most exaggerated one was Chi-Chi, the contrasting beauty. She covered her eyes instantly after seeing it, and then said, Who is holding my Nini's hand? Why can't I see that this boy has the blessing to hold hands with my Nini? Don't lead my Nini astray." Lin Fan laughed and continued to diss, "Fool, do you think Chi-Chi is a little crazy now? How did she come up with such a crazy behavior? Like a gorilla. Quadra kill." At this moment, the shocking sound of the explosion once again rang in Lin Fan and Chi-Chi's minds, as if they were in the canyon at this moment. Chi-Chi's character Jinji was targeted by Lin Fan's Lanling King. That infuriating expression. When they followed the maid to the newly opened SSVLP Iceberg Bath private hot spring pool. Suddenly a heat wave and a warm current hit, and everyone rushed in to take a bath. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Fan was about to go down, he heard Chi-Chi, the girl with the coquettish voice, shouting, "Lin Fan, be careful." "Lin Fan, what do you mean by careful?" Then there was a plop. It was as if a snow-white foot stepped on Lin Fan's back. Lin Fan fell in. Chapter 89 says, "How do you want to be punished?" Plop. Hiss. It's so hot. But I feel so comfortable. My feet slipped and I almost stumbled and fell. To be honest, Lin Fan thought that after continuously fighting and arguing with a girl like this, the other party might retaliate against him. But I didn't expect it to be here. And it happened right under the nose of the beautiful president, Sunny. She really didn't give Lin Fan and Sunny any face at all. "Nini, I want to apologize to you. This kid always bullies me and I am really angry." Well, now seeing how miserable he is, I feel relieved, Quite straightforward. Lin Fan, who staggered several times and almost choked on the water in the iceberg bathroom, hurriedly steadied himself. The water in the pool was very clear. According to Sunny, they were the first wave of customers. Because the pool is particularly clean and the water temperature is about 38 degrees. The steaming hot water soaking into the body contrasts with the freezing weather outside and is simply refreshing. Hey, I'm talking to you too. Isn't it that Nini who is in trouble? After Wanwan came over, she took off her hot spring suit and showed off her charming style. She was wearing a pink bikini. Lin Fan took a look and blushed subconsciously. Because they don't seem to be shy about it. Here, Lin Fan was just thinking about striking back at that stinky woman Chi-Chi, when Jiang Yaro, the hot girl internet celebrity, also took off her hot spring suit, which surprised Lin Fan even more. She is actually wearing a girly pink bikini. But her body after surgery is really pleasing to the eye. You look quite attractive, but also a little weird. The two of them were the first to slowly walk down from the side of the pool and enter the iceberg hot spring. Sunny shook her head, took off her hot spring clothes, and instantly entered the pool with her proud body. She said to her boyfriend Lin Fan, "Honey, are you okay? I don't know what to say to you two, just don't go too far." As for the personalities of her best friend Chi-Chi and her boyfriend Lin Fan, Sunny realized later that the two were simply a pair of enemies. When I was single, I also went out with my girlfriends, but at that time everyone had distinct personalities. Although Chi-Chi was a little outstanding, she was also innocent and cute. She loves her authenticity. However, now that I have a boyfriend, he has a strong and aggressive personality. If I am alone with my boyfriend, I will naturally enjoy it. But now one is her best friend and the other is her boyfriend. The two of them are together, and the encounter of Game of Thrones and fire is unexpected. Come here. Just now when the beautiful CEO Sunny came down, Lin Fan saw that she was wearing an Ice Lake blue lace bikini set. I was surprised for a moment, and at the same time, I felt that it was the charming and beautiful CEO who did not disappoint me. With her snow-white skin and tall figure, she will definitely sweep away everyone at the scene. Her temperament is simply unmatched. But now the atmosphere has become heated. Seeing that Sunny had no intention of stopping him, he turned around and pointed at Chi-Chi in the iceberg hot spring and said, "Don't come over. Don't come over. You'll be mad to death. Lin Fan, stop bullying me in the future. I'm telling you, even if Nini is around." Chi-Chi was obviously very happy at this moment. Just now, she not only avenged the other party who called her a chili pepper. By the way, he also took revenge on the other party for calling him a gorilla. I was so happy to see that he hadn't even taken off his hot spring clothes yet and they were already wet inside. But she obviously underestimated Lin Fan's ability. She stood outside the iceberg hot spring with her hands on her hips and laughed. When Lin Fan wanted to come up from one side, she ran to the other side, making it impossible for Lin Fan to judge where she was going. Lin Fan behind her didn't want to act with her. He jumped out of the hot spring with a splash from the side and climbed to the shore. Afterwards, he took off his hot spring clothes, showing off his masculine body with six-pack abs, and quickly caught her on the shore. I just didn't expect that she was so arrogant before. After seeing Lin Fan come ashore, she ran to the farthest position from Lin Fan, but when Lin Fan really ran over, she was about to run out the door in a hurry. As luck would have it, a maid came to the door. Chi-Chi cried out, "Hey!" Oh! The next second, his body was caught by Lin Fan who rushed over. Chi-Chi! Lin Fan! You dare! To be honest, Chi-Chi didn't expect that this guy would actually come up and deal with her. It's just that things don't go as planned. I could have clearly run away, but now I bumped into someone and was caught by him. However, he seemed to be at a loss as to how to grab himself. Maybe it has something to do with being a girl? Although he looked aggressive, his hands were just grabbing his clothes. He didn't dare look at himself. Ha! I didn't expect this boy to be so innocent and clear-headed. If it were any other man, he would probably have taken action right away if he had the chance. She was thinking this subconsciously, when suddenly a cold wind blew around her and she shivered. I provoked him while hiding and looking at him. The other party also judged that he wanted to escape, and immediately grabbed his arm. A pair of sharp eyes stared at me, as if they were going to deal with me, but I heard the attacker say, "What am I afraid of? You dare to attack me from behind." Well, in that case, I won. Be polite. After saying that, Lin Fan grabbed the pretty girl Chi-Chi's body, bent down, and picked her up like a princess. Dizzy. Hanging in the air. Chi-Chi, who immediately felt a little insecure, started shaking her feet and said in a tender voice, "What are you doing? Lin Fan, what are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. Nini. Help me." She seemed to have thought of what Lin Fan was going to do to her, because this guy was already carrying her towards the hot spring pool. And her body seemed so petite, and being held by the other party so easily made her feel like a ferocious beast. "Throw it down. Throw it down." Wanwan started to make a fuss when she saw this. When Sunny saw her best friend being punished, she shook her head beautifully. What she feels now is that her boyfriend is hugging another woman all of a sudden, and she feels a little uncomfortable. But then she thought that her best friend Chi-Chi had indeed gone too far just now. She crossed her beautiful arms and looked at the two people's actions, feeling a little troubled. But she saw that her husband Lin Fan had already started to threaten her. "Tell me, how do you want to be punished? Steamed or braised?" Princess Lin Fan holds Chi-Chi in her arms. I subconsciously lowered my head and found that this stinky woman was actually wearing a purple bikini. Purple. Lin Fan suddenly felt his face getting a little hot. Is she so contrasting? Chapter 90 Miss Sunny, are you looking for trouble? purple bikini is a symbol of allure and charm. Lin Fan personally believes that only a plump and fair-skinned beauty can bring out his true charm. In other words, ordinary girls should never try it easily, otherwise they will be exposed to the public. But when Lin Fan accidentally glimpsed it, he discovered that it was a kind of tsundere and exquisite beauty. He had never seen it before anyway. That's why they say you can discover new things when you are with girls. Let go. Lin Fan, let me go. At the same time, Chi-Chi, who had just taken revenge on Lin Fan and was now very panicked after being caught, looked at Lin Fan sternly and fearfully, begging him to let her go. But seeing that the other person's face seemed a little hot, and then he looked down at himself, he seemed to understand why he was like that. So he became even more aggressive, and said in a more stern and tender voice, Lin Fan. You can't do this to me, Nini is beside me, aren't you afraid that she will be jealous? Come down, put me down. This is a dangerous move. If you want to keep your balance, you must hold Lin Fan's shoulders and neck with both hands. Chi-Chi, wearing a pink hot spring suit, had no choice but to do so. But Lin Fan was not so easily fooled. Seeing that the other party seemed to be sure that he would react to her contrasting outfit, he immediately said, Don't think about it and don't change the subject. When you stepped on me just now, did you consider that I was the man Sunny liked? Get down here. Why? You. Lin Fan. Don't. Ah, plop. Subconsciously, I felt that a huge wave exploded from the hot spring pool, as if a thunder had exploded. Chi-Chi screamed, panicked, couldn't believe it, and was anxious to find a place to fall into the water. But then I heard the man's hearty laughter, and while I covered my face with my hands, I suddenly realized that I did not fall into the water. Instead, the other person made a move as if to throw himself into the hot spring pool, and his back and legs were almost approaching the surface of the hot spring water. She was scared to death. Lin Fan, what else? Trying to divert attention, huh? I say, Chi-Chi, you are quite cunning and know how to read people's expressions. Do you think that when I see you, you will be like an ordinary boy and cannot control yourself? Actually, if a girl is not kind-hearted and knows how to use her advantages to seduce others, she has no value to me. Let me say one more thing, do you know you are wrong? Do you dare to attack me again? If you dare again, I will throw you into the water. After saying this, Lin Fan held her and stood up again from the ground, seeming to be about to let go. At this moment, Chi-Chi finally realized that this guy was serious with her, and quickly said, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I was just kidding you. Nini, save me. She is quite good at asking for help. But Lin Fan said, Look, you admit defeat unwillingly and perfunctorily. Forget it, I won't waste time with you and let you go. Lin Fan subconsciously wanted to let go. Chi-Chi immediately shouted, Stop. Brother. I was wrong, I was wrong. I was really wrong. But Lin Fan had obviously made up his mind and said, Well, now I can hear that you are sincerely apologizing, but just now you stepped on me into the water when I wasn't paying attention, and I'm still angry, so I'll get out. Then there was a plop sound. This time it was like a depth charge, Chi-Chi was thrown in by Lin Fan. Ah. 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 Help, help. I can't swim. I can't swim. Where has this girl Chi-Chi ever seen such a scene? He clearly said he would spare me just now, but it was too late to say anything now, as I had already fallen into the hot spring pool. The water in the pool is very hot and it is very cold outside, but although my body was soaked in warm currents, I felt extremely comfortable. But she was so panicked at that moment that she started floundering and shouting for help when she fell into the pool. Seeing this, Wan Wan and Jiang Yara hurried over to rescue her, and the cold beauty Sunny also stood up and came over. As a result, Lin Fan was seen going down into the hot spring while saying, Help, what life do you want to save? The water level of the hot spring is not high, at most it is at your waist level, why are you afraid? Oh, fear my punishment. Lin Fan ignored her. He just came to the side of Sunny, the beautiful president, and next to her were already arranged snacks and drinks such as fruits, red wine, and freshly popcorn. He is a little hungry. Not to mention that there is Sunny, a charming beauty wearing an ice lake blue bikini. Miss Sunny, I didn't mean it. She was the one who challenged me. You will always gain more by bravely trying than by simply following suit. What's more, everything Lin Fan did had reasons and reasons. It was that girl Chi-Chi who was just testing Lin Fan. Sunny looked at Lin Fan thoughtfully with her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have something to say to Lin Fan, but seeing Wan and Jian Yaro, who were sitting a little further inside the hot spring, they supported their sister Chi-Chi and said with a smile, "Yes, Chi-Chi, the water level here is not high, you will be fine if you stand up." Neither of them had intended to laugh. It was not until Chi-Chi really stood up and realized that the water level was only above her waist that her face turned red. This. I am so ashamed to face people. This caused everyone at the scene to burst into laughter. Wan was fine, but the internet celebrity Jian Yaro, who was wearing a girlish pink bikini, seemed to have hit the other person's funny bone for no reason. She put her hands on her hips and said in a sweet voice, "Ha ha ha ha." Even after Chi-Chi blushed several times, she was still smiling. Yaru. Really, you are still laughing at me, right? I think you want to experience it too, don't you? After saying that, they started playing around in the middle of the hot spring. Lin Fan and Sunny here have tried lying in the very hot iceberg hot spring water, with their shoulders, backs, and arms all immersed in it. You can feel the clear water rushing in your ears, and when you turn your head, the two of them look at each other. Lin Fan started to make fun of her. Yaru thinks Chi-Chi was too funny just now. If I were her, I would laugh a lot too. However, he didn't expect that his waist suddenly made a sharp sound in pain. He was ticklish to begin with, and now it was a conditioned reflex. Don't move. Then, he heard a cold royal sister's voice appearing in his ears. If it wasn't the mature and beautiful Sunny, who else could it be? Why are you pinching me? Lin Fan reacted quickly. He floundered in the water and almost choked on the water, then he noticed that Sunny's beautiful hand was touching Lin Fan's waist. "Oh, you're still asking me?" But Sunny seemed a little angry. Scolding at the side. Lin Fan felt that this conceited beauty was definitely looking for trouble. So I said to her, "Don't attack me suddenly. I am ticklish." What he feared most was actually someone secretly pinching his waist from behind. But what he didn't expect was that just after he finished speaking, the beautiful president's beautiful hand suddenly pinched him again, this time pinching the flesh on Lin Fan's arm hard. Oh shit. Lin Fan felt a burst of pain. Then he looked at the beauty fiercely and cursed. You. Miss Sunny, are you looking for help? Chapter 91 Sunny, Mr. Lin, you bastard and hooligan. Humph, then you're going to deal with me? Asshole. Sunny, this mature and beautiful lady, seemed to be doing this to Lin Fan on purpose. I saw what happened just now. Although there were reasons for it, I felt uncomfortable when I saw the man I like suddenly hugging another woman. No, it's really a bad feeling. She was a little restrained. I thought they were just playing around, until I saw him holding Chi-Chi with my own eyes, sometimes like a princess, sometimes like a close hug. After he finished, he didn't come to comfort me but continued to make trouble. I couldn't sit still anymore. Lin Fan glanced at her subconsciously, and she lowered her head and bit her red lips. At that moment, her snow-white skin looked as holy and beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her body was under the iceberg hot spring, like a mermaid, and her legs occasionally floated up gently. Say to her, "Why are you scolding me? Asshole. Rogue." Sunny continued to express her inner feelings through her red lips. However, she did not embarrass Lin Fan. Instead, after scolding him, she immediately said, "I don't know why I gathered everyone together today. If I had known this, I wouldn't have invited them." Of course, Sunny said this to Lin Fan in secret. Don't invite them? Lin Fan asked in confusion. I don't think it's normal to invite my besties to try taking a hot spring bath after work. On the way here just now, he saw Chi-Chi, Yaro and others taking selfies and saying something like, "Hi sisters, we are here to check in at my best friend's new hot spring today." Obviously her little sisters will also help her spread the word. But then Lin Fan slapped his head. Oh my god, this beauty might feel that Lin Fan has neglected her a little. Since coming here, I have been interacting with her besties and less with her. Oh, forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. If you want to play with them, then go ahead. Haha, I never expected that the first time Lin Fan saw Sunny sulking she would be so cute. She is totally different from the cold and domineering female president we see every day. Yes, Lin Fan really needs to reflect on himself. Originally, the two of them agreed to take a hot spring bath because they wanted to talk about love and improve their relationship together. Who would have thought that now all the attention would be on others? Okay. It was just so infuriating. Seeing that the current matter was dealt with, Lin Fan immediately began to coax the beautiful president. But she clearly felt it wasn't enough. Lin Fan moved sideways and approached her. Okay, I'm not deliberately not talking to you, it's just that your bestie is too noisy. But, can you find a chance to get them all out of the way later? I want to be alone with you. As he said this, Lin Fan looked at Sunny, the beautiful CEO, with his sharp eyes and her beautiful and proud face. The tempting red lips became even more bright and beautiful after being soaked in water. At that moment, Lin Fan felt that the way he spoke to her, there was a little ambiguity between them. The other party obviously sensed it as well. With a tisk sound. No way. Who asked you to interact with others just now? Lin Fan continued, okay, don't mention anyone else, I just want to be alone with you. Is that okay? Today, I really need to make it up to Sunny. Sunny didn't expect that even though she had offended him again and again, he would still be so firm. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, her voice suddenly trembled, and she said in a soft voice, okay, let's find an opportunity later. Lin Fan thought that she would think about this matter after she finished speaking, but unexpectedly, Lin Fan just adjusted his posture again and soaked his body in the hot spring, enjoying the comfort and fatigue-relieving feeling brought by the slightly hot spring water. Suddenly, I heard the beauty kiss my earlobe, and said in a royal sister's voice, in fact, I have reserved another hot spring here just for the two of us. It's very big inside. Just the two of us. Do you want to come over? Sunny, the beautiful CEO, spoke to me softly in an almost seductive tone. Is there a separate hot spring? Or is it just the two of us? When she said this, I suddenly felt a little flustered. Especially after Sunny stood up, she appeared close to him inadvertently. The distance between a handsome man and a beautiful woman is probably about 1-2 centimeters. Inadvertently, their legs would touch each other. It feels very subtle. Lin Fan enjoyed it a bit. When Sunny found out, her face also blushed slightly. Lin Fan immediately calmed down, turned his head, and quietly leaned close to her ear and said to her, okay. How about we go over there now? Crunch! Crunch, crunch, I have to say, the popcorn freshly fried here is quite delicious. While Lin Fan was enjoying the ambiguity between him and the beautiful CEO, he reached out and took a few pieces of popcorn and put them in his mouth. Sweet and crunchy, just like the love between me and the beautiful CEO Sunny. Okay, I miss my husband too. In fact, another advantage of being in love with a beautiful president is that she will not act unreasonably and knows what is most important to the two of you right now. Besides, the original purpose of the two people meeting was to increase the time they spent with each other. The environment here is great and can make people feel romantic and intimate. Lin Fan and Sunny could both sense this feeling at the same time. Hey, by the way, Nini, where is the bathroom here? Suddenly, a serious voice came over here. Sunny pointed outside and said, this is for SSVLP only, you can find it when you go out. It was Jiang Yaro, the internet celebrity who had always been very quiet, who asked. Oh, I want to go too. Lin Fan also raised his hand. I don't know if it was because he drank too much purified mineral water or what, but he also wanted to go. Well, Mr. Lin, you should come back earlier. At that time, Sunny looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful and tender eyes. They had clearly already agreed on it. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Chi-Chi bit her lip, seeming to still have some complaints about Lin Fan. You stinky man, you actually dared to throw me down. I have already begged for mercy, but you still do that. Don't fall into my hands. She said this in her heart, but on the surface she still showed the temperament and feeling of a smart girl. Lin Fan noticed it for a moment, but obviously didn't take it seriously. This girl always tries to play a prank on herself but always gets beaten up in the end and she still refuses to accept the result. She is no match for Lin Fan at all. But at this moment, Lin Fan was already imagining the scene of kissing Sunny in another hot spring pool that was exclusively for the two of them. Girl, you better line up. With a loud bang, Lin Fan quickly stood up. Chapter 92, Meet an Acquaintance. Lin Fan, please come back soon. Well, I'll be back right after class. The beautiful CEO Sunny was greeting her warmly. Lin Fan also responded subconsciously. As a result, as soon as the two of them finished interacting, their girlfriends who were dressed up in the middle of the iceberg hot spring suddenly shouted yo 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 several times. Lin Fan was kind of backstabbed. It was just an interaction, very normal, but they were so jealous of me. If they continue to imagine it, I will really become Sunny's favorite. Okay, stop doing this. Chi-Chi and Wan Wan, you better not have a boyfriend, otherwise, I will definitely beat you to death with crickets. See you later. Turn around and leave. Because he was eager to go home, he had just finished flirting with Sunny, the beautiful CEO, and now it would be a matter of the two of them kissing passionately in a room alone. I don't know what the two best friends shouted from behind, but Lin Fan was too lazy to respond. Just after Lin Fan went to the bathroom, internet celebrity Zhang Yaro followed him. The two met each other but didn't speak. Perhaps this is the state most of the time between people of the opposite sex who are not very familiar with each other. Lin Fan didn't think much about it. While he was going to relieve himself, he was thinking about how Zhang Yaro was so courageous that she dared to go to Weibo to do 40%. Was it true that as Sunny, the beautiful president, said, she was not interested in and felt bored with boys? Of course this is gossip. After Lin Fan washed his hands and came out of the bathroom, he wanted to quickly go back to the iceberg hot spring of SSVLP and wait for Sunny to speak so that they could secretly leave here and go to the place she mentioned. But the awkward thing was that Lin Fan ran into Jiang Jun right after he walked out of the bathroom. His ex-fiancée. Lin Fan was so shocked that his eyes widened. Why is she here? At first, Lin Fan thought he was seeing things, because the girl had fair skin and a tall figure, and she looked very beautiful. She was wearing a light yellow striped bikini and had a light yellow flower pinned in her long black hair. She has a pure face and stands out among the crowd because she is dressed like a Japanese beauty. Fortunately, after Lin Fan took a look at her, he immediately realized that this was his ex-fiancée and quickly looked away. As to whether the other party saw him or why he saw him in such a place, it is unknown. As Lin Fan quickly passed by, he was thinking about getting to the iceberg hot spring area of the VLP as soon as possible. There's still a sense of security there. But the next second, just as he was about to slip away, she spoke. Husband? She looked at him reflexively, and Lin Fan felt as if his spine was about to be grabbed by the other party's claws, and suddenly he started to tremble. No, it must be because the weather is too cold. On that day, Jiang Jun had been working for a whole week and it was almost the weekend, so she felt sore in her back and wanted to relax. My partner Vivian told me that she had applied for a SSVP membership card in a Japanese hot spring hotel before, and they were holding a new hot spring trial event these 2 days. She couldn't come due to health reasons, so she gave the opportunity to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun also went there happily because she wanted to relax her body. But she didn't expect that just after she changed into her hot spring clothes and put on her favorite pure light yellow striped bikini and came here, she just wanted to go to the bathroom. Suddenly I met my fiancé. She didn't believe it at first, but she had been in love with her fiancé for so long, and she knew him very well, like his figure and work style. In a word, she would recognize her fiancé even if he turned into ashes. Therefore, when he looked at me, I had already recognized him, especially because of his slightly flustered look and his quick steps. She could almost conclude that the handsome guy in the cool black hot spring suit was her fiancé Lin Fan. It's a pity that as soon as I called him, he walked away quickly without even turning back. Jiang Jun, a pure Japanese beauty wearing a light yellow striped bikini, immediately called out again, Lin Fan? Why didn't you say hello and just left when you saw me? There was another girl with Jiang Jun, and that girl was a stranger. Lin Fan didn't recognize him. He just wanted to leave. But when he saw that the other party had recognized him, he quickly tried to leave, but he found that the other party called him again. It suddenly became even more panic-stricken. But in this situation, it is better to be resolutely wrong than hesitantly right, so I will just pretend I didn't hear it. So I happily continued to move forward. But the bad thing was that the other party seemed to have finally found him. He ran over madly, appeared in front of Lin Fan, and blocked his way. At the same time, Zhang Yaro, the internet celebrity, happened to come out of the bathroom and saw a beautiful woman standing in front of Lin Fan. She just glanced at Lin Fan, then at Jiang Jun, and was stunned for a moment, probably meaning, I didn't expect she was quite pretty. Then left here. Lin Fan took one look and felt that something was going to happen. Although this internet celebrity Zhang Yaro doesn't talk much, she is undoubtedly the sister who has the best relationship with Sunny. The way she looked at me just now was not right. Now, I'm really doomed. Lin Fan scratched his head. Damn. Husband, you are really cruel. Do you know how I have been spending the past 2 weeks? The line was busy when I called you, you were blocked when I sent you a WeChat message, and you even changed the key to our house. Husband, what do you want? This pure school beauty Jiang Jun said something shocking. Fortunately, the internet celebrity took one look at Lin Fan and left, otherwise, she would have told Sunny the truth, and at that time, she would have been in great trouble. Although I am not afraid. What's more, I have already made it clear to this school beauty that I have broken up. She is just the one who sticks to me. Husband, say something. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking, husband. You just want to avoid me, don't you? Many people on the road have already looked here. Lin Fan just felt that he should not have pretended not to recognize him just now, and should have just run away, otherwise, he would not have been robbed by the other party. Stop. I didn't want to talk. At this point, we can only resolve it as soon as possible. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, is still waiting for her to be alone with him. Humph, what do you mean you didn't want to talk? Isn't it normal to talk to your own wife? Husband, we have been in a cold war for so long, and I miss you too. Come back with me. My mother. Why does Jiangjun speak so harshly and shockingly? What does it mean that we have been in a cold war for so long? What does it mean that I miss you too? What does it mean that I want to go back with you? Please, are you okay? Lin Fan looked at her in surprise. Chapter 93. I'm sorry, honey. I was wrong before? Let go of your hands. Seeing that the other party was about to come over and hold Lin Fan's hand intimately as before, Lin Fan quickly refused. Husband, what are you doing? I have already forgiven you. Can you please stop disappearing? Lin Fan's subconscious action of shaking his hand away also scared Jiangjun. It felt like snakes meeting brimstone. Obviously, she also knew why Lin Fan's fiancé hated her so much. It was just because her mother wanted more dowry. I have already negotiated with my mother. She was just about to tell Lin Fan. But Lin Fan waved his hands, looked at himself fiercely, and said coldly, "What husband? I beg you not to call me husband. We are no longer related, okay?" Lin Fan remembered that he had already made it clear to the other party before. The only things missing were the betrothal gifts and hardware, which they hadn't returned to me. After they returned them to me, both parties would be even. But what is her situation now? You, husband, what do you mean it doesn't matter? You are my husband. Didn't I call you husband when we were in love? Jiangjun was in disbelief at this moment. Although this guy's birthday is tomorrow and I've almost made preparations, I really didn't expect to see him here in advance. But she was still quite happy inside. It has nothing to do with this. Seeing that the other party wanted to take another step forward, Lin Fan hurriedly walked back. I felt that I had to explain this to her again right away, so without waiting for her to respond, I continued, Jiangjun. You should have understood everything I told you before, right? I have ended my relationship with your family. All I need you to do is return my 300,000 yuan betrothal gift and hardware. As for the money I spent on your family in the past, I don't want it anymore, okay? I remember I also asked your sister to tell you, right? Lin Fan's meaning was very simple, which was to ask him to never bother me again and to please return the money to me. I really don't want to have anything to do with your family anymore. I don't want to be a family that takes advantage of others. Besides, although Sunny and I haven't really confirmed our relationship yet, if we did, I would definitely propose to her in a grand manner. As for Jiangjun at that time, although she was wearing a hot spring suit on the outside, the open, light yellow bikini wrapped her snow-white and pure body. She wore a small light yellow flower on her head, and under her long black hair, she had an absolutely pretty face that was enough to charm everyone. But she has nothing to do with me anymore. Whispering sound. However, soon Jiangjun sneered. Lin Fan felt that she should understand what he had repeatedly expressed. Unexpectedly, after the other party had just finished sneering, he immediately said, "Stop it, Lin Fan, don't use this trick on me. It's not like we haven't quarreled before, and it was you who wanted to break up later. It's just that you thought I was a little too much. I've been thinking a lot these days since you were away. Maybe I was too dependent on you in the past. Let me tell you something. I'm at work. I am currently the executive agent of a fashion company. My best friend is the boss of that company, but she has run into some problems, so she has handed the responsibility to me. I'm sorry, husband. We will discuss anything in the future." After she finished speaking, instead of getting angry like she used to, she suddenly restrained herself and spoke to me very sweetly and a little coquettishly. After that, he would come to Lin Fan again. No. Is this woman out of her mind now? Is this still her? Normally in this situation, she shouldn't have thrown a tantrum and told everyone that it was Lin Fan who was the other party, and started yelling in front of so many people. It was as if Lin Fan had done something wrong. But what's the situation now? Has he turned over a new leaf? No, she can turn over a new leaf and even call me mom. Don't! I told you, I've broken up with you. Please don't have anything to do with me in the future. If you still don't understand, I don't mind saying it again. Jiangjin, the day Lin Fan, asked me to give your family an additional 300,000 after our engagement ceremony, I had completely given up on you and your family. And it's irreversible. I am so sad and desperate. Maybe I am not rich enough. Others may be able to give you more. Since you like rich people so much, I don't think we are the same kind of people. Okay, I have made it clear. Our meeting today was purely accidental and we should not contact each other again in the future. I wish you all the best. After saying that, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. It's better to make some things clear as soon as possible. Besides, I have already made them clear before. She is still like this. Okay, now that I have officially said it, everyone is clear about it, right? After this little episode came to an end, Lin Fan wanted to go back quickly. The beautiful President Sunny must have been waiting for me for a long time, and I want to kiss her later. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, the innocent school beauty Jiangjin, who was wearing a light yellow bikini, rushed over to him, hugged Lin Fan tightly with both hands, and said in a soft and gentle voice, "No. Husband, don't. I was wrong. I won't let you leave." Where are the others? On the other side, in the SSVLP area of Iceberg Hot Spring. Sunny, a stunning beauty wearing an ice lake blue bikini, has been soaking in it for quite some time. My body felt warm. This new hot spring was really effective. It not only made me feel refreshed, but also dissipated all the fatigue from previous work. However, she was just waiting for Lin Fan to come back so that she could go out and be alone for a while. She also wanted to kiss and flirt with Lin Fan for a while. But, it's been almost 10 minutes. He still hasn't come back. So I'm a bit anxious. This kid must have diarrhea. Let him just do that to me. Nini, he deserves it. The one who spoke was Chi-Chi. She had just taken a break and finally got the chance to save her face. Wanwan was also laughing and said, "Chi-Chi, don't be so hostile to Master Lin. We need to play together more often in the future." Unexpectedly, they had just finished talking. John Yarrow, an internet celebrity who was lying comfortably in the hot spring, said, "No, right? I just came back and saw him talking to a girl. Seems like an acquaintance." Girl? John Yarrow just finished speaking. Sunny immediately got up from the hot spring. After being soaked, her snow-white skin looked as delicate as a lotus emerging from water. More bright and beautiful. But she suddenly felt panicky, as if it was a conditioned reflex. Chapter 94 Lin Fan, I have already made it clear to you, please don't bother me anymore, okay? Well, it looks like we've known each other for quite a long time, like we just met by chance, it shouldn't have been that long. As John Yarrow spoke, she suggested to Sunny whether they should go and take a look together. Unexpectedly, Sunny said, "Wait a few more minutes, if Mr. Lin doesn't come back, then I will go find him." As far as I can remember, although I know my boyfriend is handsome and many girls are interested in him, the only conflicts we have had in all the time we have known each other were with the two women who came to look for my husband when we were at the forest villa. However, my husband had already made it clear to them. This is what my husband told me at the time, and I trusted him very much. It seems that the two of them were chatting for quite some time this time. What was it about? He'll definitely be able to handle it. I am not worried about this. But, this is what Sunny originally thought, but today she didn't know why she suddenly felt so flustered, as if it was a bad intuition. She was just about to wait for a while as she had just thought, but she couldn't wait even for a minute. With a whoosh, a proud and graceful body in an ice lake blue bikini emerged, and raised its legs to get out of the hot spring. Chi-Chi on the other side saw this and she obviously also keenly smelled the scent that could punish Lin Fan. He also said, "No, our Nini can't be bullied like this. If that person has any connection with Lin Fan, Nini, don't worry, we will definitely help you deal with her." Wanwan also had an expression as if she was about to eat some melon. "Yes, my boyfriend was being talked to by a girl for so long, so as a girlfriend, of course I had to go and take a look. Walk." Just like that, the four women in the group, who had originally planned to continue soaking for a while, all stood up, wrapped themselves in bath towels, and quickly followed Yaru in the direction they had just come from. "Let go. Jiangjin, there is no need for this to happen between us, right? Since we have broken up, we should stop bothering each other. It is better for each of us to live our own lives. You can find the sponsor you want, and I can live the life I want. On the other hand, Jiangjun, the campus belle of Hujian University, apologized to Lin Fan clearly. Seeing that Lin Fan was not buying it, she immediately grabbed his hand and tried to hold him back. But the other party seemed to be extremely disdainful of him and insisted on breaking free from him. He was a little caught off guard, and then instantly he started to sob like he used to. Yes, she shed tears like a professional actor, they were real. And if someone was watching at this time, they would definitely think that Lin Fan was wrong. But Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. Seeing that a lot of time had been wasted, he wanted to leave here quickly. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's arm and bit him. Release. Let go. Jiangjun. Hiss. When Lin Fan was in love with Jiangjun, he knew that she would bite him like this, but because she was his girlfriend at the time, he felt happy when she did this occasionally. 4 couples. But she is still like this now. What is even more exaggerated is that just when Lin Fan was about to get rid of her, she suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's arm and started crying. She said delicately, Lin Fan. Lin Fan. I know it's my fault, but we have been together for such a long time, how can you just break it off like that? Besides, it's impossible for you to have the final say on breaking up. There is a cooling off period for divorces. Both parties must sign. Lin Fan made a poo sound and said angrily, so we are just in love. If you do this again, I will be rude to you. Really, I don't know where the other party got the strength to hold Lin Fan's arm tightly. Lin Fan wanted to reach out and pull her away, but he found that as soon as he made a move, he would immediately touch the other person's beautiful body. But there was no other way. Lin Fan pulled the other person's arm away and pushed him away instantly. It would have been fine if he hadn't pushed me, but after I pushed me, I stumbled. The innocent school beauty immediately fell to the ground. And then, wow, almost at the same time, she burst into tears with tears even more intense than before. And I don't know when a lot of people suddenly came from all directions. As if she had found the perfect opportunity, she immediately said in public, "Husband, I know I was wrong, can't I change in the future? I will stay with you well. Why are you doing this? Why are you still pushing me? Woo. I cried so sadly. Lin Fan naturally knew that the longer he delayed with her, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He left without caring about the thoughts of the onlookers. Seeing this, Jiangjun screamed. No! Husband! She actually stomped her feet quickly back to the original position. She rushed over like crazy and grabbed Lin Fan's arm desperately, her eyes were red and tears kept flowing. She screamed and shouted aggrievedly, don't go. Like a sticky plaster. Lin Fan was a little annoyed. Then, the people who had gathered around to watch the fun seemed to not be able to stand it anymore, and an old man suddenly said in an emotional voice, Hey, young man, the girl knows she's wrong, why are you so heartless? The old man spoke in the Shanghai dialect. Although Lin Fan couldn't hear it clearly, he could understand the general idea. Lin Fan didn't want to explain. Jiangjun burst into tears again out of grievance. She looked determined not to let her fiancé leave her and held Lin Fan's arm tightly. The old man started talking again, the girl is so pretty, why don't you cherish her and coax her but treat her like this? Let me tell you, it's usually hard for such a pretty girl to stick to one guy, so don't regret it. Not only this old man said this, but the old lady next to him was also persuading him. Lin Fan glanced at them one by one, meaning that if you don't know the situation, don't talk nonsense. But they, like people who have been through it, said, Young man, my wife and I used to fight and quarrel all the time, but later I realized how rare it is to have someone like this to accompany you every day, and a man must be broad-minded. Look at us, aren't we doing well now? We are still holding hands now. Wow, Lin Fan originally thought that the two old uncles and aunts in front and behind were strangers. Now the old uncle suddenly took the old aunt's hand, and Lin Fan suddenly realized that the two were a couple. Feelings are coming to teach me the way of marriage. Seeing that the two were about to attack Lin Fan again, Lin Fan immediately shouted, Uncle and Aunt, you have lived for so long, you should also know that what you see is not necessarily the truth, right? I have my own reasons for doing this, thank you, but I don't need it. And you, Jiangjun, please stop acting. I have broken up with you, and I already have someone I like. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? After saying this, he left in a leisurely manner. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly uttered a tender voice, which made Lin Fan stop in his tracks. Here's what she said. Lin Fan. You can abandon me. But you can't abandon our child, right? I am pregnant. I am pregnant. Lin Fan? Chapter 95 Jiangjin, I'm pregnant. Lin Fan just heard the other party say this. Subconsciously, I felt that the other person was joking with me. What pregnancy? That's impossible. Although he and the pure school beauty Jiangjin had been living together before, Lin Fan knew their situation very well. She doesn't want children. I feel that it will affect my figure and the quality of my intimate life. So every time a solution was taken. Although she felt a little unhappy, she was determined to do so. For a man and in today's world, if you really don't want it, that's okay, we can live a good life together. Lin Fan has always respected her. But who made him act like a vampire and steal my money? Her trick was quite effective and indeed stopped Lin Fan in his tracks. When the other people around saw this situation, they became even more excited. No way, you want to break up even though I'm pregnant? This young lady is quite pretty, isn't she? Is he stupid? Scumbag. She's pregnant with your baby, and yet you're still like this. You're really not a human being. Lin Fan knew what they were thinking without even looking at their expressions from the sound of their whispers. But Lin Fan immediately turned around and said to her, Impossible, stop lying, I know very well whether you are pregnant or not, and we have discussed this issue before, you don't want a child, right? I have discussed this with you. But there are always surprises, right? What if I am indeed pregnant? Lin Fan. I just want to live a good life with you. Please, don't leave me and the child. Lin Fan didn't know how to respond to his ex-fiancée's outrageous behavior. Accident? Impossible, how could it be an accident? The two have been living together for more than a year. Although they are often intimate, they have never won the bid. He just thought it was fake. No, I can't stay here any longer. Lin Fan shook his head and walked back in the direction he came from. Unexpectedly, the other party said to him, It's been 2 months. Lin Fan. I don't care whether you believe it or not, I am already pregnant with your child, it's your child. The key point is that when the other party just said this, Sunny and a few other beauties happened to come over and heard what the girl shouted to Lin Fan. At this moment, Sunny's beautiful CEO was also suddenly stunned. What was she just shouting? Lin Fan? Are you pregnant? With a click. The beautiful CEO Sunny almost fell down. She asked why she felt so nervous just now. So that's how it is. Sunny's face was originally rosy with a slight smile, but at this moment it seemed to be frozen, and she looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. The sisters behind her looked as if they wanted to eat her immediately. Are you pregnant? Isn't this a scumbag? He is in love with Nini, and she is pregnant with his child. Suddenly, he wanted to support and grab the beautiful Sunny. Afraid of misunderstanding, Lin Fan immediately said, Miss Sunny, don't listen to her nonsense. I had broken up with her before I met you. Moreover, when I was with her before, she didn't want a child, so she had always taken measures. Now that she says this, it is obvious that her motives are not pure. Sunny said nothing. Jiangjin, who was standing behind him, was also surprised when she noticed that Lin Fan suddenly stopped talking to another woman. Why do I feel like I have seen these girls' faces before? Then I suddenly remembered that they were the ones I had seen in the forest villa not long ago. I suddenly woke up. Among these people, there must be one who has a good relationship with her fiancé. And her fiancé said earlier that he already had someone he liked. If what he guessed was correct, that person must be the one standing in front of Lin Fan now. It's really beautiful. When Jiangjin saw the beautiful CEO Sunny for the first time, she subconsciously felt a little ashamed of herself. Even though I am already very beautiful, and there is no one prettier than me in the entire Hujiang University, but that enchanting beauty can be so beautiful. Oh my god. You are trying to have 2 legs. Brother. Have you been caught doing something bad? You can't be such a bad person. Here comes another one who deliberately plays crickets without knowing the truth of the matter. If you don't know the truth, don't make any comments. Are you free and have nothing to do? Lin Fan first retorted to that person. Afterwards, he said to the people at the scene, I have broken up with her, and she and I are currently in a relationship. Please don't make assumptions. She just doesn't want to be separated from me. Also, this is my own business. Please don't make a fuss. After saying that, Lin Fan came to Jiangjun again and said to her, Jiangjun, if you want to deceive me by faking pregnancy and want to get back together with me, that is impossible. I have been deceived by your family so many times. It is outdated for you to use this trick again. After saying that, he didn't give the other party a chance to explain. Lin Fan instantly grabbed the hand of the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had a very stiff expression on her face. This was the first time he took the initiative to shake someone's hand. Before, I never admitted that the other party was my girlfriend. But now it's different. I can't let Sunny, the beautiful president, be sad. So I took the initiative to hold her hand and wanted to know her attitude. As for her, her expression was obviously not right, and she seemed to believe what Jiangjun said. Also, just now Yaru told me that Lin Fan was talking to a girl, and I didn't quite believe it, but now I understand. He was indeed talking to a girl. And the relationship is quite close. And she's pregnant. At this moment, Sunny felt indescribably confused by this sudden bombshell of information. Impossible, impossible. Her husband has been with her recently, and she had sex with him. If anyone is dangerous, she should be the one. How could it be the pure and beautiful girl in front of me? But, didn't she just say that she used to live with her husband? She is her husband's ex-boyfriend? At this time, Sunny didn't dare to believe it. If so, it's too bloody. How could such a magical thing happen? Then I saw my husband suddenly took my hand and said to me gently but seriously, it's fake, don't believe it. She is very deceptive. I've been cheated before. Also, the person I want to be with in the future is you, Miss Sunny. After spending some time together, can we be in a relationship? I miss you. I miss you so much. In this situation, we have to do something ruthless. I'm afraid she's going to explode. Just now, Sunny said she wanted to take me to a hot spring alone and kiss me there. Okay, let us go now. But Sunny suddenly shook her head and said, Mr. Lin, since you are so anxious, it must be true. Lin Fan. Chapter 96, Sunny, don't mess around. What is this really, Sunny, why are you making such a fuss? Jiangjun's words were sharp just now, which had already annoyed Lin Fan enough, and now Sunny, the beautiful CEO, actually said something like this. Are these two going to drive Lin Fan crazy? What nonsense! Also, Miss Sunny always felt that he was not proactive enough to confess his feelings to her, but now he has taken the initiative. And after spending some time together, Lin Fan really feels that being in love with Sunny is his destiny and something that makes him excited. How could she still say such a thing? But this is only the case when she meets Lin Fan. Lin Fan's personality is that usually her facial expression is calm, but she is actually very flustered inside. But when her facial expression is very intense, it means that she already has a solution in her heart. Seeing is believing. I met your fiancé. Sunny spoke directly, and she didn't leave after she finished speaking, as if she was waiting to see what Lin Fan would do. Lin Fan subconsciously held the other person's hand, crossed his fingers with hers, and put his arms around her graceful waist, bringing her closer to his body. She even snorted for this. I mean, what are you doing? Lin Fan stared at her deliberate beautiful eyes and immediately said to her, What fiancé? It's the ex-fiancé, what is real, what is fake? We have no relationship at the moment, and we haven't done anything extreme before, right? Lin Fan said this to Sunny, the beautiful CEO, and Jiangjun, his ex-fiancé. What he meant was that his relationship with Jiangjun had ended a long time ago, and as for the pregnancy, he was not aware of it, and there should still be a question mark over it. But after hearing this, Sunny scolded again, Oh, you were quite exciting before, right? Lin Fan. Really, it's not easy to talk about the story of a man and two women together. Because no matter what you say, the other person will have emotions. Now is the time when you have to explain yourself clearly. Then, Jiangjun, who was originally standing in front of Lin Fan, but now could only see him interacting intimately with another woman, must be extremely tormented. He, her fiancé, actually hugged another woman intimately? When he hugged the other person's waist affectionately, why was the ambiguous feeling at that moment so similar to when he hugged me before? It was the first time I met that elegant woman, and she was indeed very beautiful. Putting aside other things, if Jiangjun met such a beautiful sister with outstanding temperament, she would take the initiative to show her goodwill to her. But the current situation is that she seems to be his love rival. But she was not afraid. Maybe it was because she was very confident in being the campus belle of Hujian University. There were 20 beautiful girls competing for the title of Campus Belle of Hujiang University that year, and she had the highest number of votes among all of them. Therefore, even though Lin Fan was now holding another woman's hand and she felt extremely painful inside, she knew that she must not give in, because once she gave in, Lin Fan would leave. So she walked quickly to the two of them without thinking, grabbed Lin Fan's left hand, held it, and said to him, "Husband, I know that you lost confidence in me because of the things in my family, but you cannot deny our previous feelings. And my beautiful sister, Lin Fan, and I have been together since college. The reason why he is with you now is just fooling around. After this incident is over, he will come back to my arms, so please let go of my husband." Do these two people love that boy? I didn't expect this young lady to be so polite when asking for her man. Most girls would have been crying and screaming by now. Look at them. Qiqi, Wanwan, Zhang Yaro, and other beautiful women who were standing behind Sunny at this time were also a little surprised when they saw this situation. I didn't expect that Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend was quite polite. She is very good at controlling her emotions. But they were thinking about how to help their best friend Sunny. But Sunny hasn't said anything yet, so we can only wait and see what happens. When faced with something like this, most girls would just turn around and walk away, but Sunny didn't. This might be related to what Lin Fan just said. Stop. Sunny was about to say something. But Lin Fan immediately turned around and spoke to the pure school beauty Jiangjin in front of him. "Jiangjin, I already told you, we can't go back to the past. I felt very depressed when I was with you. I guess it was all God's will. When I decided to break up with you, I met Sunny. I like her very much. She is very nice to me and is my very favorite type. I hope you can find someone you like in the future. That's it, I think I have made it clear." Sunny, Lin Fan finished speaking, and without waiting for Jiangjin to react, he immediately turned around and said to the woman he liked, "If what I just said was not clear enough, I think you should have heard it clearly now. I like you and I am willing to be with you. My attitude is very clear. So, if you have the same idea as me, please hold my hand and don't let me leave, and I won't leave with you." After saying this, Sunny seemed a little unconvinced. As usual, he snorted. She said in a sweet voice, "Oh, even the ex-fiancé came to visit. It seems that you have a lot of ex-girlfriends. Mr. Lin, you are quite popular." It can be heard from this sentence that Sunny actually cares a lot. Lin Fan continued, "Don't push it further. I'm just asking you if you want to be with me. If you don't want to be with me, just ignore what I said. If you want to be with me, hold my hand." At this moment, Lin Fan was holding Sunny's beautiful hand, crossing his fingers with hers, but not firmly, just waiting for the other party to take action. However, after hearing what Lin Fan said just now, Jiangjin's body shook, and he felt extremely sad inside, and seemed a little bit unbelievable. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. When Lin Fan turned around, tears just fell from her eyes. What should I do? My favorite man, Lin Fan, is leaving with another woman. He even confessed his feelings to her in front of her. Does anyone know how painful this feels? But that's not right. Lin Fan had clearly said before that he loved herself the most, and he loved herself very much and took care of her emotions. Therefore, when he wanted to do something, he always considered her feelings. Whatever she said was what it was. Therefore, when he wanted to do something to herself, she sometimes refused him. He clearly has feelings for himself. He also said that her looks and body were the type he particularly liked. If this is the case, how can it be changed easily? Impossible, he must still like me now, he is just bewitched. Then she came to Lin Fan and said to him, "Don't be silly, the one you love is me. Have you forgotten what you said to me before? I was wrong before, but I have changed now. You asked me to do something I didn't do before, but now it's okay for me. Lin Fan, do you still remember that you said you would feel something when thinking about what I wear? I bought it. You really love me wearing this, right? Chapter 97. You love me wearing this, right? I am convinced. Really convinced. Did you buy it?" I almost forgot that Lin Fan had mentioned to the school belle Jiangjin before that he liked what kind of clothes she wore and that he would like them very much. But after the two of them lived together, she usually looked ordinary when she was with herself, and only dressed up when she went out to play. And she often told herself that she was a little embarrassed. Pooh. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Being together as a couple is romantic and poetic. Love should be the main theme of life besides work. But she seemed to be depriving Lin Fan of the intimate life he wanted, which was also a form of cold violence. Not to mention, her family is a profit-seeking family. Lin Fan never expected that she would give him such hints and riddles at this moment. She bought it. What did you buy? A sexy bunny suit? I have indeed mentioned it to her before, but she always made excuses. However, no matter how much she tries to please me now, I am no longer interested. Only when he was with Sunny, the beautiful president, did he know what it meant to be alive. Sunny appears in front of him every day, dressed up beautifully and sexy, and she also loves herself. Sorry, I don't understand. Please don't meet again in the future. Today was just an accident. After saying this, Lin Fan felt that he had been delayed here for too long. And if the response is ambiguous, then you are irresponsible to the person you love. Also, although Sunny just showed a little temper today, I know that she must have been hurt. Lin Fan felt that from now on he could not let his beloved woman get hurt. He immediately took the hand of the beautiful President Sunny and left to go somewhere else. Jiang Jin was surprised to see that her previous trick didn't work and that she had given in like this. In the past, when I wanted to ask him for money, I would use this method to seduce him, and it was very effective. But now it has failed. This is her tried and tested tactic that never fails. A huge feeling of despair and sadness came over me. She seemed suddenly a little sad and breathless. Standing there and watching the two people leaving, I suddenly felt a little breathless. She yelled at Lin Fan not to let him go. But the other party still left. She couldn't hold it in any longer and tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks. Crying loudly. She was still saying, "What if I am really pregnant, and it is really your child, Lin Fan, will you be so cruel to me?" Some people in the crowd couldn't bear to see such a pure and beautiful girl squatting on the ground crying helplessly, and wanted to persuade her to stop. Unexpectedly, it would have been fine if I hadn't been kind. As soon as I showed kindness, the other party seemed to sense what I was about to do and immediately glared at me. The man felt that he couldn't afford to offend him, so he gave up. That afternoon, in the courtyard of the hot spring center, this pure beauty with fair skin wearing a light yellow bikini was crying bitterly, heartbroken. She didn't go looking for Lin Fan again, but cried for an unknown amount of time. Finally, she seemed to have thought of a solution and called Lin Fan's mother to tell her that she was pregnant and that Lin Fan had bullied her. When the other party heard it, he was immediately happy and surprised, and cursed, "You stinky boy. Your wife is pregnant and you still do this, Jinjin, don't worry, I will take care of him." "And Jinjin, where are you?" "I'm here to pick you up." When Jiang Jin heard that someone was in charge, she, who had been crying very sadly, recovered after a while and got up. She stared blankly at the direction where her fiancé left with that other person. She shouted with grievance and determination, "Mine, Lin Fan, you are mine, I don't believe that you don't like me cosplaying as a bunny girl. You love this the most. I don't believe your nonsense. And Mom will, and we will be together again, for sure." The other side. Lin Fan took Sunny back to the SSVLP area where they had originally taken a hot spring bath. He originally planned to soak in the hot spring for a while. This new iceberg hot spring was really good, but the beautiful CEO Sunny instantly grabbed her bathrobe, put on her clogs and left without saying a word. Lin Fan hurriedly stopped her. But the other party didn't listen at all. "No, Sunny, what are you doing? Didn't you just say that you wanted to find an opportunity for us to be alone together? What are you going to do now?" Seeing that Sunny seemed to be leaving, her girlfriends quickly stood up, put on their bathrobes and prepared to leave. Lin Fan shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? He means you are not finished yet." Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi seemed to have found an opportunity to take revenge on Lin Fan, and said in a delicate voice, Don't worry about what we do, you can't even break up cleanly with your love. Come to Nini after you have resolved everything. Nini is a germaphobe. She doesn't like the man she likes to be having an affair with someone else. That is. Oh, the two girls, Chi-Chi and Wan Wan, also agreed. If you want to leave, then go. Don't make a fuss. What do you mean I'm not clear with someone else? You heard it at that time. She and I have already broken up. She just clings to me. Sunny, do you want to do the same? Dealing with her best friend is a small matter, the most important thing is Sunny. If she is unhappy or angry, I can understand it. Sunny didn't say anything. She just walked past him and walked forward quietly. After seeing this, Chi-Chi and Wan Wan immediately shook their heads and murmured something in disapproval. Seeing that he was about to leave here, Lin Fan couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "Why are you leaving? Sunny, don't you dare leave." But she didn't listen to herself at all. Well, there was no other way. Just when they were about to leave, Lin Fan ran over and picked up the proud beauty in the ice lake blue bikini. Ah! What are you doing? Well, it seems that it's not that he can't speak, but that he doesn't want to speak. She was mad at herself. I can't just sit there and wait for death, and if she leaves today, the rift between us will begin. He would not allow this to happen. Lin Fan said, "Of course I want to talk to you alone. You heard what I said to you just now, didn't you? It's you I like. I love you too. Please don't hurt my heart." Lin Fan is also strong. The more indifferent the beautiful CEO Sunny was, the more Lin Fan expressed his inner feelings to her and tried to make her believe in herself. But she said, "Sorry, I think I may need some quiet time, please let me go back first," she said, her voice trembling. Lin Fan was a little caught off guard, her voice trembled, and Lin Fan was also a little moved. He continued to say to her, "I understand, but why do I ask you to go back and be quiet? Just don't extend yourself. I have already said in front of everyone that I love you, and I love you. From the first time I saw you, I wondered whether that elegant beauty in a trench coat, high heels, and black stockings might be the woman of my future. Now it seems that she is. Sunny, I love you." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to react, Lin Fan hugged her and kissed her beautiful red lips. Chapter 98, Kiss with the Beautiful President. MMM. Not only did her girlfriends not expect this guy to suddenly kiss Sunny, even Sunny herself did not expect it. I was kissed just like that. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but this boy, either subconsciously or because he was too skilled, was able to predict her movements so quickly. For example, I subconsciously want to push him away. But he immediately hugged his waist tightly. For example, when my lips wanted to dodge, he put one big hand behind my head and kissed my red lips, forcing me to kiss him back. For example, if you think of stepping on him with your foot, he might let go because it hurts. But in the end you realize that you were overthinking and you can't escape from the other person's clutches at all. He came forward and kissed Sunny beautifully, and Sunny was a little forced to kiss him back. Actually, this is not bad. The key is that as the two people kiss and struggle, they will inevitably have feelings for each other. Sunny suddenly felt a little scared. Besides, I'm still angry with him and haven't forgiven him yet. How could I do this to her? She just felt that when the man in front of her hugged and kissed her, she could not escape his grasp. Although she resisted in her heart, she also began to like this. This was the most terrifying thing. No, I have to stop him. When Sunny was kissed, she screamed inwardly but was very resistant. However, as she resisted, as she kissed her more and more passionately, she actually took the initiative to kiss her back. This brat. Wow. Kiss. This boy is really brave. The two of them were kissing each other, and their girlfriends who were still in the hot spring pool saw this and started to make a noise. Among them, Chi-Chi had the most intense emotional reaction. The proud girl in the pink bikini never expected that the scene that she had only seen in TV dramas before would actually happen right before her eyes. Subconsciously, I picked up the phone next to me and started taking photos and videos. Wanwan shook her head while staring at the two people in front of her, and couldn't help but give Lin Fan 2 thumbs up. This kid is really good. As for the internet celebrity Jian Yaro, although she has seen a lot of the world, she has always been demystifying Lin Fan. In other words, you will not lose your own judgment just because the other person is handsome. Are there few handsome but bad men nowadays? But now she found it unbelievable that Lin Fan could want to win back Sunny's heart so quickly. When did the kiss end? Several girlfriends took photos and videos for a while, and the more the boy and Sunny kissed, the more excited they became. Sunny, the beautiful CEO wearing an ice lake blue bikini, resisted at first, but somehow later on, she started to hug and kiss the other person. She was even a little proactive. During this period, she suddenly opened her eyes and yelled "bastard." But the next second, the other party hugged her head and kissed the boy again, and it seemed that he couldn't stop. Chi-Chi cursed at the side, "Humph. Nini, you can't do this, this guy is still in an unclear relationship with his ex-girlfriend. If they can meet now, they can meet in the future, Nini, don't be stupid." It was a little hard for her to understand. Sunny was obviously a mature beauty with sharp means and bright appearance. Someone of her level should not be affected by ordinary things at all. Why did she take the initiative to kiss that boy? I was obviously resisting at first. Besides, the boy forcefully asked her to kiss him, and she didn't even resist. Could it be that he is in love? If I meet a man I like and he has an unclear relationship with his previous woman, I will never do this with him. Don't be silly. However, she was hesitating about what to do, such as not letting her best friend be taken advantage of by this boy. Unexpectedly, the boy seemed to have heard what he said. He suddenly bent down and separated his lips from the beautiful President Sunny, then picked her up like a princess, turned his head and said to her disdainfully, "What do you know? How do you know Ms. Sunny doesn't like kissing me? How can you, a girl who has never been in love, understand this feeling?" After hearing this, Chi-Chi felt that her self-esteem was violated and she immediately wanted to fight with the other party. But Sunny did suddenly speak out. "Put me down. Rogue. Why are you hugging me?" Lin Fan glanced at the beautiful woman in his arms, not afraid of her, and saw her beautiful red lips scolding him. And snorted coldly. Lin Fan glanced at her and said, "Don't talk, or I'll deal with you later. Why am I hugging you? Of course I'm hugging you and kissing you. Where is the hot spring you just said you wanted to take with me alone? You. After hearing these words, Sunny's face suddenly turned red. You have to know that what she just said to him was a secret, and her girlfriends didn't know it yet. They thought this was the hottest iceberg hot spring at the moment. But now there is a sweet hot spring pool for two people alone? Wan Wan was a little surprised and said, "Oh, Nini, you even prepared a place specifically for Mr. Lin to be alone. Can you show me the live broadcast?" Jiang Yaro pursed her lips, also a little surprised. Nini had indeed never told me this before. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, seemed to be unable to accept it at all and tried to dissuade him. "Nini, don't be fooled by this boy. This boy is very bad. Don't be fooled by him. Lin Fan, let go of Nini." However, just as she was about to take action, Lin Fan glared at her and retorted, "Don't interfere with her and don't make decisions for others. What if I say that Ms. Sunny likes to hug and kiss me like this? You should find a boyfriend to consult with as soon as possible. If you want to pay me for consultation, it's 1,000 yuan per hour. Remember to make an appointment." After saying that, Lin Fan carried the beautiful CEO Sunny outside. At the same time, continue to ask, "Wife, where is the place you just mentioned? I want to be alone with you. If you don't say anything, I don't mind finding a private hot spring pool outside and being with you alone." As for Sunny, she felt a little dizzy now, all because of the sweet kiss they just had, but what was a bit damning was that he kissed her passionately. "I actually missed that crazy feeling just now. It was just like the first time I kissed him passionately that night." Although she had lost a lot of memories about the night they met, she recalled a little bit of the scene just now. "At that time, this guy was so affectionate with me in the hotel." Chapter 99 Sweet World for Two. "No, I don't want to go outside. Lin Fan, don't go too far. I haven't forgiven you." At this moment, after experiencing the sudden hug and kiss from the other party just now, the beautiful President Sunny, even though she liked it very much, found it hard to believe that she would have such a wonderful feeling when the other party was stronger. She felt as if she was meant to be kissed like this. She was a little bit upset, but she would not tell the boy in front of her how she really felt. He was just chatting with his ex-girlfriend. Oh no, it was his fiancée, no, ex-fiancée. Even though she liked the boy in front of her, who knew if he and her were acting? But has he really begun to love himself now? She was a little bit unbelievable. Because I was the one who took the initiative to call him husband before, and he had never made a formal statement. I thought that after he got used to being with me, he would truly treat me as his wife. But Sunny, the stunning beauty wearing an ice lake blue bikini who would immediately attract a lot of attention as soon as she appeared, instantly thought of the reason why the boy was so anxious to confess to her. It was because of the appearance of his ex-fiancée. If that's the calculation, he didn't want to say it, but he confessed to me because of his ex-fiancée. She doesn't want such cause and effect. Well, if you haven't forgiven me yet, I will forgive you slowly in the future. Miss Sunny, I've made up my mind. I don't want to be single anymore. I just want to be with you, fall in love with you, and do everything that couples do with you. So from now on, let's really be together, okay? I love you." Lin Fan said one more sentence. But Sunny was even more disdainful, and said in a royal sister's voice, "Bah. Don't say that. If your ex-fiancé hadn't forced you like that today, would you have said those disgusting words to me? I don't want you to tell me this because of her. Oh, Mr. Lin, could you please not carry me to the public area? I don't like it. Just carry me away." Although Sunny is a beautiful, mature and intellectual beauty president, she is usually very decent when she goes out. Although her business was good, she was still a little shy deep down. How could she dress like that and face so many eyes looking at her? Although it is inevitable and normal here. But she just felt extremely shy. Lin Fan just held her in the public area for a while. She swung her snow-white feet and tightly hugged her neck, as if she was afraid that she would fall, and shyly hid in Lin Fan's arms. Lin Fan said, "That depends on your performance. In the future, you have to promise me that no matter what happens, you will listen to what I say before you react." "What do you mean I confess to you because of others? Do I need others to confess to you? Others can only make my expression to you stronger. I have actually wanted to confess to you in the past few days, but I just didn't have the chance. So?" Having said this, Lin Fan paused and looked at the beauty in front of him with a pair of deep eyes, sharp and affectionate, and continued. "So, I also want to be with you. Can we have a passionate love affair? I didn't want to go back at night. I want to sleep with you." Lin Fan looked at her sharply. I don't know how she will react. Although Lin Fan knew that the two were together, in fact, the relationship of being close yet distant was the most subtle. But let us talk about those things that happen after we are in love later. He wants to be with the other person now. "Hey, Lin Fan, could you please not say this to me in front of so many people?" Sunny obviously felt that more and more people were looking at her, and her already shy face and body became even redder. She pouted her lips and whispered in Lin Fan's ear, "I'll tell you when we get back, okay?" Lin Fan asked back, "What? You haven't thought it through?" "No, I'm a little embarrassed." "Lin Fan, let us talk when we get back." Realizing that this mature beauty was really embarrassed, her face turned red like a bride. If he continued, she would be even more embarrassed, so Lin Fan said to her, "Where are we going then?" "There. You go up this road. Do you see the sign over there that says keep out? It is easy to find with a guide." Seeing more and more people gathering around, Lin Fan said sorry to those men and women, saying that it was just my family matter. He hoped that everyone could find a handsome husband and a beautiful wife in the future. After saying that, the princess held the delicate body of the beautiful President Sunny in her arms and walked towards the back of the hot spring in the direction she had just guided. After walking a few steps, I saw a wooden sign in front of a row of screens that read "Keep Out." He walked forward quickly. From time to time, I could hear the sweet voices of my besties, Nini. "Nini, where are you?" Fortunately, they both ran fast. Lin Fan had just carried Sunny into the private sweet hot spring pool where no strangers were allowed to enter, and then closed the door. Lin Fan put Sunny down. And behind this door, he put his arms around her waist, got very close to her, and pinched her chin. "What? Your besties might want to come, too. The private environment is indeed different." Lin Fan originally thought that after entering here, he would see an open-air scene, but he did not expect that this was indoors. And the decoration here has a very original feel. 2 hot spring pools were built in an area of less than 30 square meters. One says 39 degrees and the other says 30 degrees. They are red wine bath and milk bath respectively. But because it was so quiet here, there were only Lin Fan and the beautiful President Sunny. The water reflects the light coming in from outside, and the quiet and spacious environment inexplicably gives people a very private and exciting feeling. "No, I'll call them. Boy, we were so embarrassed with so many people looking at us just now." Sunny blushed a little. But she has a proud figure, fair skin, and long wavy raspberry-colored hair hanging down her beautiful back, but when you look at her from the side, you will wonder how such a beauty can exist in this world. Not to mention her royal sister's voice, red lips, and cold eyes. It was obviously the voices of her best friends Chi-Chi and Wan-Wan calling out from outside. Lin Fan said, "Why don't we let them in?" Sunny quickly shook her head. "No, Lin Fan, please wait a moment. This is a hot spring bath for 2 people that I specially arranged to be built. I haven't settled the bill with you yet." After saying this, Lin Fan wanted to laugh as he looked at her arrogant and resolute expression. But she had already made a phone call and told her besties. "Chi-Chi, you guys go and take a free-flowing hot spring bath. I have something to tell Lin Fan. Don't worry, I will handle it. If I can't, I will call you. That's it for now, see you later." Sunny made her point clear and hung up the phone immediately. Then she looked towards Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes that seemed very angry. She crossed her arms and snorted arrogantly. She stretched out her jade hand and lifted Lin Fan's chin. Chapter 100, Rebellion Against Tian Gang. Sunny actually lifted Lin Fan's chin and settled accounts with him. Okay, now there's no one. Go in. TSK, what are you doing? In this situation, Miss Sunny, shouldn't you be scared? It was obviously me who was forceful in bringing her here so that she could listen to my explanation carefully. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually turn the tables. Not only did she lift Lin Fan's chin with her beautiful hand, but she also signaled Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes to go into the hot spring. It felt like he was going to settle the score with him. Well, her sudden change to a cool and aloof look is quite charming. Lin Fan was not in a hurry. It was so cold outside anyway, and it would be freezing cold after coming in. I'm going to be frozen. He was only wearing swimming trunks, and he was thinking of soaking in the 39-degree red wine bath hot spring for a while, so he sneered, took her beautiful hand with his backhand, and dragged her to soak in the hot spring with him. The feeling of holding her hand was really special. It was obvious that Sunny, the beautiful president in an ice lake blue bikini, was also shivering all over. After the two stretched their legs in, the slightly hot spring water hit their bodies, and the alternation between cold and hot immediately gave them a very comfortable and immersive feeling. When the water began to flow, the two of them sank down together. Why, Miss Sunny, what do you want to do? We are coming in. Lin Fan said to her provocatively. The original plan of the two was that Lin Fan would go to the bathroom first, and when he came back, Sunny would find an excuse to come to the private space here with Lin Fan. If something unexpected hadn't happened in the middle, Lin Fan and Sunny, the mature and sexy beauty, would have definitely been making love here. Who could have imagined that we would be in this situation now? What to do? You tell me what to do now. I feel uncomfortable. This was the first time Sunny expressed her feelings to Lin Fan like this. Lin Fan had no intention of teasing her, knowing that if it were him, he would definitely not be able to accept it, so he said to her, I know, but am I not with you now? You can believe my promise, I only love you and I only want to be with you. As he spoke, there was a splash of water, as if he was worried that the other person was still sad. Lin Fan came to the other person's beautiful body in the water, crossed his fingers with her underwater, and looked at her affectionately. But you're still engaged to her. I am also a girl, I have my own emotions, and it is hard for me to imagine that something like that would have happened to you. When I think about this, I feel miserable. Oh my God, how can this be possible? My man must be innocent. Thinking of this, she wanted to break free from Lin Fan. But Lin Fan crossed his fingers and clenched his hands tightly, unable to move at all, and retorted, Can you please stop extending yourself? Did it matter before? What as important is us now? We are together now. You see, it's our hands holding each other, not someone else's. It's the two of us who are alone together, not me and someone else. Can anyone change the facts now? Lin Fan was obviously also moved and discussed the matter seriously with the other party. But Sunny said she couldn't get over it. The reason why she teased Lin Fan like that just now was because of this incident. But seeing that she was still like this, Lin Fan was immediately annoyed and scolded her. That's enough. What a mess. You are the CEO of a listed company, but you are like a little girl deep down. I tell you, now that we are together, you should work harder to consolidate our relationship instead of digging up the past and standing still. Well, I was in a good mood today and was thinking of taking a nice hot spring bath and having a delicious meal later. Sunny, didn't you say earlier that we should kiss secretly for a while? Now it works. After he finished speaking, the beautiful Sunny in front of him, wearing an ice lake blue bikini that set off her voluptuous and charming figure, had already made Lin Fan's eyes sparkle. Seeing that she was still a little uninterested at the moment, I didn't care about anything else. He rushed over, hugged her tenderly and domineeringly, and bent down to kiss her. She was struggling at first, but after being kissed by Lin Fan for a long time, she let out a soft moan. Lin Fan hugged her tightly and kissed her for 300 rounds. Humph, you rascal, don't associate with her in the future. If I find out that you associate with her again, I will definitely be angry. Half an hour later. Lin Fan separated from Sunny's beautiful body from underwater. Well, it is indeed very exciting to be with her. The feeling of being intimate just now makes people sincerely feel that lovers should try kissing in various situations. It's so comfortable. After experiencing the passionate love between the two, Sunny's originally depressed mood turned into proud and lighthearted. She didn't want Lin Fan to leave her so soon, so she held his hand and wanted him to continue holding her tightly. I really like him hugging me. Contact? Sunny, do you think I would associate with her? I wish I could stay away from that kind of person who was just trying to take advantage of me. Lin Fan expressed his shame at the actions of his ex-fiancée's family. But now everything is fine. The originally depressed mood became cheerful after the kiss between the two. Even though that's the case, has the person corrected it later? If she changes to be gentle, shining, pure, generous, and has her own career, and becomes what you expected her to be, and you no longer hate her, will you still love her? Sunny listed many possibilities, indicating that since Lin Fan loved her in the past and had been with her for so long, it was not impossible that she would pursue Lin Fan again after she came to her senses. Lin Fan laughed, put his arms around her slender waist, kissed her beautiful red lips, and said jokingly, "Don't think about those things, I want to be in love with you properly, and there is no room for anyone else in my eyes." Humph, hooligan. Please say a few more words. I like you to tell me sweet words. Look, when one person is determined, the other person can totally sense it. Lin Fan also liked to talk about love with this beautiful president, and continued, "You like to hear it, you like to hear me say sweet words to you every day, Miss Sunny, you are actually very beautiful today. When I saw you wearing the ice lake blue bikini for the first time, I thought you were so beautiful. Oh, other people also wear bikinis, aren't they beautiful too?" Yes, her best friends Chi-Chi, Wan, and Yarrow all wore it. There are also public areas here, where beautiful young ladies come and go from time to time. Some are plump, some are slim, and some even wear hair accessories. They are cute girls with fair skin. Lin Fan smiled and said, "They are all mediocre girls. In terms of beauty, Sunny, if you don't say you are number one, no one would dare to agree if you say you are number two. Sunny, why are you so beautiful?" As they were talking, Lin Fan kissed the beautiful CEO Sunny for a long time in the red wine bath hot spring. The two seemed to be kissing each other endlessly, then thought that there was no one here anyway. Lin Fan made even more excessive demands on the other party. Until he is fully released. He kissed and hugged her madly for another hour, enjoying himself to the fullest. Chapter 101 Making Love in the Red Wine Bath. Humph, you rascal, do you like me so much? Sunny, the beautiful CEO, must have realized that Lin Fan likes her very much. It was clear from the fact that he had been in desperate need of me in the private space of a single man and a single woman that afternoon. Also, she was really into it when she was with him. You clearly felt that time should not have passed that quickly. When both of you were exhausted, you opened your phone to check the time. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening. Sunny first sent a lot of messages on WeChat. Needless to say, it must be her sisters. The second thing was the strange phone calls on her phone. Maybe she was used to the advertisements. As for Lin Fan, in his current WeChat friend group, although his best friends Lu and Zhang Zhe also sent him many messages, Wang Qian, the female teacher who was currently working as a sexy DJ girl in a nightclub, also sent him messages. What she meant was asking if she was free today so she could have a drink with her. Lin Fan thought that teacher Wang must be very isolated and helpless now. Such a big thing happened at home. But then he replied, "I was just taking a hot spring bath and didn't check my phone. It's too late. If possible, can we meet tomorrow, Friday, or Saturday?" Responding to these messages was a piece of cake, but the key point was that for some reason my mother called me 3 or 4 times. No message on WeChat. Instead, the message was a paragraph of words that seemed to be coming at him aggressively, and Lin Fan felt a little uneasy. It was his mother again. He had no choice but to call her back immediately to ask what was going on. It would have been better if I didn't return the call. When I did, the person on the other end hung up and said he was taking a foreign teacher class. Another sentence popped up from the back, which made Lin Fan unable to hold back his excitement. His mother said, "Fanner, how are you and Jiangjin doing now? Mom wants to have a grandchild. Can you guys give birth to one soon? I can help you take care of the child while I'm still young. You must manage your relationship well. I almost forgot. I broke up with Jiangjin just after we got engaged. Our current situation is still unknown to our parents. Moreover, this matter was of great importance." Lin Fan thought that he would explain it clearly to his mother after she came back from her study tour. He did not want her to keep on talking after he finished explaining it now. So I responded, "I can handle it myself. Nowadays, we should live the life we want, right? Mom, please come home soon." After sending high definition. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, Lin Fan felt a little tired and hungry, so he said to the beautiful CEO Sunny, who was also constantly looking at her phone and replying to messages, "Let's go, or we'll have to spend the night here. I have to go to work tomorrow." But as soon as he said this, the beautiful CEO Sunny snorted coldly. The royal sister said, "Don't talk to me like that, I think we should be sweeter and more poetic together. I want you to talk to me with more affection, otherwise you won't be able to find me." Good man, you are serious about this. Lin Fan was not shy about it. He came to her side, hugged her beautiful back subconsciously, looked down at her beautiful face and red lips, and said affectionately, "Well, romance and love are the main themes of life. My dear Sunny, what should I do if I miss you when I go home at night?" Phew. Ah ha 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 ha. You rascal, you're going too far. Sunny obviously didn't expect that this boy would be so interesting to be intimate with her. If you want to call me wife, just call me wife. But you actually call yourself Sunny wife. If you miss me when you get back, call me. We have to fall asleep on the phone at night anyway. Lin Fan nodded and responded, "I understand, Sunny, I'll go back and take care of some things later." Sunny, yes, I also have to deal with my own affairs. Chi-Chi and the others are denouncing you, saying that you are a scumbag and are engaged to someone else. When Lin Fan heard this, he almost took Sunny's phone and replied to them himself while retorting. He actually spread rumors about himself. What a scumbag, getting engaged to someone else is the original route, okay? I didn't like that kind of life anymore, so I met Sunny by accident and had a one-night stand with her. Later I fell in love with her and told her clearly that I wanted to be together. What, do you have any opinion of me? Sunny said, okay, you and Chi-Chi should stop arguing with each other in the future, I will handle it. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with that girl Chi-Chi. He and Sunny came out of the hot spring together, wrapped in bath towels, and quickly returned to the men's and women's locker rooms, then each went about their own business until everything was settled. In the lobby, Lin Fan told Sunny that he had to go back first. Sunny nodded. After taking a shower, she put on her original elegant outfit of white wool fur, black stockings, and high heels. If I didn't have to go to work tomorrow and pack my things when I get home in the evening, I really want to go back with her. Husband, remember to think of me at night. Mwah. Before parting, Sunny spoke in a sweet voice and took the initiative to kiss Lin Fan. Lin Fan was naturally delighted and kissed her as well. He held her with both hands gently and mischievously. What are you doing? You want me again? Humph, I'm too sleepy today. Let us recover from each other first. Hubby, I'm leaving first. After saying that, the female Special Forces bodyguard Xiaoyu drove over in Sunny's pink Rolls-Royce, asked her to get in the car, and took her away. Lin Fan also drove his Mercedes-Benz back home. But what he didn't know was that at this time, his ex-fiancée, the school beauty Jiangjin, had secretly created a small group with Lin Fan's friends Lulu, Zhengzi, and Afeng. I am crying endlessly about what happened today. The topics in the group are also very concentrated and turbulent. That is hashtag today, Lin Fan wants to break up with me. Hashtag he has a new crush. As for Lin Fan's three friends, they had just seen this news in the group chat and could only comfort and dissuade him. The love between two people needs to be managed by each other. Lin Fan might be really unhappy and that's why he found another woman. As a good friend of Lin Fan, Lulu naturally knew the reason why the two broke up. But everyone had a good time at Hujian University before, and since Jiangjin came to me for help, I couldn't just ignore her. So try to tell the story as objectively as possible. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiangjin sent a long voice message in the group. After the voice was transcribed into text, she said, Lulu. We have been together for 3 years. Don't I know what Lin Fan is thinking? He loves me very much, he is just a little disappointed in me, you have to help me. I don't want my man to be taken away by someone else. Can you help me? I love Lin Fan. She kept leaving messages in the group, leaving Lulu a little confused about what to say. Chapter 102 Squatting and Crying by the River. Lulu, at Tiger Strikes, what is the situation with General Lin? Lulu, eh? When did Lao Lin change his WeChat nickname? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fan's close friends group with the nickname, Explosively Rich. At that time, Lin Fan had just returned home and was chatting sweetly with the beautiful CEO Sunny in the WeChat chat box. For example, Sunny, what should I do if I miss you a little bit just after I got home? The other party replied immediately and asked if he missed me. Lin Fan, I deserve to punish you. We can't do that every day when we are together. Sunny, tisk, what's the connection? Haven't we just started? Sunny, besides, my husband must enjoy us when we are passionate and have ideas. I don't want us to regret it when we look back on it in the future. Lin Fan, okay, I got it. I'll deal with my own business first today. I might sleep in tomorrow morning. At noon, if I finish my company's business before noon, we can meet. Sunny, okay, I love you, husband. After saying that, the beautiful president sent a kissing red lips emoticon. Quite dynamic and charming. Well, it feels really wonderful to be in love with the woman you love. Although he was a little sleepy now, he couldn't wait to see her the next day. What's going on? However, he had just arrived home and was planning to take a shower and then video call his mother who was abroad to see how she was doing. But as soon as he put down his backpack, Lulu tagged him in his friend group and showed him a screenshot of a girl chatting with him. At first, Lin Fan wondered if this boy was having emotional problems and wanted him to give him some advice. He never thought that when he clicked on it, he found that it was a message from his ex-fiancée Jiangjun. Absolutely. He actually went to my best friend's place just to get back together with me. Jiangjun, you are really amazing. Lin Fan, at Lulu, don't pay attention to her. I ran into her today when I went to the hot springs. She apologized to me in public and said she was wrong, but I said I already had a girlfriend and it was too late to say anything. I had already made everything clear to her. Lin Fan, she contacted you, probably because she thinks she still has a chance, just ignore it, if it doesn't work, block her. I thought it was something else, but it turned out to be Jiangjun, the campus beauty from Hujian University. Alas, you don't know how happy I have been since breaking up with her. In the past, I had to spend my salary on her as soon as I got it, and I had no money left in my pocket. Now, tomorrow is the 10th, and my company should be paying salaries. Even though you are the boss, you still have to pay yourself the salary. Not much. Lin Fan gives himself 30,000 yuan from the company's salary every month. As for dividends, after deducting the wages paid to employees, which is about 500,000 yuan a month, the remaining 500,000 yuan is my net profit. I will ask the finance department to send me a report tomorrow when I go to work and everything will be basically clear. Tomorrow is a good day. Speaking of which, I hardly spent any money this month after breaking up with Jiangjun. The basic expenses were all covered by that beautiful President Sunny. By the way, she also gave herself a Jeep with a fiery red paint job. I'm transferring ownership and renewing the license plate recently. Xiao is helping with the process. It should be ready soon, right? Lulu, block? Lao Lin, this is not a good idea. After all, we are all alumni. We will see each other again in the future. Lin Fan's friend Lulu was shocked when he saw that old Lin was so heartless. I personally think that Jiangjun, the school beauty, must have gone too far. It's hard for me to say anything about the couple's affairs. The key point is that he had previously promised Jiangjun that he would keep Lin Fan's birthday tomorrow a secret for her, and she secretly made a plan to get back together. Everything was fine before, but now something like this has happened. Lin Fan, then you can do whatever you want. Lin Fan, by the way, the hot spring that my girlfriend invested in is pretty good. Let me know when you guys are free to come and play. Lin Fan, no money required, just have fun. Bad things will soon go away, and good things will soon come. Lin Fan also understood that life should be poetic, romantic, and happy. Live in the present. Zhang Ziyi and Afeng might have been busy before, but when they saw the message in the group, they immediately started to get angry. A phone, at Lulu, sure, Lulu, Jiangjun is still not giving up on Lin Fan, right? A phone, at Lao Lin, your WeChat name sounds very domineering. Take me with you. I mean, hot springs. Our company is planning to have a team building. How about I introduce a business to you? Lin Fan, how many people? If there are too many people, it won't be free. A phone, about 60 to 70 people, of course they have to pay. Chen Feng is currently working as a human resources officer in a company, and happens to be in charge of employee welfare issues. Seeing that it was a company team building event, Lin Fan said to him, okay, I'll talk to my girlfriend and give you a discount and some rebates. Feng, okay, Lao Lin actually feels most happy knowing you. Just like that, it was originally just a casual chat, but it turned into a high-potential team-building business. Later, Lin Fan only needed to discuss it with Sunny, and everything would be okay. He put down his phone, picked up a towel, turned on the water heater and went to the bathroom to take a shower. On the other side, Lulu was a little conflicted for a moment after seeing Lin Fan's performance. So in the group chat that Jiangjin invited them to, she tagged the former campus beauty of Hujiang University, saying, "I'm sorry, Lin Fan is my buddy, and it's not right for us to interfere with the decision he has made. Jiangjin, you should think of other ways." After saying that, he left the group directly. Chen Feng and Zhang Zhe, who had originally joined the group, also left the group one after another. Jiangjin saw this was the case. She was already extremely sad, and today she was completely heartbroken. Do you have to be so heartless? Lin Fan. Why can't you forgive me? Others can do this, so why can't I? She actually didn't go home because her mother Lu Xiuxiu kept urging her why Lin Fan hadn't bought air tickets and travel tickets for her and her group of old girlfriends to go to Sanya. She had promised her friends a long time ago. If she knew that her good son-in-law broke up with her daughter. Why don't you blame Jiangjin? Thinking of this, Jiangjin, who was wearing a black denim jacket with a light blue lace skirt underneath, a leg-revealing artifact wrapped around her legs, and black marten boots, looked very sad. Now I just happened to pass by the riverside bridge. Looking at the foggy surface of the river and the large cargo ships moving slowly forward, I suddenly felt a little breathless. Why do you do this to me? She cried very sadly. Then, under her long black hair, she revealed a beautiful yet sad face. She took a selfie of herself to Jiang, captioning, "Such a cruel heart. I'm so beautiful, are you willing to part with me? I will make you regret it." With a sound of fur, the message was posted on the circle of friends. Jiangjin squatted down, hugged her knees and started crying. Chapter 103 Sunny, it's settled then, honey, you'll be my personal male secretary. Hello? Good morning. Li Miao Miao, your study environment is great. It's 11 o'clock at night, which should be 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning in California. Lin Fan was just about to go to bed when he remembered that something had not been resolved with his mother, so he immediately made a video call to her. Unexpectedly, a beautiful picture of the Seine River in the morning suddenly appeared on the other end. There are also doves of peace in the square. Okay, my eldest son, do you want to come over and play with mom for a few days? Li Miao's voice sounded strange today. The camera shook on the characteristic buildings by the river, and then reflected the face of a beautiful mother who, although her age could be seen, was obviously very beautiful when she was young. She was munching on a bottle of Häagen-Dazs with her latte. Seeing that she looked good, Lin Fan quickly praised her and said, "I would like to go, but the company cannot do without people. It's okay for me to travel around the country. I will go when the situation of my company is stable." Lin Fan smiled. As for his parents, Lin Fan felt that they had worked hard all their lives and they should just go out and have fun however they wanted. Life is so short. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Li Miao made two noises over there and said, "Then come and play with Xinjin too." "You kid, why don't you tell me what happened between you and Xinjin? That girl is so nice. When your son is born, he will definitely be very handsome. Just say, why is my mom acting weird lately?" The message she sent to herself earlier was also about Jiangjin, and later she kept urging me to video chat with her. Now it seems that it is absolutely true, she came here just to act as a lobbyist. Then Lin Fan said, "Mom, I can handle my own affairs. Two people must be suitable for each other to last long. You know what their family does." Lin Fan had told his mother about the fact that Jiangjin's family always wanted to take away Lin Fan's property. But what the mother meant was that once the two of them were together, they would be a family. What does it matter whether it's family property or not? Isn't it shared by both of them? In the past, when my mother went out to play with Jiangjin's mother Lu Xiuxiu, it was my mother who paid for all the expenses. Later, Lin Fan found out that Lu Xiuxiu had borrowed 200,000 yuan from her mother and hadn't paid it back yet. Surprisingly, her mother didn't mind. I also admire it. Maybe their family is too poor. The key is this girl Xinjin. I liked her the first time I saw her. When you were pursuing her, didn't she reject many handsome men and finally decide to be with you? Relationships need to be tempered, how can they be smooth sailing? Xiaofan, you should go and apologize to Xinjin right away. Husband and wife should fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Live a good life together, okay? When Lin Fan heard his mother say such a thing, he immediately wanted to refute it. Love must be about mutual affection. If two people are suitable for each other at the beginning, but become unsuitable as time goes by, should they continue to be together? My mom is really something. As a result, just as he was about to speak, another beautiful woman's voice suddenly appeared on the other end of the video. Meow meow, who are you video calling with? Oh, quite handsome. Hey meow meow. I have a daughter who is pretty good too. You see, we have such a good relationship, how about we try to arrange a marriage? Lin Fan was just about to guess who the woman who was speaking was, since he had never seen her before. But then the angle of the video suddenly changed, revealing the fair face of a very charming, beautiful woman who was about 50 years old. Subconsciously, Lin Fan was startled. Why did this aunt look and have the same temperament as Sunny's wife? Maybe it was the aunt or sister I met when I was studying abroad with my mother. Lin Fan thought so. Just as the camera was turned towards her and Lin Fan took a look at her, it immediately turned back to Li Miao Miao. Li Miao Miao said, "Ha, Lao Qing, you are so silly. I have seen your daughter, she is a good one, but my Xiao Fan is already engaged, so you came a little late. If we hadn't met today, maybe the one with my Xiao Fan now would be your daughter." Bah, I'm not licking your son. My daughter is also pursued by many people. Oh, what a coincidence, otherwise I could really try to get my daughter and your son together in love. Once the aunties over there start talking, they talk endlessly. Lin Fan originally wanted to continue explaining things to his mother, but a quarrel had already started over there. Lin Fan called out mom several times, but Li Miao Miao was no longer listening. Before hanging up the video call, she was about to fight with the woman called Aunt Ching. When the beautiful lady Aunt Ching saw that the situation was not good, she immediately said, "My daughter is also urging me to go back. In fact, she has already found a son-in-law for me. What do you think? Are you envious? I heard that he still runs a company. So handsome, a long-legged handsome guy." When Lin Fan's mother heard the other party praising her son-in-law whom she had never met, implying that she felt her son was not as good as the other party, she immediately argued with the other party. Lin Fan sighed and hung up the phone. These old ladies really have nothing to do every day. When you say you're traveling to study and experience the world, it's actually just about going out to have fun. When playing, you have to compete with your own children. That's enough. Hang up the video and get into bed. Although I was still holding the phone in my hand, I felt extremely sleepy and soon fell into a dream. Beep, beep, beep. The next day, early in the morning. When Lin Fan woke up, it was already 8:30 in the morning. Well, the company had a morning meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I happened to go there to listen to the work reports of various departments. So I got up and made breakfast while listening to the financial radio. It is said that macro control has made great efforts to promote the stability of the stock market. But for Lin Fan, at this time, the more money entered the market, the more he would be cut. The bull market has now slowed down. The toaster makes a delicious bounce with a clang. Lin Fan poured a glass of milk and gulped down a large glass while munching on corn and boiled eggs when a message came through WeChat. After reading the downlink message, who else could it be if it's not his wife Sunny? "Sunny, honey, I'm getting up. Sunny, I'm going to lay off a few people today." When Lin Fan heard this, he laughed and responded. "Lin Fan, you are so cruel, will you give me compensation?" "Sunny, of course we have to give it, N+6. The global economic situation is not very good this year, and our original innovation department will now be laid off." Lin Fan sent a voice message. "What I mean is, the benefits are pretty good, and there's even N+6. I can work in your company." Sunny said, "Okay, I'll arrange a male secretary position for you. Your workstation is in my office. Just serve me tea and water every day." Lin Fan snorted and said, "Okay, then I will be a competent male secretary in the eyes of everyone in your company during the day, and I will turn into a big wolf dog in the evening and eat you braised in red sauce." "No, the office will eat you up directly." I thought the beautiful president would back down, but unexpectedly she said, "Okay, then it's settled. I really look forward to your being so strong, husband. I will ask the HR department to prepare an offer for you when I get to work. Please send me a copy of your husband's resume." Lin Fan was so angry that he wanted to go to her car and eat her alive the next second. For real. Chapter 104 Private Luxury Spa Club. Mr. Lin, here are the daily reports for several days this week. Please check them. Oh, by the way, Xian has made great progress in the past few days. She also asked me to say thank you to you specially, and wanted to invite you to her house this week, where she will cook for you personally. And Mr. Lin, you said that the two of us are going to Sanya on a business trip next week. I wonder if the date has been set. Shanghai, office on the 18th floor of Greenland Plaza Commercial Center. After Lin Fan arrived at the company, he found that everyone was in good spirits. He didn't know if it was because the new year was approaching, but everyone was working very hard. Someone greeted him warmly and he responded politely, but what he didn't know was that once he left, the little girl who greeted me suddenly cried out, "The boss greeted me! The boss greeted me! I'm going to buy a lottery ticket." I wonder what Lin Fan would feel if he knew this. Okay, well done, sure. Can you tell me directly about the briefing of each department's work this week? This will not only exercise your ability to express yourself, but also allow me to quickly draw conclusions and make decisions. Forget about the anchor wanting to take advantage of me. It's a work relationship. The most taboo thing is any relationship between the boss and the anchor. It's unfair to everyone. Just tell her to work hard and there will be dividends at the end of the year. Business trip. Well, let's book the ticket for next Wednesday. There will be an industry summit, and I may have to go there to receive an award. Here is my ID card. Sure, you'd better book the ticket this afternoon. I want a first-class ticket, and yours too. Cut the Gordian knot. A single word can decide everything. Lin Fan finished what Sure wanted to report in just a few words. I thought that if there was nothing to do at the company later, I could go find a place to have a massage. Although it was very comfortable to soak in the hot spring yesterday, I also felt a little uncomfortable all over. Unexpectedly, just after I finished muttering, Sure, the former stewardess secretary, seemed to have dressed herself up in a special way today. The bun is a unique style for stewardesses. She wears a pink silk shirt, a white pencil skirt, a pair of Valentino high heels, and secretary glasses on her delicately made-up face. Don't mention it, I didn't have time to take a closer look just now. I was thinking about what I was going to do later, but now that I see the other person, I feel dazzling. Well, boss, let me tell you the results directly. The performance in the first 4 days of this week was good because of the year-end promotion. The turnover of the live broadcast room increased by 401.23% month-on-month, which is 16 million. Among them, the performance of anchor Xian was the most dazzling. One person contributed 40% of the total. The remaining anchors, 16, Chi, and Yuer, all performed stably. Although there was some improvement, it was not particularly obvious. Mr. Ma, the person in charge of e-commerce, has already provided some methods to improve the performance, which will be sent to your email later. Well, that's expected. How much has the flow rate increased this week? Is the production stable? When doing e-commerce, the most important thing is to balance income and expenditure. If the cost, expenditure, and income are not calculated well, it can easily lead to collapse. Therefore, Lin Fan specifically set the profit point of the product at 1:8, so that after deducting the cost, the profit is also considerable. It is stable because it is a big promotion. The ROI is usually 2.7, and now it has reached 3.3. Sure seems very proud. After all, it's good enough for a company not to make a loss these days, not to mention that their company has been profitable. Now Mr. Lin Fan has told them that there will be year-end bonuses and dividends at the end of the year. She is not in the business department, but the boss is very straightforward, and she can't help but look forward to it. Okay, please ask the finance department to send me a report for this month and last month, as well as the human resources department's measures to optimize human efficiency. Also, a friend of mine may come for an interview. Her name is Lin Chi, so please remember to remind me then. Well, the work for the morning has basically been done. Lin Fan was thinking about going to a private club for a high-end spa massage. It was a very tiring and hard morning's work. Sure on the other side nodded repeatedly. As promised, boss. I'll arrange it now. Then she left the office in her high heels. However, just as she walked out and was about to close the door, she suddenly turned around, adjusted her glasses in a sultry manner, and said to Lin Fan, "By the way, Mr. Lin, you just said that you wanted to have a massage, right?" Lin Fan nodded. "I wonder if you have a way." Unexpectedly, as soon as I finished speaking, the other party said, "Actually, I can, if you are willing, I can help you press it." Actually, it's not impossible. But Lin Fan always felt that Sure was too ambiguous towards him. So I told her, "Forget it, you work hard, I can just make the appointment myself." Sure, But isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Oh, that is true. The job of a female secretary does include helping me organize all work reports every day, making appointments for various meetings, and conveying various instructions. All right, Lin Fan let her make an appointment for a massage for him. After the sexy girl Shershur, who was wearing a pink silk shirt, a white hip skirt and Valentino high heels, left carefully, Lin Fan relaxed in his boss chair, took a deep breath, and quickly opened his wife Sunny's WeChat interface to see if she had sent him a message. The two agreed to have lunch together if they were not busy. But the situation now is that she didn't reply to the message. That beautiful CEO should be quite busy at this moment. In the morning, he was flirting with the beautiful CEO Sunny, and the only thing missing was that they could meet right now and hug each other and kiss each other passionately. It would be best if she also wore a professional uniform like Shershur. It's really good. I thought that since the other party didn't reply to the message, I might as well go for a massage at noon. I just sent her a smiley face. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Shershur came back radiantly after conveying her ideas to each department. Boss? I have made an appointment at a private club. It has a pretty good reputation. The technicians there are said to be female undergraduates, and there are also ballet dancers. Do you want to go? College girl, ballet dancer? At that time, Lin Fan was checking his stock account. There was not much increase today, although he still earned 2,000 yuan. Lin Fan responded subconsciously, okay, then go to the parking lot, drive my car, and wait for me downstairs of the company later. The day before yesterday, the flight attendant Shershur immediately nodded and said in a sweet voice, okay, boss, then shall we see you in 10 minutes? Lin Fan nodded. Shershur was doing fine at work. Her voice was nice and he felt comfortable with it. Later, seeing that it was about time, he put on his coat, left the company, sat in the boss chair in his Mercedes-Benz, and set off for his destination, a private high-end club. Chapter 105 Sexy Senior Bunny Girl? Girl, what's wrong with you? Why do you express such emotion? On the other hand, since Jiangjin didn't sleep the whole night after returning home, she was not in the mood to go to work the next day. She was wearing a bunny girl outfit, kneeling on the bed and admiring the appearance of her sexy senior schoolmate. She was taking pictures and dealing with company matters at the same time, but at the same time she received a message from her suitor, Teacher Chin. But she was too lazy to reply. So he kept silent. Then he took out a lace-eye mask and put it on his face. You know, this is how my former fiancé Lin Fan liked me to dress the most, but I thought it was troublesome at the time and always ignored his needs and feelings. Now, she finally understood why her fiancé Lin Fan liked her to dress like this. It's also quite charming when you wear it yourself. Teacher Chin, girl, I know you love that man, but you can't keep treating yourself like this. Teacher Chin, if a person's life is filled with such sadness, then it means that the relationship between the two people is naturally wrong. Teacher Chin, unlike me, only I can bring you happiness and joy. Teacher Chin, girl, if you have any troubles, tell me. I am very warm. Jiangjin really didn't expect that this avatar, with a slicked back hair and a suit, Teacher Chin would be so narcissistic. Does he claim to be a love saint? By the way, is the venue that I asked him to help find last time okay now? It just so happened that his employee Ruerue was sending him a message, asking about the progress, because their show was tentatively scheduled for January 3rd at the beginning of the year, and the time was almost here. Jiangjin, Teacher Chin, please don't start talking yet. By the way, I forgot to ask you, how is the venue issue I mentioned last time going? To be honest, Jiangjin just knelt on the bed and looked at her charming self in the mirror. She couldn't help but regain a lot of confidence. She was sure again that when her fiancé saw her like this in front of him, he would definitely fall under her charm. Seeing that Teacher Chin was so self-indulgent and greasy, she subconsciously thought about blocking him. Thinking that it might be of some use, I immediately asked the other party. As for the other party, they had just set up a commercial live broadcast room and even got a snow machine to create a great atmosphere. They were planning to start the live broadcast later. As soon as I saw the other party sent me a message asking about the venue. If she hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten it. He quickly remembered a young employee in his previous company, a young man named Lin Bei, who said he had resources and described them very seriously at the time. So he hurried out of the office and called out to him towards the employee area. The boy stood up with a bang and ran towards him. After the other party reported the progress of the venue, Teacher Chin immediately smiled, patted Lin Bei on the shoulder and said, not bad, not bad. In fact, Xiao Bei, you can make it in Shanghai, but most people who work hard cannot buy a house. You should use such a good relationship quickly. You don't know, here relationships determine everything. How about this, I'll create a group and you can quickly connect your resources. I have a very important client, and of course, she may also be your future boss's wife, so you must do a good job on this. Just like that, Teacher Chin excitedly told Jiangjun that the venue would be connected soon. And after Lin Fan's younger brother Lin Bei created a group, Lin Bei quickly sent a message to his brother Lin Fan about this matter. After Lin Fan thought about it, he immediately called Sunny again. Sunny gave him Xiao's WeChat and said, Xiao will contact you about this matter. Finally, a group called 2025 Fashion Show Venue Docking Group came into being. The people in the group include Lin Fan's ex-fiancé Jiangjun, Lin Fan's personal secretary Shishir, Lin Bei, Teacher Chin, Rui, a British student employee of Jiangjun's company, and others. Of course, Lin Fan didn't pay much attention at first. On the contrary, when Jiangjun saw that things were actually making some progress and was about to introduce her contact person Rui to everyone in the group and tag the group members, she discovered something extremely shocking. No, isn't this group member nicknamed Tiger attack his own fiancé Lin Fan? How come he is in the group? At first she was a little bit unbelievable, but soon when she clicked on the other person's avatar and tried to browse his account, she found that she couldn't see anything at all. Add him as a friend. Sure enough, it shows that it cannot be added. Jiangjun could basically confirm that this was indeed the account of her fiancé Lin Fan. Teacher Chin, et al., come here, let me introduce to you. This is the demander at Jiangjun, CEO of the fashion show, Ms. Jiangjun, and this is my company's employee at Lin Bei, a very good young man. He is the one who connected our company's venue resources here. Teacher Chin, for the rest, everyone can work together on their own. Teacher Chin, at Jiangjun, Boss Jinjin, just let the kids do this, we can talk about our matters privately. Private chat? Let us chat privately. Jiangjun was originally in a very good mood. After all, the venue problem had been solved and the original catwalk plan went smoothly. But when she saw Teacher Chin in the group speaking after helping her solve the problem, she found it really disgusting. I didn't want to bother with him at all, so I chose to block myself. She was wondering how Lin Fan appeared in this group? Could he be the matchmaker? She really wanted to ask him, but suddenly she remembered that he still blocked her. Thinking of how he ridiculed her when they were taking a hot spring bath yesterday, she felt sad. She was wearing a sexy bunny girl outfit and looking at her beautiful self in the mirror, tears streaming down her face again. Why are you so cruel? Is it because he has a new girlfriend now? He has a very ambiguous relationship with that cool woman in the lagoon blue bikini. You may not understand women, but Jiangjun, the campus belle of Hujiang University, can't bear it when she thinks about this matter. Why do you fall in love with someone else so quickly? Lin Fan. It's not that easy for you to dump me, huh? You must miss me every day now, right? Who else can understand your needs except me? She felt that she couldn't give up because of obstacles at the moment. Besides, ever since she and Lin Fan had a quarrel, she hadn't hugged a man for several days. At this moment, she missed Lin Fan so much. In the past, whenever they were lonely, they would kiss and hug each other affectionately to relieve their boredom and melancholy, but now the man she loved was right next to her, yet he seemed as far away as the horizon. Lin Fan. She was missing him like crazy right now. Why did she want Lin Fan to rush over and kiss her so much? Chapter 106 Kiss.gif. Lin Fan, I miss you so much. I don't know why I am like this, but when I wake up in the morning, I suddenly realize that you are no longer by my side. I feel lonely and miss our past very much. I couldn't help but put on a bunny girl suit and took a photo of myself like this. You'll definitely like it. We have been together for so long, you should think of me when you are lonely? Ha, you blocked me and I can't find you, but luckily we still have email. Look, I am now starting to become the person you liked me before. Wanna kiss me? Explosion. This former beauty from Hujiang University actually filmed this kind of video for her ex-fiancé because she missed him? Her current state is simply that of a succubus. Ah, it hurts. Be a little gentler, little sister, be a little gentler. On the other side, after Lin Fan, who had just gone to a private SPA club, came in, the public relations manager here recommended several beauties in gorgeous clothes. Lin Fan was somewhat indifferent. He felt that a woman was most attractive when her appearance and inner qualities were combined, and when her soul and active exploration were in harmony. His ex-fiancée Jiangjun is not like that. She is very beautiful on the outside, stunningly beautiful, but she is not good looking on the inside. So Lin Fan passed. On the contrary, the beautiful President Sunny meets his needs very well. He kind of hated everyday girls, so he chose a ballet dancer to massage his shoulders. How to put it, she gave Lin Fan a feeling of being pure yet not simple. She was wearing a ballet skirt with fluttering clothes, a straight and slender figure, and light makeup. She looked like she was about to perform a swan dance in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan found her interesting, so he chose her. And it turned out that Lin Fan's vision was indeed good. When she came up, she massaged her shoulders and neck, as if she was worried that the force was not enough. He rubbed Lin Fan's shoulders and neck hard, almost crippling him. After Lin Fan trained him for a while, the other party gradually got on the right track. Lin Fan asked her, "Are you new here?" Actually, he wanted to say that although it was Shishir who made the reservation for him, he had been here once before with Mu Xiao, a young man from Shanghai, and had a good experience there. But I didn't expect to meet a newbie. Then, the girl wearing a veil and who was a ballet dancer immediately panicked and said in a soft voice, "I'm sorry. Someone had trained me before I came in, but I still..." "Sir, please don't complain about me. Just tell me what you want me to do and I will be very obedient." A newbie indeed. Lin Fan blew the other party out without saying a word. If he had known this earlier, he would have found a mature and professional lady to help him with the massage. She kept begging Lin Fan for forgiveness. Lin Fan thought she might have a hidden secret. Who would a ballet dancer come here to be a technician? So I told her, just calm down, adjust yourself and press well. Be gentle and just help me press my shoulders, neck, and back. Although the girl's hands were still a little flustered, the effect was much more comfortable than before. Then suddenly there was a ding. If a start email hint suddenly popped up in his mobile mailbox, Lin Fan would have almost fallen asleep while being massaged. Who is this? Why is there a start email? It can't be an advertisement. Lin Fan originally thought that his email might have leaked phishing information from an advertiser, but when he looked at the email, he found that the source was from his ex-fiancée Jiangjun. There was only a comma in the subject of the email, and there was no text content in the body, but there was an MP4 video file. It turned out to be her. When he saw that it was his ex-fiancée, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. I used to be so affectionate that I even marked the other person's emails with a star. Cancel it immediately. Lin Fan acted quickly. Why would she send him an email now? You still miss me and are still obsessed with me. No, didn't I hurt her badly yesterday afternoon? She should know her attitude. Now what is this for? Out of curiosity, Lin Fan thought that he might as well not look at her. What good words could she say to him now? But I couldn't suppress my curiosity, so I clicked on the video download and preview. It would have been better if I hadn't watched it. As soon as I watched it, I found the exploding shot in the video. Well, in the video there was actually a sexy beauty wearing a bunny girl costume and a lace eye mask, who was crying and talking to herself while recording the video. What is this stinky woman trying to do? Lin Fan took a look at the video. Although it was very beautiful and hot, Lin Fan did not watch it for long. He is being massaged now, it would be disastrous if this video were broadcast. No, what does she mean? Because I only watched the first half of the video and didn't watch the second half, it was a bit confusing. Later, Lin Fan turned off the sound and understood it all after watching it. What this stinky woman meant was that she had corrected herself and wanted me to return to our world of two people, and she promised me that whatever I wanted her to do before but she didn't agree to do, she could do it now. What's more, she said she missed Lin Fan very much and asked Lin Fan if he missed her too. After all, the two have lived together for so long and have experienced a lot of exciting and thrilling things together. As for whether Lin Fan missed her or not, he did miss her at certain times, but now he had the beautiful CEO Sunny, and he had a way to get rid of his loneliness. She is totally insane. Lin Fan cursed inwardly without even thinking about it. Just ignore her. Don't be fooled by the fact that she appears to be so obedient and succubus in the video. With the previous experience, who knows what Jiangjun, the unyielding woman, will do. It's strange, why is there still no news from Miss Sunny? Lin Fan just felt unlucky, so he immediately opened the chat box with Sunny, the beautiful CEO, and found that the other party still didn't speak. Lin Fan immediately sent a message. Busy today? I came out at noon and have been waiting for you. Do you want me to meet you downstairs in your company? So far, the thing that makes Lin Fan most excited is his relationship with the beautiful CEO Sunny. It's beautiful to mention her heart. But after waiting for a while, there was still no news. Lin Fan had a hunch that something might have happened to the other party. They left reluctantly yesterday, and it seemed that time had passed so quickly. They had clearly agreed to have lunch together at noon, but it was already past 1 p.m. and there was still no news. I was thinking about whether to make a phone call. As a result, the other party responded as if they had just seen the message, "What, husband misses me? I had a meeting all morning and afternoon, and there were many things to decide. Ha, after the meeting, I got my phone and saw that you sent me a message, worrying about me. It felt so good. Okay, honey, if you are not busy this afternoon, please come to meet me downstairs in our company. Kiss.glf. Chapter 107 Sunny, my husband is in my office. It's great to have her here. When the beautiful CEO Sunny said, "Why, did you miss me?" I suddenly felt a sense of happiness and excitement in my heart. Yeah, I do miss her. By the way, Lin Fan's parents were not around when he was young, and the only grandmother who loved him passed away. Later, he worked hard on his own and finally found a woman he loved, Jiangjin, but they still treated him like that. Now that everything has a clear future direction, Lin Fan just wants to stay alone with Sunny. Even if we don't talk, it's okay as long as we each focus on our own things. Lin Fan, don't make that expression, "I want a real kiss." Sunny, humph, who said we don't want a real kiss? Sunny, honey, come quickly. I'll be out soon after I finish my work. Well, Lin Fan actually wanted the feeling of missing each other to last a little longer, and he really enjoyed it. But seeing the other party say this, Lin Fan turned off his phone, turned around and said to the ballet dancer, "Okay, that's enough, I have something to do and have to leave first. All your expenses will be paid at the original price. Next time I need to improve my skills a little more." After saying that, Lin Fan was about to stand up. The other party said, "Sir, I just applied essential oil to you. Can you wait for a few minutes and I will clean it for you? I almost forgot. My back did feel cool just now, very comfortable." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Hurry up." The other party said, "Well, I will clean it up for you now. By the way, sir, you can tell at a glance that you have extraordinary conversation skills. You must be a successful person, right?" Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to it, nor did he want to expose his current situation, so he said, "It doesn't matter, we all have to keep working hard." The other party said, "You are too modest. You don't look like an ordinary office worker. By the way, can you come to me next time?" Wow, why is she suddenly so flattering? It turns out it's for the future performance. Lin Fan said, "Let us see how the situation develops." The other party said, "Thank you, sir, but can you help me apply for a card and recharge 3,000 yuan? Lin Fan. Alas, this situation is common nowadays. Lin Fan felt that when he was stressed at work, he would think about getting a massage. Next time, he could just find a mature woman in professional attire to help him. He was not short of money now, so he said to her, "My secretary will come over later, please top up 100,000 first, and then my company employees may also come. Reward them for their hard work." After he finished speaking, his body was cleaned. The lights were turned on, leaving the original ambiguous atmosphere. Lin Fan sent a message to Shishir to tell her about the situation here, and then he went out to get the car from the underground garage. Navigate to the headquarters of Pilai Culture Company where Sunny works. Lin Fan rode away from the crowd and stepped on the accelerator, heading towards his destination. Ha! I saw it. Just don't have the guts to reply. On the other side, Jiangjin, who had just woken up at noon, put on beautiful makeup and was about to dress up for a trip. At first, she was a little anxious and wanted to know whether Lin Fan had watched the video she sent him, but the other party didn't reply to her message for a long time, so she couldn't help but click on the withdrawal email. After discovering failure, she smiled a little happily and said in a soft voice, "Humph, he has already seen it. Now, he must be tormented inside, right?" Since he had taken such initiative, he must want to come to him immediately, but he was a little embarrassed. Thinking of this, Jiangjin looked at the time and saw that it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The company's venue had been arranged. He immediately sent a message to Lin Fan's good friend Lulu, asking him to make an appointment with Lin Fan to meet in a villa in the evening. She has almost finished the arrangement here. Just wait for the male lead to appear in the evening. But she also said that her relationship with Lin Fan had been strained in recent days. If he asked her who had spent so much effort to help him organize a birthday party in the villa, she could say that a friend of hers had just finished decorating the villa and the environment was nice, so she decided to use it to hold a birthday party on the spur of the moment. After hearing the news, Lulu didn't want to care at first, but then she heard from school beauty Jiang that she meant that she would not attend the birthday party in the villa that she had carefully prepared. Lulu was a little confused, but Jiangjin said, "I just had an argument with him yesterday, and he said he has a woman he likes. I love him, but it has nothing to do with whether he has a girlfriend or not. I just love him. And don't tell him that it was prepared by me. I know it in my heart. For a moment, Lulu was somewhat moved. Could she really have realized her mistake? Later, he discussed it with his two best friends, Zhenfeng and Zhang Zhe. Since old Lin didn't say anything on his birthday, he probably forgot about it. Everyone knew how he treated everyone normally, so they thought of taking this opportunity to ask Lin Fan to meet in the evening. As for Jiangxin, she said she would not come today, probably because she wanted to avoid suspicion and impress Lin Fan. After discussing this, Lulu finally sent a message to the group of 4 close friends, inviting Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan had just driven to the headquarters of Pilai Culture in Shanghai. He was impressed by a large blue logo Pilai Culture in front of the park. Listed companies are indeed different. The logo is full of 2-dimensional lowly girls. Not to mention, he was looking forward to what the Pilai Culture company would look like inside. After I parked the car and entered their company building in handsome casual clothes, what caught my eye was their company's front desk. She is a 2-dimensional lowly girl. Damn, it's really 2-dimensional. I didn't expect that the beautiful President Sunny would be the female president of such a cultural company. He liked the feeling and quickly sent a message to Sunny. Lin Fan, I'm here. Lin Fan, in the lobby downstairs. With a click, Lin Fan took a real-time photo of the lowly receptionist and sent it to Sunny. As for Sunny, it seemed that she was busy just now when she saw her boyfriend coming. First, she sent a voice message to Lin Fan, which said, "Honey, tell the front desk that you are my guest and ask her to bring you up. I'll be waiting for you in the office. We will kiss in the office later." When Lin Fan heard this, he almost amplified the voice sent by the beautiful CEO. She is so brave. She is not afraid of criticism from people in the company. Lin Fan quickly said, "Speak a little more quietly." The girl at the front desk heard it. As a result, Sunny laughed in a royal sister voice and said, "Are you talking about Chanxian? I just told her on the phone that an important male friend will come, and she also asked me if I am my boyfriend. Well, just let her take you up." Very interesting 2-dimensional girl smash. Chapter 108, the 2D lowly girl smashes. Hi, hello, I am your Sunny General. Who is our Sunny's boyfriend? And then let me take a good look at it. At the front desk on the first floor of the PLLL Culture headquarters, Lin Fan wanted to go over and say hello first, and ask the other party to take him upstairs. Unexpectedly, the 2D girl in an ancient green shirt at the front desk, who was originally typing on the keyboard to reply to the message, suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Fan with her pretty face. How to put it, that look was like he was sizing up his future son-in-law. Lin Fan smiled. "Huh? What? Sunny always said she was my friend on the phone. I noticed you when you came in just now. You are a handsome guy, so of course I had to take a look at you." After saying that, the 2D lowly girl put on a pair of 2D girl's glasses, moved her fingers up and down, and looked at Lin Fan from top to bottom and from bottom to hand. Lin Fan quickly stepped back, put his hands to cover her face, and warned, "Sister, don't do this." "What else?" "Well, brother, you don't have to panic. I'm just a little curious about why Sunny always has such high demands on people. I've been in this company for 5 years, and I've never seen Sunny always let a man come to see her alone and go to her office. Brother, what exactly attracted you to that person?" Lin Fan saw that the other party was looking at him for this reason. Such a young 2D girl would not copy the 5 standards of women's love of Pan Lu and Deng Xiaoxian and apply them to himself. Seeing that the other party was just very innocent, Lin Fan felt a little relieved and said with a smile, "I don't know what attracted me to the other party, maybe it was love at first sight. By the way, can you take me upstairs now?" Lin Fan took out his cell phone and indicated that if the other party didn't believe it, he could call Sunny's wife to confirm. Unexpectedly, the other party immediately withdrew his gaze and said in a girl's voice, "Well, it's okay, but if any secrets happen between you and General Sunny after you go up, can you tell me in secret?" "You sweep me." Lin Fan hardly had time to react before the girl in the ancient green dress opened WeChat and asked Lin Fan to add her as a friend. Lin Fan smiled. He was in an unfamiliar place and was afraid that there would be trouble if he went up there. It would not be good if the first sight gave the other party the impression that he, as the boyfriend of their boss Sunny, was unkind. Ding sound. Lin Fan added the other party. "Right. I said that Sunny has good taste. We agreed that if anything happens between you and Sunny, remember to tell me." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Everything else is fine, but if it involves our privacy, it might not be good." The girl immediately said, No, I am just gossiping at most, and I won't tell anyone, so just keep it to yourself. Lin Fan nodded and asked her, Your name is Qian? The girl was surprised again and said, Oh my god. You even know my name. Your name is Lin Fan, right? If Sunny always says something about me, please remember to say a few good words for me. Lin Fan laughed quickly, okay. After swiping the card to enter the elevator, I pressed the button for the 34th floor and the elevator went straight to the floor and the door opened. Hey! Sorry. Before Lin Fan walked out, a skateboard came rushing towards them. He subconsciously stepped on it to steady the board. Immediately, a cosplayer ran over quickly holding a skirt. The voice was very sickly. Lin Fan looked closely and found that it was Yao. Is the cultural attribute in the company of the beautiful President Sunny so exciting? Ching, be careful, this is our boss's man, be careful or he will fire you. It was obvious that the 2D girl was talking to Yao. When Yao heard the girl say that, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands, looking surprised. Boss man? Well, at this time Lin Fan already had a premonition that he felt like he had entered the Ponzi cave. There are all kinds of cute girls in it. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said hello. He was a little terrified to encounter such a situation right after coming in. Just don't come and cosplay as the Bull Demon King when the time comes. Hello? I'm Ching, the editor-in-chief of Pili Culture. No wonder Sister Sunny came to work dressed so stunningly today. It turns out that a man came. Chief, editor-in-chief? If it wasn't for Na Yao who took the initiative to extend her jade hand to greet him, and if it wasn't for looking at him with the same magic revealing eyes as Chen, Lin Fan would never have believed that this Yao was actually the editor-in-chief here. Of course we have to give face to the editor-in-chief. Lin Fan extended his hand and took the initiative to shake hands with the other party. I noticed that they were a pair of very cold little hands and was about to say something. The other person suddenly smiled and said, Although I am cold, my uterus is not cold. I was born with a cold bed physique. May I know your name, sir? Wow, Lin Fan introduced himself. His surname is Lin, his name is Fan, and he is a warrior from the north. Na Yao also knew how to pick up the conversation and said with a smile, That's Mr. Lin, not bad, he is very pleasing to my eye, you can come in. Is this the second level of Ponzi Cave? Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Fan wanted to go in quickly. He didn't know how his wife Sunny was doing now. And when Qian, the 2D girl, brought him into the employee area, what caught his eye was a loud bang. In this office area, there were probably more than 80 people, if not 100. There are many cosplay anime characters in it. Some people are playing golf. This company culture. Those employees work hard when they should work, rest as much as they should, and play when they should play. The overall scene is very harmonious and bursting with creative vitality. Lin Fan followed Qian all the way through the corridor and finally came to the innermost part of this floor, which should be the area closest to the river view. There was a large office with simple decoration. From the outside, you can't see what's inside at all. You can even forget that this place is located in an office building in Shanghai. Waiting for Qian to stretch out her jade hand and knocked gently on the door. After waiting for a while, a beautiful and cold voice came from inside. Qian came in and reported. Lin Fan was waiting outside. After a while, Qian poked her little head out and shouted to her, It's okay, Mr. Lin can come in. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that a visit to Sunny's company, the beautiful CEO, really overturned many of his fantasies. He couldn't imagine that an international listed company would play like this. There are many other girls. When he and Qian finished alternating their positions, one going in and the other coming out, Lin Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain on his arm. He turned his head and saw Qian, who was wearing an ancient green shirt, whispering, Brother, don't forget to say a few good words for me later. There's a surprise inside. After saying that, she pointed at her phone and looked at Lin Fan's muscular figure, as if she said, Don't forget it, kid, and then left with a smile. Chapter 109 Beautiful Queen Medusa? Surprise? What surprise? After the ancient-style girl left, Lin Fan muttered to himself, wondering if Miss Sunny had prepared some program for him in there. Let her look at herself with that kind of eyes. Well, Miss Sunny has been creating surprises for me since we met, and I don't want to tell you all about them. Anyway, we are already at the door. Lin Fan adjusted his breathing, then strode over and knocked on the door a few times. Following a familiar and cold voice from inside, he said, Come in. Lin Fan pushed the door open and went in. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. As soon as he entered, he saw the man sitting in the office. Lin Fan? Then I realized what the surprise that Shanshan girl had just mentioned was. Sunny also cosplayed as one of them. But she was cosplaying as Queen Medusa. When Lin Fan first saw her outfit, he was stunned. She wore a golden queen's crown, and in addition to imitation makeup, her ears were also elf-shaped. The off-shoulder, tube-length, slit red dress with gold embellishments concealed her plump, white legs, exuding endless charm. She sat upright in red and gold high heels, with her toes pointing left and right, and her arms casually placed on both sides. A pair of icy and cold eyes. I can't say they are 100% similar, but at least 70% or 80% similar. Oh, why, you can't recognize me? Or maybe you don't like Mr. Lin. With this kind of dressing, your words will naturally carry your own aura. If no one breaks this balance, it would be a waste of Sunny, the beautiful president, who is dressed up so carefully. I like it, of course I don't like it. It's just a little distant, but I like it. Taking a few big steps forward, Lin Fan quickly came to the opposite side of Sunny's desk and found a chair for himself. It should be the place where her employees usually come to report on their work. Lin Fan put his hands forward, rested his elbows on the table, and leaned his chair forward. Then he looked at each other closely. TSK, I don't see you like me that much. You act like you don't know me when you see me. The beautiful President Sunny was obviously still busy with work, her beautiful hands with red manicure constantly tapping the mouse. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't hesitate to reach out and lift up Sunny's smooth chin, saying provocatively, "Bah, didn't you just say that you were done with work? There's something urgent going on. Husband, wait a moment." Sunny was obviously still working, so Lin Fan started to scold her. "Come on, you said you were done with work and asked me to come to you, and you still want to break your promise. Oh, by the way, how should I appreciate you now?" Lin Fan looked at the other person. She is a living, sexy beauty in ancient style. Her snow-white skin is so stunning that you only realize how stunning it is when you admire it from a distance. She seemed to be emitting endless fragrance, and the golden necklace and red maple leaf necklace around her neck made her look even more noble. The more icy and beautiful she looked, the more Lin Fan looked at her closely, his hand hooked with hers. It depends on your ability. I'm kind of busy anyway. Sunny looked at the screen with her beautiful eyes, her fingers tapping on the keyboard from time to time, with a bit of fierceness in her eyes. Look at my ability? Lin Fan understood a little bit. What she meant was that she was a bit busy right now, and if he wanted to do something, it would be fine as long as she didn't resist. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Seeing her current attitude, he simply stood up and walked away from where she was sitting, staring at her slender arms and beautiful back. He went straight behind her, lifted her long hair, and admired her neck. Lin Fan gave her a kiss. Then I realized that I couldn't start this because she was too beautiful. As a result, Lin Fan hugged her, looked down at her, and kissed her for a long time. When Sunny finished her work and hit the enter key on the keyboard, finally feeling a little relaxed, she discovered that this boy had started thinking about her without her noticing. Turning around, Sunny saw her man, her husband Lin Fan, up close. Because it happened so suddenly, the two people were very close to each other, almost only 1 centimeter apart. Lin Fan said, "What? Sunny, what are you doing? Why so close?" Lin Fan, that depends on you. Who allowed you to be so close to me? I didn't mean it. Sunny was protesting. But at this moment, the two of them, their breathing overlapped, their eyes looked into each other's eyes, their red lips also looked into each other's eyes, as if Q Bullet was breathing. Lin Fan tried to take a step forward, just close enough to kiss the other person's lips, but Sunny suddenly said, "You hooligan, you're teasing me, aren't you?" She hugged Lin Fan's neck with both hands and started kissing him. Whom? I was actually kissed by Sunny, the beautiful CEO? I really didn't expect that the two of them would kiss in this situation, but it seems that they quite like it. She kissed Lin Fan and Lin Fan kissed her too. At first, there was attraction between opposite sexes, and then it was like a raging fire. The kissing never stopped, and later I felt that sitting down was hindering my happiness. Sunny, who was cosplaying as a beautiful president wearing a red and gold phoenix crown and bridal robe, simply stood up and hugged and kissed Lin Fan while speaking sweet words to him in a coquettish manner. Lin Fan enjoyed her very much. "Humph, you rascal, just tell me whether you like it today or not." 40 minutes later, the two left kissing each other. Sunny was a little bit spoiled and unwilling to admit defeat, and asked Lin Fan how the experience was. "Do you like her like this?" She dressed like this specifically for Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, "I like it. I really like the way you treat me, Sunny. When I get home at night, I still miss Sunny, my wife. What do you say to me, dressed like this? Then I want to take off my makeup, and we'll continue when we get home." Lin Fan nodded and said that this was very interesting. Sunny said, "Actually, I really want to play role-playing. Tell me, will you submit to me?" Snort. "I'll make you beg me then." Lin Fan laughed out loud, took her hand, kissed her beautiful red lips again, admired her snow-white skin, and continued to hug her waist and kiss her. "I always feel like I can't kiss enough." When the other person's face flushed and she kept complaining about Lin Fan being a bastard and a hooligan, Lin Fan was no longer polite to her. He picked her up from the office chair and held her in his arms like a princess. Lin Fan looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and said sharply, "What, don't you like me holding you like this? Say you like it. Also, I will definitely treat you well if you dress like this, you stinky woman. Don't even think about leaving the office this afternoon." Afterwards, Lin Fan carried Sunny, the beautiful president who cosplayed as the sexy Queen Medusa, to the sofa and kissed her while lying down. Chapter 110: Hugs and Kisses on the Sofa. That day, Lin Fan and the beautiful CEO Sunny were on the sofa, kissing passionately for a long time before they ended. In order to avoid being disturbed, Sunny, who cosplayed as Medusa, closed the bamboo windows of the office tightly so that the two could relax and have fun. During this time, although someone knocked on the door and wanted to come in to report on work, Sunny responded wittily and coolly that it was not convenient now and asked him to come back later and then arranged to leave. At that time, Lin Fan and Sunny were kissing passionately. Seeing that his girlfriend was so powerful, Lin Fan was eager to reward her until they finished. "Humph, really, why are you kissing your husband here? You are still at work." At this moment, Sunny stood up, touched her long hair, straightened her clothes, and returned to her original dignified and elegant state of a cold beauty. Lin Fan was not unhappy at all. Instead, he felt it was enjoyable and unforgettable. He responded to her, "Miss Sunny, it was not you who asked me to come here. Although you are a little arrogant now, you give people a good feeling." Lin Fan admired the beauty beside him. "Looking back at the scene just now, I just feel it is too deadly. It is not intentional to make a comparison, but the feeling of being with Sunny, the beautiful CEO, is much better than being with the campus belle of Hujian University, who is also my ex-fiancé. It really makes people nostalgic." If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fan picked up his phone at this moment and suddenly saw several missed calls, as well as voice calls and messages on WeChat. After the beautiful CEO Sunny had tidied herself, someone came knocking on the door and said they wanted to report on their work. "I'm afraid the two of them will be affectionate for a while. Hey, Mr. Sunny, are you free later?" He opened his phone and looked carefully at the incoming calls and messages, only to find that it was his brothers looking for him, Lin Fan. At first he thought something big had happened. Later I suddenly realized that they wanted to invite me to a dinner party. The location is inside the mall. When asked why, they didn't explain clearly, but just said that they hadn't been together for a long time and wanted to have a good reunion. Also, Chen Feng has recently fallen in love with a girl, but things have not been going well, so he wants everyone to help him out with some advice. Lin Fan planned to go over. "I guess we won't be able to get off work until after 7 p.m. Mr. Lin, do you have anything else to do?" From the questions and answers, it is clear that Sunny, the beautiful president, is currently dealing with work matters. "Well, my friend kept calling me just now. One of his friends broke up and I had to go over to see him." Lin Fan raised his phone to indicate that this was true. A young lady with a graceful temperament came in and heard Lin Fan and Sunny greeting each other. She subconsciously turned around to look at Lin Fan, and Lin Fan smiled at her. The young lady, who was about 30 years old, also responded to Lin Fan politely. Then Sunny, the beautiful president who cosplayed as Medusa, responded beautifully, "Okay, you go meet your friend first, and we'll contact each other after I get off work." Lin Fan nodded, looking at Sunny's beauty and Mo Yang's serious work. To be honest, he didn't want to leave at all. The feeling they had just had together was extremely sweet and exciting, and he wanted to have a good chat with her. But his friend did have something to do, so Lin Fan said that he would see him later and left. "What's going on? Which girl? Phone, please tell me the situation first." On the other hand, after Lin Fan drove away from the headquarters of Pai Lai Culture Building, he sent a voice message to the group and tagged his friends as soon as he got in the car. Unexpectedly, the person who answered was not Chen Feng, but Zhang Zhe. What he meant was that Chen Feng's situation was a bit complicated. He had liked a girl for a few years but had never confessed his feelings. Now that he knew that she was still single and was in her 30s and not married yet, he was very hesitant about whether to be with her. Lin Fan immediately responded with a voice message, "It's useless to think about it. If you like her, just confess your feelings bravely." Zhang Zhe said, "Yes, we think so too, but this guy refuses to speak. Lao Lin, come and persuade him with us." "Yes, that is it. Since my brother is in trouble, I must go and help him out." However, when Lin Fan went over, he found that something was wrong with them. It was hard to describe what it was, but it was as if Chen Feng had already made up his mind to confess his feelings, but he still wanted him to give advice. What's more, everyone is unanimous in their opinion, so we can just take action. But they insisted on dragging Lin Fan along, including when Lin Fan wanted to go to the bathroom. As a result, the three of them stood up at the same time and said to Lin Fan, "Old Lin, where are you going? Release the water." Lin Fan looked at them in surprise. Anyway, it just felt weird, and when Lin Fan came back from the bathroom, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and music had started playing in the mall. It was Zhang Jinyue Xiaoyu. Lin Fan knew this song, so he picked up the microphone and started humming it, and asked his brothers to sing along. But just when I finished singing, my good friend Lulu came over and said to me, Lao Lin, come out for a moment." Lin Fan thought he had something to do, but after he came out, the guy kept shouting at Lin Fan to go to another larger private room next door. Lin Fan wondered what this guy was doing. At the same time, the two brothers Chen Feng and Zhang Zhe also came out and followed behind him. After following Lulu's guidance, I entered another private room next door. At first, it was pitch black inside, but when Lin Fan walked in, suddenly, a candle light was lit inside. Then a cake with several layers was slowly pushed out towards him. Then, happy birthday to you, waves of singing began to break out. They started singing inside and there seemed to be quite a lot of people. Seeing this, Lulu, Chen Feng and Zhang Zhe and others behind them also started humming along with the rhythm of the music. He seemed satisfied with the results of his plan. As expected, Lao Lin didn't react, which means the surprise was indeed there. At this moment, seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Fan suddenly realized what was happening. "Birthday? Is it my birthday today? No. Not long ago, my mother called me and said that her birthday was coming soon and asked me what birthday gift I wanted. Lin Fan said that as long as his mother is healthy, he doesn't want anything and everything is fine now. But it's not today, right?" Lin Fan was just thinking that he couldn't make a mistake, as today's date was December 22nd. When Lin Fan quickly looked up the corresponding lunar calendar date, it would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it. He immediately discovered that today was his birthday, November 22nd. Awesome, he even forgets his own birthday. Lin Fan covered his face with his hands, then looked up and smiled with emotion. Really, these brothers are so thoughtful. Chapter 111 Birthday. Good friends are so thoughtful. Wow, you guys are really something, I even forgot my own birthday. Thank you everyone. I was very surprised and moved. After humming the birthday song, before the lights were turned on, Lin Fan quickly expressed his gratitude to everyone. He continued, "How about this, I will cover all your expenses here tonight, so you can have fun to your heart's content." Then, several girls in the box said, "Eh? Really? Really? The boss is generous. Oh, I almost forgot, there are other people in the private room." However, listening to the voices and combining it with the current situation, Lin Fan felt that the girls who were talking should be the business K-girls that Lu and his friends had found for him to help celebrate his birthday. It doesn't matter. I'm very happy today and the company is doing well. Since I'm happy, I shouldn't worry about money. Lin Fan said to them, "Yes, tonight everyone is welcome to have fun, all the expenses will be charged to me." In the private room, there was an instant of enthusiastic cheering and excitement. During this period, Lin Fan was surrounded by everyone, who shouted in unison, asking Lin Fan to make a wish. Then blow out the candles. It would be nice if Sunny, the beautiful CEO, was by his side. The two of them had only known each other for a short time, and although their relationship was progressing rapidly, they hadn't even talked about each other's birthdays. If she wanted to know, she would definitely question herself. Let us get the current things done first. Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish. Everyone surrounded him and asked him to make a wish. It was hard to refuse such kindness, so Lin Fan crossed his hands, closed his eyes respectfully, and thought about what wish to make while facing the candle. Then came 3 more. 1. I wish myself success in my career next year. 2. I wish my relationship with Sunny, the beautiful CEO, gets better and better. 3. I wish you and your parents good health and happiness. Then he opened his eyes and blew out the candle with a sound. As soon as the lights were turned on, Lin Fan originally thought that he would cut the cake for everyone and arrange some fun party activities for tonight. But what he didn't expect was that the person standing in front of him, pushing the cake cart, was a beautiful girl wearing a lace veil and dressed in Hepburn style, full of mystery. She also wore a bunny girl decoration on her head. She is very domineering, sexy, charming and elegant. Who is this? Lin Fan was subconsciously startled. I wondered if this was the girl that Lulu and the others had specially found to celebrate my birthday. There's no need to do that. You already have a girlfriend now. Although he hasn't officially invited everyone to dinner to witness the confirmation of his relationship with Sunny, it has happened in the last few days. Then, Lin Fan looked at the other people who were originally in the box. They were all beautifully dressed young girls. They should be the young ladies who accompanied Shang Ke here. I didn't expect there would be such specifications. Although I have had many friends since college, only 3 of them stayed with me in the end, Lulu, Zi, and Shin Feng. Then Lin Fan turned around and said, thank you 3, you were so thoughtful today, I am touched. Let's eat cake together and order some songs. If possible in the evening, we can go to a nightclub as a group. In itself, Lin Fan was happy today, but he didn't expect to be even happier. As soon as I finished speaking and turned to tell my friends about this, I found that the expressions on their faces were still a little strange. No, why are you 3 acting so weird today? I got a surprise. Feng, the story about you chasing after a girl is fake, right? Just tell me, when will you ever encounter a relationship problem that you can get an answer to as long as you are brave? When they were done, they were given the divided cakes to eat. They took over very skillfully, but they looked at each other as if they were worried about something. Lulu, Lin Fan, I hope we can get together at this time next year. It's been a long time since we last got together, you're such a busy man. Lin Fan smiled and said that he was busy with work before and lived and ate in the company every day. Now the company's situation is better, so why not get together anytime you want? But then, the charming girl standing in front of him pushing a cake cart suddenly said in a sweet voice, you play with him, let me cut the cake. Hiss. No, why does the voice of this girl wearing a veil and dressed mysteriously sound a little familiar? When Lin Fan subconsciously realized this, he turned his head and looked at the other person. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. When he looked, his blood pressure almost rose. Jiang Jiangjun? She is Jiangjun? There is a teardrop mole at the corner of Jiangjun's eye. When Lin Fan was pursuing her, he thought she had it there on purpose. To look good and try different styles. But later Lin Fan discovered that she did have such a little teardrop mole, and it was indeed beautiful, giving off a delicate and charming feeling. And when Lin Fan subconsciously tried to observe whether there was such a mark at the corner of the other person's eye under the lace mask, he really found it. Looking at the other person's attire and her charming temperament, Lin Fan suddenly remembered that yesterday this school beauty sent him a charming video of herself thinking about him at home in her email. Lin Fan reacted immediately. She is his ex-fiancée, Jiangjun, the campus beauty of Hujiang University. No, this person has good psychological quality. Didn't I tell her clearly yesterday that I already have a girlfriend? Why is she making such a fuss? Oh no, she said later yesterday that she was pregnant. To be honest, I was a little scared when she told me this. That is, what if it is true? Although this person is very cunning and his words are questionable, this possibility does exist. He was thinking about how to solve it, but the current situation was that she was a beautiful girl disguised as a sexy bunny girl, pushing a cake cart to celebrate his birthday. Absolutely. Lin Fan could never have imagined it. But she must have her own reasons for treating herself like this. No wonder Lulu, Ziyi, and Shen Feng always had strange expressions. Now he knew that they had obviously discussed it in advance. No. Thank you very much for celebrating my birthday today, but we have broken up, right? Oh, I really didn't expect something like this to happen today. The other party wanted to help him cut the cake, but Lin Fan immediately declined. Then he looked at his friends. Lulu immediately smiled and said, Lao Lin, I had no choice but to do this. You said we are all classmates, and school beauty Jiang suddenly begged us, so we have no choice. I hope I haven't let you down. Lulu confessed first. Then it was Zhang Ziyi's turn. He also said with a smile, we have discussed this for a long time. We have witnessed your 2 dating and engagement together. Even if there are problems in your relationship now, I thought you should have a good opportunity to talk about it. Well, let's go first. Can you two just have a good chat here? Chen Feng was the one who escaped the fastest. He motioned to the girls in the private room to leave. But Lin Fan quickly said, "No need, everyone just have fun here, Lulu, Zi and Feng Feng, don't leave, continue playing here." After he finished speaking, his friends also stopped and waited for the next instruction. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan said to the beautiful girl who was wearing a lace veil and dressed in a pure and sexy style, "Jiangjun, let's go out and talk." Just a few words. Then the beautiful girl followed Lin Fan out. Chapter 112: A mysterious and beautiful girl wearing a lace veil. What do you want to do? It was a bit noisy outside the private room, but Lin Fan planned to resolve the matter with her here. The other party seemed to be mentally prepared. When she saw Lin Fan asking her, she said in a delicate voice with a delicate face, "Let us get back together." The girl looked at Lin Fan through her black lace veil, then looked away with contempt, her body leaning against the wall, swaying a little. "No way, I already have a girlfriend," Lin Fan said. "I didn't know about what happened today in advance. If I had known, I would definitely not let you spend any money. So, since we have never treated each other with malice in the past, we will live our own lives after today. You don't come to me and I won't come to you. May I?" Today was indeed a surprise, but I didn't expect that the person who organized the party would be my ex-girlfriend. But then, the girl in front of him with a black lace veil stretched out her fingers and placed them on Lin Fan's body, moving up little by little like an ant climbing a tree, and then gently tapped Lin Fan's lips and said, "Lin Fan, what you say now is of no use to me. Are you sure you don't want to see me anymore?" She had a very seductive voice when she spoke. Compared with yesterday, he seemed more calm and confident. Lin Fan didn't know where her calmness and confidence came from, and said to her firmly, "Well, it's better for the two of us to separate. It's too painful to be together. Remember to return the betrothal gift to me. TSK. You bring this up again. I'm not bringing this up on your birthday today." Lin Fan thought, maybe you don't want to pay it back. If you hadn't taken the initiative to show goodwill today, and hadn't been a little better than before, there would be no way you would be standing here and talking with me today. Well, anyway, thank you for helping me celebrate my birthday today. After this is over, let us not contact each other anymore. After saying that, Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. But the other party suddenly pulled him back and said to Lin Fan, "I let you go? What else do you want to do?" Lin Fan responded subconsciously, "I'm not that good, but you should have seen the video I sent you, right?" The girl in the lace veil in front of him blushed slightly when she said this. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned it. Once she mentioned it, Lin Fan began to think back to the video that the other party had sent him yesterday when he was having a spa treatment. "I just thought it was too provocative. This Jiangjun. You are the school beauty. Can you stop being so fussy? Good, judging from your reaction, you must have seen it. How about, do you want to go out to the hotel with me? I want to hug you now." Lin Fan was certain that she was in two different states when she spoke the first and second sentences to him. The first sentence was spoken at a normal speed, while the second sentence was spoken by her while she stood on tiptoe and approached Lin Fan's ear. After saying this, the pair of eyes with false eyelashes stared at Lin Fan with dilated pupils, obviously sending some kind of signal to himself. Lin Fan said, "Don't. If you treated me like this before, let alone going to a hotel, I would definitely hold you in my arms and take you to a place where there is no one to chew on. But not now." Then, Lin Fan felt that he couldn't stay with the woman in front of him for too long. If he did, problems would arise sooner or later. Has this school beauty learned any magic recently? There has been a lot of progress compared to my previous ideas. TSK, who wants to say goodbye to you? Lin Fan, when you were pursuing me, I remember you wrote a song for me. It's called Alley Sound. I listened to it for a while last night. It was really nice, clean and clear. If I could go back to that time, I would definitely fall in love with you, be with you, and do things that all couples would do. However, there is still a chance now. Lin Fan hubby, I miss you. I really don't know what's going on. I clearly came out to reject the other party, but the other party approached me without me noticing and even hugged me tightly with her beautiful hands. Let your body and the other person's body present an ambiguous fit. Lin Fan wanted to break free, but found that as soon as he did so, the other party would hug him tightly. Once you hug someone tightly and feel the other person's delicate body, it is easy for you to lose your mind immediately. No. We are done with it, it is over. Jiangjun, thank you for what you did for me today. I have to go sing with my brothers first, so let's end it here. After saying that, he pushed away the mysterious and beautiful woman in a lace veil in front of him and patted his head quickly. He rubbed his face and suddenly came out of the gentle environment he had just been in. It's really dangerous. Lin Fan. Don't you miss me? Ming Ming. Ming Ming, our bodies are so familiar to each other. Don't you miss me when the night is quiet? I have become what you wanted me to be. Look. However, just as Lin Fan arrived at the door of the private room, the girl shouted anxiously and quickly took out her mobile phone to show Lin Fan a video of her wearing a shiny pink lace eye mask, taking a selfie and saying to him lonely that she missed him. Feel sorry. Feel sorry. It's over. It's all over. I promised Sunny that I would spend time with her. Jiangjun, maybe only after breaking up with you will you know what the healthiest and most positive relationship between lovers should be like. Lin Fan opened the door and walked into the private room without even turning his head. At the same time, in the private room, Lin Fan's friends were already having a great time. That is, didn't T-School Beauty Jian tell them yesterday that she would not come today? Why did you suddenly change your mind again? It seems that he has deep feelings for Lin Fan. He must regret how he treated old Lin in the past. Several people were eating melons. Chen Feng, who was wearing glasses and casual clothes, smiled and said, Lao Lin, you have your children and the CEO by your side, and you have your ex-girlfriend, a school beauty, who refuses to break up with you. When can we have high-quality beauties around us like Lao Lin? It's simple. Let Lao Lin introduce one to you. Their company has quite a lot of female anchors, and they're all very pretty. This was said by Chen Zai. His personality is sometimes hard to understand. We can play together, but he is single and I can't feel his emotions. In other words, he is good at dealing with emotions. But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng said, That's great, but it still depends on fate. I have my own soulmate, but I just haven't met her yet. No, Lao Lin and Jiang Xiaohua have been out for so long, they won't fight, right? The people inside were chatting and making various speculations. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly opened, and in came their good brother Lin Fan. A few good friends just wanted to make a joke at first, but as soon as he came over, Chen Feng suddenly looked at Lin Fan's neck and said, Hey, old Lin, you're good, did school beauty Jiang just kiss you? Look at the lip print on the neck. Lin Fan, Chapter 113 Lip marks on the neck? Lip print. I have lip marks on my neck? At that time, Lin Fan had just informed his ex-girlfriend of his decision, and thought that the school beauty should already know that he had made up his mind. Letting go of each other is good for everyone. She will have nothing to do with me from now on. I will pay for all the drinks and private rooms here today, and she, who was once supported by me, will not suffer any loss. Unexpectedly, I had just come in and was about to sing and dance to celebrate with my friends. I didn't expect that a few friends didn't sing, but were just chatting over there. When they saw me coming, they immediately surrounded me. You didn't even know someone kissed you. Look at the lipstick mark. After hearing this, Lin Fan quickly took out his cell phone and took a picture of the neck. It would have been better if he hadn't taken a picture, because it turned out to be a woman's red lip mark. Quite charming. But I don't remember Jiangjun kissing me just now. Did Sunny kiss me in the office in the afternoon when I wasn't paying attention? Nothing happened between him and Jiangjun just now. Considering all the women he had met and kissed in a short period of time, the only one was the beautiful CEO Sunny. In the afternoon, she also cosplayed the super sexy Queen Medusa. The graceful aura of a beautiful woman. What are you doing? Are you jealous? Feng Feng, you should find one as soon as possible. After figuring out that it was Sunny who kissed him, Lin Fan suddenly felt relieved. If this were what Jiangjun did to me just now, I would be afraid that I would not be able to explain myself to the beautiful CEO Sunny when I see her again. Oh, forget it. Not everyone is like you. You can find someone you want just by looking for him/her. I feel like girls are out of touch with me. Chen Feng was a little discouraged. But he is multi-talented. Although he looks ordinary, he can save money and has a considerable net worth. Lin Fan advised him that it would be the same if he had money, as there would be plenty of beautiful girls following him. Rich men are the most handsome. Chen Feng thought about it and suddenly felt that it made sense. He was a little depressed at first, but now he felt confident. At the same time, outside the private room, the beautiful girl wearing a black lace veil and black velvet bunny girl ears seemed to have anticipated this result. Although there was a hint of sadness and a wry smile on her delicate face, she still leaned against the wall with her back. Then, I don't know where the cigarettes and windproof lighter came from, but this beautiful girl, Jiangjun, actually lit a cigarette, blowing slowly towards the front. She felt so sad inside, as if the goddess that boys like was suddenly snatched away by someone else. The extremely uncomfortable emotion seemed to pull out the sad heart of the person in a short period of time, and he had to endure the cold and misty gale passing through his chest. Why is she so sad? As I was smoking, tears started to flow out. But it's silent. Just like that, we broke up completely? Jiangjun was a little bit unbelievable. She didn't understand where she lost. Okay, are you sure you want to break up? Then I don't want you to bother me anymore. I don't want you to bother me anymore. After saying that, Jiangjun left here quickly with an intense emotion that came from nowhere. As soon as he walked out of the mall, he didn't know where to go. But there is a nightclub just across the street. The poster above advertises passion, release, and friendship. She herself is very beautifully dressed. Now, after diving into the Blue Sky nightclub across the street, he started jumping wildly along with the people who were dancing enthusiastically inside. She also took a selfie while dancing, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She cried and shouted aggrievedly, "We broke up, we broke up. I broke up with the boy I loved. He. After she posted this explosive nightclub video on her moments, she might have just wanted to record that she was very sad, but the fast-paced music seemed to heal her. In the dance floor, the mysterious young and beautiful woman wearing a lace eye mask and black velvet bunny ears was dancing wildly. I once destroyed everything I had, just wanted to leave forever. I once fell into a darkness where I struggled but couldn't get out. I used to be like you, like him, like the wild grass and flowers. On this side, in the private room of Shang Ke, four good brothers Lin Fan, Lulu, Zai and Chen Feng were singing happily. It was obvious that he had forgotten what had just happened. When singing, you naturally have to sing with deep emotion so that you can feel the meaning of the lyrics. Ordinary Road is the group song of several people. After the song was finished, the four of them drank happily. Chen Feng started to make a fuss and asked Zi to sing his famous song, The New Drunken Concubine. The female part was indeed invincible. Chen Feng likes Zhang Jie's songs and can also play the guitar. His singing and rap are both very satisfying. Lulu sang an English song. The singing is both emotional and flavorful. While enjoying the performance of his brothers in the private room, Lin Fan glanced at the time and found that it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Sunny didn't send any messages. Is she busy with work again? I wonder how she will behave if she knows that today is her birthday. So I sent a message, "Hello, I'm at the Kmart, Sunny, what time do you get off work and come over?" After saying that, he drank a bottle of wine. This time, after I sent the message, I received a reply immediately. "I'm almost there, I have a meeting, my husband, please wait for me." After a while, the other party seemed to realize it late and sent another message, "Oh, it's in the gold cabinet. Do you have another appointment today?" At this moment, Lin Fan actually wanted to say that the person I want to date the most is you. You arrogant and cold beauty, could you please get off work and come and stay with me? Our little romance has just begun, and we need to accompany each other every day. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to have a sweet moment with Sunny, the beautiful CEO, Chen Feng on the other side suddenly shouted, "Fuck. Look! School beauty. Isn't this school beauty John? In this environment, did she go to a nightclub? Wasn't she outside just now? Why is she in the nightclub now?" As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the others were still a little bit unconvinced. Lulu and Zai moved closer and said, "Damn, I've known her for so long, but this is the first time I've seen her go to a nightclub to dance, and there were so many men around her. Even the most beautiful girl in Hujian University has never been seen so depraved." Lao Lin? At this time, Lin Fan was just about to type to Sunny. After hearing Chen Feng's narration, he initially thought that she should know that he broke up with her, so she was going to be released. But then, Chen Feng took out his phone and showed himself the video he saw on WeChat moments of the school beauty Jiangjun dancing in a nightclub. She looked wanton, willful and reckless, and he was immediately speechless. What? What is she doing? Do you want to break up and go to a nightclub to humiliate yourself? Chapter 114 Nightclub, Danger. Forget it. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Let her do whatever she wants. Lin Fan remembered that a girl once said, "I was living a good life before I met you." He deeply agreed that everyone has his own way of survival. Then he said to his friends, "Thank you all for celebrating my birthday today, let us have fun together." After saying this, seeing that no one wanted to order any songs and seemed to have no interest, Lin Fan said, "How about this, I'll ask a few ladies to dance, ancient style or Korean dance?" Of course it's ancient style. Wow, beautiful women are worthy of being the primary driving force. The three of them all said in unison that they wanted the ancient style girl. Lin Fan nodded and called for service. After a while, several slim girls came in and started asking about the music. Oh my god. Lao Lin. School Beauty Jiang is now live streaming. Did she do this on purpose for you to watch? Chen Feng is still paying attention to Jiang Zhen's progress. Lin Fan turned his head and laughed, saying, "I can't see her, I have blocked her a long time ago." Chen Feng, block? You actually blocked such a beautiful girl on WeChat. Chen Feng obviously didn't know some of the deeper things between Lin Fan and Jiang Zhen. Lulu asked the dancing partner at the side if she knew how to dance the drunken concubine. She gently said yes and then got ready to order and dance. Lulu continued, "Lao Lin, think of it this way. In the past, a few of us had added our contact information in order to make it easier for her to find you. She knew this and showed it to us on purpose so that she could use us to convey the message to you." He nodded slightly, then realized it belatedly and said, "Maybe it's true, Lao Lin, do you want to go over and take a look? After all, it would be bad for a girl to meet someone with bad intentions in a nightclub." Not going. I say brothers, it's nice for us to get together and enjoy dancing and chat while we have free time. Feng, talk about your relationship confusion and we can help you with some advice. While they were chatting, Lin Fan sent a message to Sunny, asking her if she had finished get off work. The other side replied, "Well, I'll go home after turning off the computer." Where shall we meet tonight, honey? Lin Fan originally wanted to go to the private room at Sean K. After all, it was his birthday today and all his good friends were here, so he would probably party until late at night. But then, a message suddenly popped up on my phone, which read, "Lin Fan. Are you really not going to care about me anymore? Okay, if you are really cruel, then I will just find someone to sleep with tonight. I'm singing in the private room, do you want to come? Or, I'll go find you after I finish singing karaoke." Lin Fan first replied to the message from Sunny, the beautiful CEO, and then looked at the message sent to him by Jiang Zhen, and suddenly felt like laughing. Is she threatening herself? However, something even more outrageous happened. Before Lin Fan could reply to her message, she received a picture from the other side. It was a selfie of her and another man. Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to her. If she goes crazy again, I'm sorry, but I'll block her phone number myself. It really makes me worry. After the other party continued to send him live messages about her status, Lin Fan sent a message back, saying, "Jiang Zhen, you don't have to tell me this. If you really want to find someone else, go find someone else. Don't you think it's weird that you told me this? Although we have nothing to do with each other now, you should still go home. It's a mess there." After saying that, Lin Fan turned off his phone. The 5 young ladies who came in front held painted fans and danced tenderly, with their faces half covered while holding the pipa, which was really a visual enjoyment. He could now understand why the emperors in the past did not want to attend court. This is so exciting. But Chen Feng looked at his phone and suddenly said, "Not good. Lao Lin, school beauty Jiang is being harassed by someone now, are you sure you want to help her now? Go away. No. Please don't ask me for my WeChat, okay?" On the other hand, the colorful colors and explosive fast-paced music in the nightclub will instantly make people's adrenaline surge, making them dynamic and excited. There were crowds of people inside, and all kinds of people were mixed together. Jiang Zhen, a mysterious girl wearing a lace veil and a one-shoulder skirt, came to a nightclub and posted on her moments while broadcasting live, hoping that her fiancé Lin Fan could see it. But after seeing no movement from beginning to end, she was already sad, and now she smiled even more bitterly. But she came here alone, which led to many young boys around her observing this phenomenon. They deliberately came up to her to ask for her contact information and asked her if she wanted to go for a drink. Jiang Zhen sternly refused. She would never drink with strangers, let alone give them her contact information, so she wanted to chase them away. However, after she had scolded him fiercely, he did not leave but laughed instead, becoming even more excited. What's more, it seemed that everyone around him was his friend. Jiang Zhen was a little panicked. I wanted to leave while live streaming and told them, "You'd better not do anything to me, I'm live streaming and I have a lot of fans, believe it or not, I will expose you." As a result, it would have been better if I hadn't said anything, because as soon as I said it, my phone was snatched away. And also forced to shut down. Lin Fan's friend Chen Feng, who was singing in the private room, saw the camera suddenly point to the yellow-haired boys when Jiang Jin gave a stern warning, and then the live broadcast screen showed that the host had temporarily left. He had a bad feeling, so he warned Lin Fan. At this moment, Jiang Jin, upon seeing the situation, hurriedly ran away. But it was too late. Several people had surrounded her from all sides. They were all young and bad boys. "Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll call you. Do you know who I am?" Jiang Jin was still dodging vigilantly and hoping to drive them away. But they seemed to be experienced. People around who heard the noise looked here, and the leader pointed at them, meaning them to stay out of their own business. Just when the yellow-haired leader came closer and tried to pinch Jiang Jin's chin, Jiang Jin immediately cursed at the man and told him to get out, then stepped hard on the man's toes. The other party let out a cry of pain, but no matter how much they screamed, the fast-paced music in the nightclub was so loud that it basically covered up the screams of several people. Jiang Jin took the opportunity to escape. However, just as he was about to run forward, the man reacted and grabbed Jiang Jin's arm. "Very good, I was just worrying about how to deal with you, and you dared to step on me. Okay, I'll let you experience the feeling of being stepped on later, take you away from me." After that man finished speaking, the younger brothers behind him were about to carry Jiang Jin away. Jiang Jin looked at the gap between them and wanted to escape, but unfortunately the other party reacted very quickly, and just as he ran over, he was blocked by a backhand. The man also said, "I advise you to be honest and don't make me angry. Beauty, you are dressed so beautifully, do you like being tied up, huh?" As soon as that person finished speaking, the people around her started to smirk, and it was obvious at a glance that the woman was very pleased. The next chapter will be posted soon. Chapter 115, Fighting in Dagger. Honey, why are there so many car noises over there? At 8:30 in the evening, when Lin Fan heard Chen Feng telling him that Jiang Jin was harassed in a nightclub and the live broadcast suddenly stopped in a mess, he thought to himself, can someone please not let this happen under his nose? He really doesn't want to care. But the school beauty's current behavior is directly related to what I just told her, that they are over and should not contact each other anymore. So he thought that after rescuing her, he would call her sister or her mother and ask them to come and pick her up. That's what he intended. But as he was running out, his cell phone suddenly rang. When Lin Fan answered it, he found out it was his new lover, Sunny. Of course I was happy to hear her gentle yet cold sister voice talking to me. Lin Fan immediately said, "A friend of mine just got into a fight in a nightclub, I have to go help her first." "Huh? Fight?" Sunny, the beautiful president, was obviously a little surprised. Lin Fan nodded and said that he had to go there right away. If he went there to play, he would be in trouble. The other end replied, "Okay, husband, if you find anything wrong, call the police immediately. I'll go home first, I'm a little tired, I'll wait for you after taking a shower." Lin Fan nodded twice and said, "I got it, honey. I'll come to you when I'm done with it." After the chat, the two hung up the phone. When they rushed into the nightclub opposite Shopping K, as luck would have it, just as Lin Fan was thinking of asking his brothers to split up to look for it, he saw a group of people watching in the middle. The big brother who was in charge of watching over the place at the nightclub also ran over. When Lin Fan looked over, he saw a yellow-haired man negotiating with the big brother who was watching over the nightclub. The beautiful girl wearing a black lace veil, bunny girl earrings, and a one-shoulder black velvet skirt was looking at the other person with great anger. "Brother! No, this is my new girlfriend and we are having a fight. You know about the fight, right? The kind that can't win an argument." Huang Mao seemed to know the big brother who was looking after the place, and kept trying to use his connections to try to get them to leave. When Jiang Jin heard this, she immediately got excited and shouted, "No! I'm not his girlfriend. Why are you doing this to me?" However, just as she was about to say it, Huang Mao used an excuse to evade her. He said, "Hey, Xingxing, there should be a limit to your anger, right? Okay, brother, we can fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. We can just go back." After saying that, someone in the crowd grabbed Jiang Jin's hand and tried to drag her away. But Jiang Jin took advantage of her unpreparedness and immediately bit her hand, saying, "Brother, I am not his girlfriend. He came here to chat with me, and I threatened me when I disagreed. Is this a clear crime? The big brother was stunned when he heard the beautiful woman in front of him say this. He quickly looked at the yellow-haired man. It seemed that the situation in front of him might be as the other party said, so he was about to help. But he found that a stack of money had been stuffed into the big brother's hand at some point. The money was brand new as if it had just been printed. When the eldest brother saw that it was someone from Huang Mao's group who was stuffing the money, he immediately knew what was going on. He quietly put it in his pocket and said, "Okay, then I won't take care of your affairs as a young couple. You can go. That's all fine." Lin Fan, who watched everything happen in front of his eyes, originally thought that the boss of the nightclub had come and they could handle it if they could. Unexpectedly, this happened. "Jiangjin, this is the last time I will help you. I hope you look for me again in the future." After talking to himself, Lin Fan walked towards the group of yellow-haired people. "Beauty, I think you'd better stop screaming. The person in charge of this place is my buddy now. Just accept your fate tonight. It's your fault that you ran into me." After saying this, there was a sly smile on his face. This caused Jiangjin to be extremely scared. Etc. "Let go of my hands." However, Jiang Zhengyang felt that he was about to fall into the tiger's mouth, while Huang Mao felt that he could be happy again tonight, so he looked very happy as well. But suddenly a man came in front of me. He was over 185 centimeters tall, with a heroic look and high looks. He looked at me with lightning-like eyes. The yellow-haired man was frightened by Lin Fan's aura at first. After that, when I saw the other party speaking to me so impolitely, I got excited. "What did you say? Is it because you are too tall that you have trouble speaking? How dare you block my way? Don't you even ask who I am?" After saying that, the two young men immediately came to Lin Fan, asking him to move aside. Lin Fan didn't move, and the other two brothers said rudely, "Go away. You're blocking the way." The arrogant aura made Lin Fan feel that the performance was very good. When the other party saw that Lin Fan was speaking rudely frequently, they wanted to reach out and teach him a lesson, but Lin Fan instantly grabbed their hands. As the other party screamed, Lin Fan pinched their wrists, looked at the girl they surrounded and said, "Let her go. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Let me go. Let me go. Boss." The younger brother was screaming in pain. The yellow-haired leader, when he saw the person coming, realized that his methods were so cruel. Could it be that he has practiced it? But what he hated most was that the good things planned by the girl he liked were ruined. Since they had more people, they just let the people around them attack him. I can take this opportunity to take this beautiful woman home. Unexpectedly, when he just let his younger brothers go, they ended up screaming more miserably than the other. I was surprised again. As for Jiangjin, she was already very scared. When she saw that it was her fiancé Lin Fan who came to rescue her, she burst into tears and said, "Husband. Husband. They bullied me. Help me beat them. They're trying to take advantage of me. Ba, who is your husband? If it weren't for the fact that we are classmates, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you." But there was no time now, as Lin Fan was quickly surrounded by several younger brothers. Although their fingers were pinched, their basic fighting power was still there. They just kept shaking their fingers, which was very painful. "Why does it hurt so much? Release. If you don't want to get hurt again, get out of the way," Lin Fan shouted. The people in front subconsciously retreated a little. Lin Fan sneered, walked forcefully through the people blocking his way, grabbed Jiangjin's hand, warned them, and planned to leave. But after they suffered such a small loss, they looked at each other in bewilderment. One of them felt so much pain in his finger that he shouted, "Boss. I've never been so wronged. I'm going to beat that guy to pieces, so leave him alone." After saying that, he took out a knife from somewhere, ran towards the direction Lin Fan left, and was about to stab Lin Fan in the back. But then someone shouted from behind, "Lao Lin. Watch your left shoulder." With a swish, a dagger stabbed over. Chapter 116, Screaming. "Sonny, why is my chest suddenly so nervous? Ah. Lin Fan." It happened in a flash. The moment the dagger suddenly stabbed over, Jiangjin, who was protected by Lin Fan behind, also screamed in panic. A pair of beautiful hands instantly covered her lips, with a look of panic on her face. As for Lin Fan, after hearing the sound, he quickly dodged to the right and turned around. As a sharp dagger stabbed over, the girl wearing a black lace veil and a one-shoulder hip skirt was also startled. She staggered and almost fell, but Lin Fan quickly grabbed her and held her in his arms. Suddenly, their eyes met, and in the moment of losing control, the mysterious veiled girl stared at Lin Fan's handsome face. Lin Fan also subconsciously looked down at her. Their eyes moved and they looked at each other. I have to say, this girl is really beautiful, or rather, she is very suitable for wearing such mysterious and charming clothes. Coupled with her exquisite figure, rosy face, and slight shyness, her beautiful eyes soon began to look at Lin Fan with disdain. Lin Fan helped her stand up, but he suddenly felt a pain in his elbow. Reaching out to touch and examine, he discovered that bright red blood had already stained his clothes. Hiss! This guy is really cruel. Of course, if it wasn't for saving the girl in front of him, Lin Fan wouldn't have been injured. He had trained in boxing during college, all thanks to a woman named Wang Qian who used to be a beautiful coach and is now a sexy DJ in a nightclub. My body is very agile and strong, but I didn't expect to encounter something like this today. It turns out that it is always easy to get hurt by mistake when saving people. The wound was very painful, but Lin Fan couldn't care less about that at the moment. When the younger brother saw that his assassination attempt was successful, he immediately became bolder and more arrogant. Lulu and Zai had already called the police, but unfortunately, the noise in the nightclub was too loud and they couldn't hear what they were saying. Chen Zai shouted, "Lao Lin! We called the police. Don't go towards these bastards." As for them, they obviously felt something was wrong after hearing the sound and ran away. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan didn't bother to be polite with them. The younger brother was still admiring his work with great interest. As a result, Lin Fan raised one leg and kicked him hard on the neck while he was not paying attention. The man's neck felt like it was hit by a stone and he felt an intense pain. At the same time, the dagger fell accurately to the ground with a bang. Lin Fan reached out and slapped the bastard twice and kicked him hard, then shouted to the crowd, "Come on! Come on! Is it great to have a knife? Come!" His desperate attitude and the posture of continuing to move forward to beat them down scared the people around him. The yellow-haired leader seemed to realize that the man in front of him was not easy to deal with, and observed that someone had really called the police, so he quickly shouted, "Run! Everyone scatter and run!" He dispersed the crowd and disappeared in a flash. Only the injured and breathless Lin Fan, his ex-girlfriend Jiang Jun, and his good friends Lulu, Chen Zai and others were left standing at the entrance of the nightclub. "Lin Fan! Are you okay? Old Lin! This must be so painful. So much blood. Go to the hospital first. Oh, by the way, today I was flirting and kissing with that guy on the sofa in the office, and it felt pretty good." On the other side, Daegu Haoding Villa. After Sunny, the beautiful president of Pilai culture, returned to her home, her nanny Aunt Shin had already prepared warm bath water and a bathtub full of fragrant rose petals for her. After taking off her clothes, Sunny put her feet and body into the very comfortable bathtub. Humph, if that boy was by my side now, we could take a shower together. Why do I feel like I'm not close enough to him? This proud and cold beauty had just finished talking to herself. As she gracefully stepped into the bathtub, the moment the shiny water reflected her snow-white skin, she immediately recalled the scene in the afternoon when she cosplayed as Queen Medusa and was affectionate with Lin Fan, who was obsessed with her and kissed her madly. It feels so good. I really like his rogue nature. I really hope he can come back soon. But I don't know why. I have never had this feeling before when I was in the bathtub, but now my chest suddenly felt uneasy. Strange, is it because I am too tired after a day of work? Why is my heart so anxious? At first, the beautiful president thought that the water temperature in the bathtub was a little high and she sank too deep and was covered by the water. But after getting up, she found that she was in the same panic as when she entered the bathtub. She couldn't think of anything, and then subconsciously thought, could it be that her mother encountered some danger abroad? The feeling was very strong. Or maybe it's the mother-daughter bond. So I called immediately, but my mother on the other end not only answered the phone quickly but also said, "Nini, Mom is fine. Mom and your Aunt Lee are lying on the beach enjoying the California sunshine. I will introduce Aunt Lee to you when we return to China." Well, it has nothing to do with Mommy. Sunny had a false alarm. She thought that maybe it was because she was too tired today and it would be fine after a while. Seeing that it was getting late, she called her boyfriend Lin Fan. But the call was not answered, and when it was finally answered, Sunny realized that the source of her panic was actually him. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Sunny, I may be late for you, I'm on my way to the hospital now." Hospital? The voice on the other end of the phone was cheerful and smiling. How can I be in this state of mind when going to the hospital? After Lin Fan told the beautiful CEO Sunny what happened today, Sunny stood up from the bathtub full of rose petals with a loud bang. He shouted angrily, "What? You're injured." Lin Fan nodded and said that everything was fine now, except that his elbow was cut and he just needed to go to the hospital to get it bandaged. But Sunny was already heartbroken and shouted angrily, Who is that bastard? Xiao! Xiao! Even through the phone, one could feel how angry the beautiful President Sunny was at that moment. At this time, Lin Fan, who was already sitting in the car on the way to the hospital and covering his arm, hurriedly said to her, "It's okay, it's been solved. I just didn't expect that grandson would take a dagger. It's okay, it's okay." There was a piercing pain in my elbow, especially when a slightly cold wind blew. The wound was bleeding and stinging, which was really painful and numbing. The girl wearing a black lace veil who was taking care of her shouted, "What do you mean it's okay? You're bleeding so much. Husband, can you please not risk your life for me so recklessly? Hubby, I will never make you worry about me again, hubby." Sunny? Chapter 117, Explosive. Ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend. Old husband? At this time, Sunny, the beautiful president who was extremely anxious at home, got up, quickly dried her body, and put on a high-end silk pajamas. Her whole body is filled with fragrance, her skin is white and shiny, and her bright and stunning beauty makes everyone sigh, "This woman is so beautiful." But she clearly wanted to know about her boyfriend's situation by phone, but who would have thought that the voice of a delicate and green tea-like woman came from the other end of the phone, and she even called her boyfriend husband. Which woman? On the other side, Lin Fan was in the car. He originally wanted to take a taxi to the hospital to bandage his wound, but unexpectedly, he was helped by Zhe Yi into the taxi. The mysterious veiled girl also quickly came to the back seat and closed the door. "Zhangzi, school beauty Jiang, you should go back." Zhangzi, one of Lin Fan's best friends, naturally knew the current situation between Lin Fan and school beauty Jiangzhen. To be honest, he also felt that the current situation was a bit embarrassing. "We have already broken up." Now it was as if it had finally been proven that Lin Fan loved her deeply, and she called him husband in a delicate and worried voice. "Lace veil girl, go back?" "Zhangzi, although you are Lin Fan's good brother, are you as attentive as I am when it comes to taking care of people? In the past, whenever your brother was sick, I was the one who took care of him and cured him. I just don't understand, why do you join in the fun when Lin Fan is making trouble?" Zhang Zei didn't know what to say after hearing what the other party said. After all, it is Lin Fan's private matter. He just wanted to rush his good brother to the hospital for treatment. "You are not kidding, school beauty Jiang, you also know that Lin Fan came here to save you regardless of the consequences because he was in danger, right? You too, go to nightclubs alone. Don't talk to me, what do you know? If I don't do this, can I test whether Lin Fan really loves me?" It seemed that the two were about to quarrel. Lin Fan coughed dryly and said, Stop. "Jiangzhen, don't be so self-indulgent. I came to save you because you were in danger just now. If I didn't come, with so many hooligans around, do you know what the consequences would be?" Lin Fan was naturally the angriest. He is impressed by this school beauty. Dressed so seductively and beautifully, she came to the nightclub alone. Are you waiting to be bullied? But then the words of the girl in the black lace veil made Lin Fan completely lose his composure. "Aren't you here? I knew you would come. I don't believe you would watch me being bullied. By the way, honey, your arm must be hurting now. Let me rub it for you." "Bah! Only ghosts need you to rub them. I don't want to see you now, please leave quickly." But the other party had already got in the car and was sitting next to her, supporting her, so it was unrealistic to ask her to leave now. So I told her, "No, our relationship is clear now, there is no relationship anymore, please be careful about the circumstances." For this reason, Lin Fan deliberately took his arms off her just now. She forced Lin Fan to hold her and hug her neck. It would have been fine if I didn't move, but as soon as I moved, the bleeding area on my right elbow hurt even more. It seemed as if the blood could not be stopped and kept oozing out. Sense of proportion? Lin Fan, what are you talking about with me? We have lived together for 3 years. There is no sense of propriety between us anymore. All we have is the harmony of soul and body. Let me take good care of you." This sexy girl wearing a black lace veil and a lace one-shoulder hip skirt seemed to think that Lin Fan was joking with her. She took care of Lin Fan with heartache while bickering with him. No matter what Lin Fan said, she didn't believe it. Now I know that when I am in danger, my husband and my fiancé will definitely come to save me. From this point of view, all the grievances and tears before were worth it. My fiancé loves me deeply. If she did this, it would be very difficult for Lin Fan. He simply stopped talking to her and answered a call from his current girlfriend, the beautiful CEO Sunny. In front of her, they hadn't officially confessed their love yet, but they were already in love. Explained the situation. In this situation, everyone would know the embarrassment and back off, right? But the girl in the black lace veil not only did not avoid him, but also suddenly called Lin Fan husband. Not to mention that Sunny was a little angry. Even Lin Fan felt that this woman had some magical powers. How to play like this? Lin Fan quickly said, Jiangjun. Don't yell. I've already made it clear to you, can we please not contact each other again in the future? I have a girlfriend, her name is Sunny. These were Lin Fan's true feelings, and he naturally said them to Sunny, who was concerned about him on the phone. Lin Fan just heard Sunny calling her female special forces bodyguard Xiaoyu on the phone, and he knew at a glance that she wanted her to come over to protect him. Lin Fan hurriedly said, No need, that guy is quite skilled and I just beat him up. The police should be here and are chasing them. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end of the phone immediately asked, Who? Who calls you husband? It turns out that jealousy between women is the greatest. It's obvious that Lin Fan is still injured at this moment. Lin Fan. Forget it, everything today is my fault. I had already told her clearly not to contact her anymore, but who would have thought that she would be in danger? No, she was in danger when she was live streaming herself, and my good brother told me, so I came to help her. No, Sunny, can I tell you that all this was premeditated? Oh, husband. Husband? At this time, Sunny on the other side was feeling both amused and angry. When the delicate girl called out that name, she thought she was being raped. But after hearing that her boyfriend Lin Fan was worried that she might misunderstand him and didn't want to talk to her too much, she was not a person who couldn't tell right from wrong, and she immediately guessed that the person who had just spoken should be her boyfriend Lin Fan's ex-girlfriend. He'd told himself that before. No, how come they got together again by such a coincidence? Sunny was a little confused, but at the same time Xiao had already rushed over and followed her instructions to go to the basement to get the car. The two of them got in the car and rushed to the hospital where Lin Fan was going. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, a delicate female voice came from the other side. Hello, you are the woman Lin Fan is flirting with now, right? Jiang Jun. Why did you snatch my phone? Give it back to me. The noise over there was a bit confusing, but Sunny knew that the voice that suddenly came closer was from the girl whom her boyfriend Lin Fan had just rescued and was injured for. But what was she going to do? She actually dared to talk to herself directly on the phone. Declare sovereignty? Chapter 118. Sunny wants to talk directly to Jiangjun. Okay, what are you doing? Jiangjun, didn't I make it clear to you? Blame it on me, I'll save you after seeing what you did. Seeing that something was about to happen, Lin Fan quickly tried to snatch his phone away and explain it to Sunny as soon as possible. This sexy girl wearing a lace veil actually snatched Lin Fan's cell phone while he was not paying attention, and even talked directly to Sunny. How can this be tolerated? However, the mysterious and charming girl seemed to have expected that Lin Fan would snatch the phone back, and subconsciously turned her back and hid the phone. Lin Fan tried to grab it, but he screamed in pain as the wound on his elbow pierced his body. She said, You have told me everything clearly. Let me put it this way, if you hadn't met that woman, you would still be with me now. So, it's not that you don't care about me, you care about me a lot. I'm sure the only obstacle between us is that so-called girlfriend you mentioned. This is obviously a rhythm that makes it difficult for oneself to explain. Lin Fan quickly shouted, Sorry. Sunny, what happened today was a bit bloody. I had already explained it to her, but what she did just now was really too dangerous, so she ran over here. Come over here, save her, I am sure the only obstacle between us is ourselves. On the other side, Sunny, who was already dressed in black stockings, a pair of red-bottomed rhinestone high heels, and a black windbreaker, heard the message from the other end of the phone intermittently, sometimes close and sometimes far away. What is certain is that her boyfriend Lin Fan is getting together with his ex-girlfriend again. Ha, I just worked overtime for a while, and he is like this. Sunny was a little angry, and she also heard her boyfriend rushing to apologize and explain to her on the phone. But she didn't quite listen. What his ex-girlfriend just said was that she was the only obstacle between her and her boyfriend, right? Give it to me. Give it to me. Hey, husband. Give me your phone. The cell phone made a rumbling sound, and it seemed that Lin Fan's phone was snatched back. A familiar young man's voice came over me, and I immediately said to myself, Sonny, don't listen to her nonsense, she just finds it a little hard to accept that I'm breaking up with her, don't worry, I will handle it. Also, wait for me at home. I will come to your place as soon as I finish dealing with things here. That's it for now. Oh, that's it for now. The tone is still an exclamation mark. What I mean is, I shouldn't call him, right? Sonny, who had already fastened her belt, looked at the charming and elegant woman in the mirror. She thought that if Lin Fan was by her side at this moment, he would definitely like it. He said that he likes people like me who are charming and feminine. She calmly put on lipstick. Seeing that Lin Fan was a little anxious, he sneered and said to him, Okay, Mr. Lin, I roughly understand the situation. You don't need to explain. You just still have feelings for her and were worried that she was in danger, so you saved her. It's no big deal. Give her the phone. Judging from the tone of Sonny, the beautiful president, she seemed very calm. But, call her? To his ex-girlfriend Jiang Jun? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard wrongly. It was okay for him to mediate, but it would be disastrous if the two of them talked directly, so he objected immediately. But the voice on the other end said very firmly and coolly, Mr. Lin, do you need me to say it twice? Instead of giving her a feeble explanation now, I'd better face her directly. Come on, give her a call. Lin Fan. What do you mean, do you think you can't reconcile between the two of them? Besides, it's not a big deal. I just need to explain it to her clearly. Lin Fan didn't want to waste time, and when he heard Sonny forcing him to call Jiang Jun, he certainly wouldn't do that, and said in a very forceful manner, Okay, I will take care of these troublesome matters, just wait for me at home. After saying this, Lin Fan was about to hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, the other party said, Sorry, I'm already out. My husband is fooling around with another woman. I'm a little tired and want to sleep, there's nothing I can do. Then go back to sleep. Lin Fan didn't want her to waste her time, so he started to speak in a very assertive manner. And soon hung up the phone. I explained it clearly to her and asked her to wait for me at home. I would go back soon after I finished dealing with it and comfort her. As for Sonny on the other end, when she suddenly realized that her phone was hung up, she snorted coldly. Oh, sure. You've just started dating, so you gave yourself a surprise of being a hero saving the damsel in distress, and then you gave yourself a surprise of being hung up on. Well, wait and see how I punish you when I see this. As Sonny spoke, she turned on the flash on her phone and took a selfie in front of the mirror. She squatted down while filming the video, inadvertently showing off her beautiful legs, and then stepped on the wooden floor with the toes of her high heels. It was as if he was waiting for that kid to come and then torture him. The photos turned out pretty good. At the same time, Sonny was about to beautify the photos she had taken and send them to the boy. Coincidentally, Xiao came in from downstairs and called out respectfully, Miss, the car is ready, shall we set off now? Sonny, well, let us go. But I don't know where Mr. Lin is now. Sonny didn't want to stay at home for a moment. My boyfriend is having an affair with another woman at this moment, how can I just sit at home and wait for him to happen? Miss, do you know where Mr. Lin is? Xiao Yu seems to be very capable. With her experience as a Special Forces soldier, she has long since developed the calmness and perseverance to the point that nothing is a problem. It seems like a nightclub. Sonny suddenly remembered that she did hear a DJ shouting on the phone just now. Well, then we have narrowed the scope. Also, Miss, do you know where Mr. Lin usually goes? Or is there any place you have been together before? Places I've been to. Sorry, they had just started dating and he still owed himself a courtship ceremony. There are many things that I haven't done yet, including watching movies, hiking, and traveling abroad. But she suddenly remembered the shopping mall where they met before. He seemed to have come with his friends at that time. As your business K. Suddenly, Sonny felt that the boy must be there. Because opposite the shopping mall on that street is a nightclub for young people, where luxury cars, handsome men and beautiful women often come and go. As your business K? When Xiao heard the location, he subconsciously wondered how the lady could be sure that Mr. Lin was there. But the elegant beauty in front of him had a determined look in her eyes, and she quickly walked down from the second floor of the villa in high heels. I guess the lady has her own way of judgment, Xiao Yu thought so, and after a while he drove the boss's other red Ferrari to the gate of the villa, opened the door and invited Sonny to get in the car. After searching for the destination, the luxury car roared and sped away. It can be seen that the young lady cares about Mr. Lin very much. Chapter 119 Lin Fan, don't talk too much to you. Hiss. The wound hurts so much. On the other side, after Jiangjun helped Lin Fan to the hospital, he registered, queued up and went to the emergency room. While the nurse was treating Lin Fan's wounds, she observed Lin Fan's painful expression. Just be patient, disinfect the wound, apply medicine, wear an elbow pad, and it will basically heal after 2 weeks of recuperation. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Thank you, nurse. If it weren't for your cleverness, I wouldn't have felt so much pain when applying the medicine." The nurse was stunned for a moment and thought at first that the other party was praising her, but then she realized that he was joking with her. She glared at him and Lin Fan stopped talking. "Well, honey, if you're in pain, wouldn't it be better for me to hug you?" At this time, after experiencing a new round of reprimands from Lin Fan, Jiangjun not only did not leave, but instead escorted Lin Fan all the way to the hospital to get medicine. Lin Fan said no. But the other party insisted, "What's the point of not needing it? Didn't we always support each other when we had problems in the past? How come your own wife is so alienated from you now? Nurse, this is your wife. If you are in pain, letting your wife hug you can indeed relieve it." Lin Fan. What are they doing? At this moment, Lin Fan originally wanted to warn the other party again, but later he found that his repeated warnings seemed to have no effect on the campus beauty of Hujian University. No matter what I say to her, she can always find a reason to stay with me. Just now, her wound was bandaged and she felt a little painful. She came over immediately and patted her waist, which was like a mermaid in a tight skirt, and motioned for Lin Fan to hold her. Lin Fan subconsciously turned around to avoid it, but it would have been fine if he hadn't avoided it. As soon as he dodged it, the wound started to hurt again. Lin Fan touched his forehead and was sweating from the pain. That bastard really dares to carry a knife when he goes out. I don't know what the police said, but they slipped away pretty quickly. So the good hand carefully took out the mobile phone from the pocket and asked his good brother on WeChat how he was doing. It was Lulu's voice. He said that the grandson had just run away and the police were checking the nearby surveillance cameras. Lin Fan nodded and said that he would go to the police station after the bandage was done. Lulu sent the address in the group. "Okay, your wound is quite serious. Make sure you get more rest and stay nutritious. If you want to be hospitalized, you can also apply for a berth. Call me if you need anything." After the wound was bandaged, Lin Fan was given an elbow pad. Well, after putting on the elbow pad, the pain in my elbow was immediately relieved a lot. The girl wearing a black lace veil and a one-shoulder hip skirt stayed beside Lin Fan and said gently and innocently, "Husband, why don't you come home with me? You haven't been home for a long time, and I miss you." She really dares to say it. She really thought what Lin Fan said to her before was a joke. "Sorry. I think I've made myself clear. Thank you for coming with me to the hospital today. I still have to go see my girlfriend, that's all." In fact, Lin Fan also wanted to say that you should go back early. But later she found that the more she showed concern for the other party, the more the other party would use this as an excuse to think that Lin Fan still had feelings for her, and then use threats and inducements to coerce Lin Fan. "You. Lin Fan, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, and I really don't want to separate from you. We have lived together for so long, how can we just separate like that? I promise you, as long as you go back, I will treat you well in the future. If you like me to dress up as a sexy little elk, I will dress like that. If you like me to go camping in the mountains with you, that's fine. I've thought it over. I was wrong before. I ignored your feelings and only cared about my own enjoyment. I won't do that when we are together in the future. Lin Fan, you can do whatever you want. Can we go home?" Jiangjun's voice became tender and sincere, her eyes filled with expectation and tenderness. Lin Fan glanced at her and realized that she was now trying to attack his heart. "You are really resourceful." However, Lin Fan did not respond to her directly, but said, "That's it for now, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll accompany you." "No, sister, will you accompany me to the men's restroom?" Jiangjun, the campus belle of Hujian University, is now an extremely charming and sexy bunny girl. She is probably a little different from before. After several fights, Lin Fan also understood what she wanted to do. But at this moment, Lin Fan really didn't want to stay with her. So what if she changed? So what if I really want to explore a lot of things between men and women with her? That was my past. So you might as well find an opportunity to leave now. Please, I have to go in for a while, if you're okay, you can go first. I won't leave. Hey, this guy is really determined. He specifically guards the door of the men's restroom. Lin Fan, don't tell me too much. Jiang Zhen, I just went too far. Don't you like me to be a little too harsh on you? Husband, please go to the bathroom and come out quickly. After she gave Lin Fan her instructions in a provocative manner, she saw Lin Fan come in and immediately took out her cell phone and looked at the screen. Just at this moment, two men came out of the toilet. Lin Fan originally wanted to escape from Jiang Zhen, and seeing that this was a good opportunity, he quickly hid on the other side of the two men, worried that he would be discovered by Jiang Zhen. In the end, the slim girl continued to look down at her phone, and Lin Fan successfully escaped. When Lin Fan lifted the curtain at the main entrance of the hospital and went out, he immediately felt the cool air outside and the hustle and bustle of the street. Yes. Success. Lin Fan quickened his pace and ran outside. After finally leaving here, I immediately picked up the phone and called Sunny, the beautiful president. It's really not easy to get rid of a woman who is clinging to you. Hello? So slow to answer the phone. I've just dealt with the matter here. I'll go to the police station later and come to your place right away. At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking that he would finally be able to see his beloved one in a while, and he was so happy. Being with the people you like and love makes you happy no matter what you do. But the person on the other end of the phone suddenly said, I'm out. You are in the nightclub opposite the Blue Mall, right? At this time, Sunny seemed unaware that Lin Fan was injured. That's good. Lin Fan didn't want to make the other party worry. So I said, yes, but I have to go to the police station to take a statement and report the case. Sunny, which police station? Lin Fan, Lotus Road. Sunny, okay, then we'll meet at the police station later. But, is this the same police station we went to before? It would have been fine if the beautiful president hadn't said anything, but once she did, Lin Fan realized that it was true. It was on this street of Lianhua Road that the two hooligans came over to chat with Sunny, a lonely beauty, when they met her. Speaking of which, this is also the place where the two met and encountered each other. Lin Fan hummed. But then, half an hour later, the two met at the door of the police station. Sunny got out of the Ferrari wearing red-soled rhinestone high heels and saw Lin Fan wearing elbow pads. She ran over immediately. My husband is injured? Chapter 120. What, you want to kiss me? Hey, Mr. Lin, what's wrong with your arm? The moment she saw her boyfriend wearing elbow pads and looking very painful, the beautiful CEO Sunny, who had originally been thinking about settling the score with this guy, suddenly felt distressed. Are you hurt? He really needs to be taken care of now. Just like when you are lonely, you need someone to accompany you and provide warmth for you. But she remembered that he had the audacity to hang up on her, and she was still angry, so her beautiful red lips spoke with a sense of strangeness and respect. After saying this, he added, Oh, is your bone broken for love? Puff. Lin Fan almost burst out laughing when he heard this. This beautiful CEO was not only pretty and charming, but also elegant in her dress style. She is also quite interesting when she gets jealous. I was afraid that she would worry, so I told her, it's just a minor injury. You don't know what I did to see you now. Really, Lin Fan spoke very affectionately. But the beautiful lady in black stockings with a cool temperament quickly said, Oh, so you broke your bones for love, right? You broke your bones for your ex-girlfriend. After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave, stepping on her high heels. Lin Fan is not a naive boy who has had several romances. He knows that women are happy and spread their wings for you naturally because of his preference for them. So I immediately ran over, took her beautiful hand and said to her, What do you mean by breaking a bone for love? Don't extend it to yourself. If I broke a bone for love, it's because of you. Ha! Then why did I hear you on the phone because of that woman? The more you emphasize this matter, the more guilty you will feel in the eyes of girls. If it is not channeled in time, it may sometimes become self-contained. Lin Fan said, Stop talking like that. It's all because of her. I broke up with her a long time ago. She was the one who provoked me again and again. Classmate Sunny, you don't know that in order to meet me, she took the initiative to find a few of my friends and asked them to keep it a secret from me. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt that this school beauty was really capable. Lulu, Zheng Zi and others could actually be persuaded. But I just feel that you still have her in your heart. What should I do? You rascal, we said we would meet after get off work, but you always break the promise. Sunny did look angry. The high heels seemed to be at odds with the ground, tapping non-stop to keep a distance from Lin Fan. Well, no more waiting. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan also had a trick, and he muttered to himself. It is obvious that she has dressed up carefully today. Her delicate face is like a peach blossom, her rosy and chewy lips are like an alluring delicacy, her icy and narrow eyes seem to be full of affection and pride, her snow-white skin is more like the sweet fragrance of snow. She and Lin Fan intentionally kept a subtle distance between them. Lin Fan took a few steps forward and felt that it was extremely wonderful to be intimate with her at a distance that was neither close nor distant. My elbow still hurts, and it hurts even more after the anesthetic wears off. After he stretched out his finger to scratch her nose, he coaxed her, okay, I don't want to feel like I have to travel thousands of miles every time I see you. To be honest, after I get off work, I just want to be with you. I don't want to see anyone else. TSK, who told you to touch me? Lin Fan was also very bold. In front of the angry face of the beautiful president, he reached out and lifted her chin so that her icy and beautiful face could be more fully displayed in front of him. She subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Lin Fan pinched her chin even harder and said in a domineering tone, "What, I can't even touch you now? I'm going to touch you. And I want to hug you. Tell me what you're going to do." Lin Fan did what he said. Not only did he play with her chin, but he also put one hand around her waist and hips in front of him and looked down at her condescendingly. They were just short of kissing. You. Rogue. Rogue. Sunny made a soft sound, obviously not expecting the man in front of her to do this. Although she likes men who are strong, and she is feeling panicky inside now, she always feels she has to remain reserved for the sake of appearance, so she resists violently. But the more she resisted, the tighter Lin Fan held her with one hand. He even hugged her graceful waist and hips with his big hands, and planned to kiss her lips, nose, and neck. As a result, the beautiful CEO in front of him saw the right moment, lifted up her red-bottomed rhinestone high heels and stepped hard on Lin Fan's toes. It hurts. Lin Fan's arm was already painful, and after the anesthetic wore off, the pain became even worse. Now I was stepped on by the toes of this stinky woman wearing black stockings and high heels. He immediately looked at her toes and glared at her. But the other person would say, What's wrong? Does it hurt? She crossed her arms, and her icy eyes seemed to want to punish herself. Lin Fan also immediately said, "No, it is my honor to be stepped on by such a mature, charming, and beautiful sister. Could you please take off your high heels?" You. With a whoosh. The beautiful CEO Sunny blushed suddenly when she thought of something, and she almost gave Lin Fan a good beating. Lin Fan continued, "Strange, Miss Sunny, what is wrong with you? Could it be that deep down you actually like the way I treat you? Incredible. Incredible. How can this be?" Seeing that the two of them were getting more and more in depth about this topic, Sunny bit her red lips and moved her pretty face in front of Lin Fan in an instant, saying in a beautiful and sweet voice, "Humph, Mr. Lin, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Since you like it, then it is my reserved item for you, and if I continue to talk about it, you will be excited. You rascal. I'm not doing that, but letting you imagine is the real torture for you, right?" After saying this, she seemed to be confident of victory. He had originally intended to punish Lin Fan when he spoke to him at close range, but he did not expect that they would be face to face and so close to each other. As I watched, I suddenly felt a hint of ambiguity. Her red lips moved closer. Lin Fan's lips also moved closer. "Why, you want to kiss me?" Noticing this delicate moment, Lin Fan immediately spoke up. Moreover, the beautiful CEO's red lips didn't seem to want to leave. "Sunny, yeah, what's wrong with wanting to kiss you? Will you let me kiss you?" The breath, the eyes, the magnetic field, all hinted that if the two kissed at this moment, the experience would definitely be very good. This beautiful president was arrogant and angry just now and wanted to denounce and punish herself, but now her purpose is clear, she just wants to kiss Lin Fan at this moment. Just say it earlier. Mooah. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, Lin Fan looked at her beautiful face so close to him, his eyes flickered as he gazed at her rosy lips, then he lowered his head and gave her a kiss. As for her, it was obvious that she didn't expect Lin Fan to kiss her like this all of a sudden. Subconsciously evacuate. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to leave, a big hand tightly hugged her waist. Then, the man in front of her, Lin Fan, hugged her waist and kissed her red lips. Chapter 121 Flirting and Counter-Flirting. Hiss, this kiss feels so wonderful. When I kissed Sunny, I felt like I had not only won the beauty, but also won billions of fortunes. Plus, the posture of hugging each other is already very graceful, and being close, tender, and passionate with her is simply the happiest and most favorite thing in the world. But Sunny was moaning a little at this moment. Her thought was, you can kiss me, but I'm not angry yet. She really wanted to respond to Lin Fan, but she kept thinking about this matter in her heart, so she struggled subconsciously. It would have been fine if I hadn't pushed him, but as soon as I pushed him, the man screamed. Ouch, it hurts. Accidentally, he touched Lin Fan's elbow, which had just been bandaged. Seeing her man's sad expression, sweat broke out on his forehead. This beautiful and elegant lady suddenly realized how seriously her man was injured. And I'm still telling myself about this little injury. I really want to give him a good beating. Miss, are you okay over there? Soon, the female special bodyguard Xiaoyu, who was parked on the side of the road, turned her head subconsciously after seeing her boss flirting with Mr. Lin. I thought to myself, the young lady really likes to pretend to be reserved. Do men like women like Miss? She was observing everything in front of her with a bystander's mentality, thinking that if the two of them started kissing, she would just lower her head and watch the international news. However, she didn't expect that at the moment she was distracted, she suddenly heard a scream of pain, which made her reflexively open the door and rush out, thinking that something had happened to the young lady. But then I realized that the person who was in pain was Lin Fan, Mr. Lin, young Master Lin. The lady seemed to have hurt him. Xiaoyu, who has a baby face and looks very much like South Korean actress Lee Ji-eun, immediately looked away and lowered her head. Fine. Xiao, you continue to guard over there. I may need to stay alone with Mr. Lin for a while, and I will call you if there is anything. Xiaoyu is a female special forces bodyguard with very strong professional ethics and responsibility. Naturally, she has to intervene in this situation. The man, Mr. Lin, who is now being intimate with her lady, will most likely be her master in the future, so naturally she has to protect him. Yes, okay, miss, I will always be with you. There came the gentle voice of the lady. After Xiao looked around and found that there was nothing wrong, he returned to the car. Well, it looks like the young lady is taking advantage of Mr. Lin. She smiled as she sat in the car. I found that I was the most relaxed since I followed Miss Sunny. Miss Sunny herself has a strong sense of self-protection and means. Hey, Mr. Lin, are you okay? I'm so sorry I hurt you. Ugh. I'm a green tea, right? Lin Fan's face showed sadness, and he kept telling himself that it didn't hurt, but the bastard in front of him was really thief to give him a wound. The wound was not big, but not small either, but it was painful enough. Now is the time when the anesthetic has just worn off. When he saw Sunny suddenly treat him like this, he immediately dissed her. Why, you are so green tea, I really feel hurt. Don't you know how to feel sorry for me? What he wanted to do most at this moment was to hug Sunny. When you are in pain, nothing is better than having her by your side and close to you. Ha, go and let your ex-girlfriend feel sorry for you. She was still angry. Lin Fan suddenly didn't want to talk to her properly and said, you deserve to be punished, right? What I said before was in vain, right? Okay, if that's what you mean, then I'll find someone else. Who says that only women and villains are difficult to raise? Lin Fan had already coaxed her for quite a while, right? If she continues to be like this, Lin Fan won't indulge her anymore. The purpose of their trip was to come to the Lianhua Road police station to take a statement. Seeing that she not only didn't care about him but was also angry, Lin Fan walked into the police station without looking back. But he heard a queen's voice behind him saying, Ha! How dare you! You dare to find someone else. Lin Fan, then let me see if I dare. Sunny, you still need my comfort, right? Really, it would be fine if I just coaxed her a few more times. This guy. Seeing that her man was about to leave her, Sunny could no longer sit still and immediately chased after him, shouting. Unexpectedly, this guy took big steps, walked very fast, and was wearing high heels. But when he saw that the other person was about to move away from him, he cried out Aya. Feeling something bad was wrong, he sprained his ankle and fell down. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. After the beautiful President Sunny sprained her ankle, she suddenly felt a very painful feeling. She wanted to squat down and take a closer look at her left foot. Hearing the sound, Lin Fan immediately turned around and saw that Sunny had suddenly squatted down. After being stunned for a moment, he also turned back. What's wrong? When Lin Fan turned back, the beautiful CEO Sunny was squatting on the ground in black stockings, stroking the back of her feet with one beautiful hand. There were two clacking sounds, which seemed to be very painful, so he stepped on the spot a few times. But the other party didn't say anything, just covered the back of his feet desperately. Lin Fan sighed, "You sprained your ankle, right? Let you mad at me. Get up first and see if you can walk." But Sunny said, "Bah. Who is mad at you? It's obviously you who is mad at me. How would you feel if you heard me talking to another man on the phone? It was obviously me who was injured, but you still treated me like that. Couldn't you just comfort me a little longer? You obviously know that I love you and I will forgive you, but you can't just leave like this and say you want to find someone else. You dare. You are mine, you know?" Well, when the beautiful woman in front of him, who was wearing red-bottomed rhinestone high heels, a windbreaker on the outside, and a gorgeous face under long wavy hair, said these words, Lin Fan was suddenly moved. Maybe what I just said did hurt her a little. So I decided to explain it to her. What I meant was that I didn't want her to make a fuss anymore and I wanted to be on good terms with her. Can you walk? You get up first, I'll help you. She sprained her ankle, so of course I have to take care of her. I can't walk. My foot is badly injured. This conceited beauty was acting coquettishly to me while she was talking. Lin Fan immediately said, "Okay, if you can't walk, then I will carry you and walk, okay?" Lin Fan squatted down and tried to pick up the woman in front of him with one hand. But Sunny quickly said in a soft voice, "You are injured and you still hug me, can you hug me with one hand? Don't be so stubborn." Lin Fan said, "What should I do? My girlfriend sprained her ankle and I can't just ignore it." TSK, who is your girlfriend? I agreed. Sunny was obviously flirting with Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't care and said, "Okay, if you don't admit it, then don't admit it. Just admit it with your body." He tried to pick her up with one hand. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sexy beauty in a windbreaker and a black silk hip skirt suddenly stood up as if nothing had happened, and instantly put her arms around Lin Fan's waist. "Stay close to yourself." As she approached him, she said to him in a charming voice, What do you mean by physical acceptance? You are such a rascal, I will not eat you well tonight." After saying that, she stretched out her beautiful hand and lifted Lin Fan's chin. He snorted coldly, with a provocative look on his face. The painful expression he showed when he sprained his ankle was no longer there. But didn't she just sprain her ankle? How can you be so leisurely now? Chapter 122 Wife, wait for me. Good, you didn't sprain your ankle. Pretending. Lin Fan realized belatedly that this beautiful woman was just testing him. What sprained ankle? I almost hugged her and gave her a good beating on the spot. Her purpose was probably to make me worry about her, so she turned back and waited for her to tease him or do something to him. But I saw her just stretched out a beautiful hand and gently touched my chin, and when I came back, she walked forward gracefully in her high heels. She turned around gracefully while humming a song and said in a royal sister's voice, "Yes, I didn't ask you to leave, but you can't walk in front of me. Also, go to the police station right away and tell us everything. I will interrogate you when I get back." Snort. Really arrogant and overbearing. Just now, I just wanted to get to the police station as soon as possible, finish the statement, and wait for the results of the investigation, but she did this. But then she looked a little cute and silly, which made Lin Fan suddenly smile. Well, it seems that I can never completely blame her. She walked in front, and Lin Fan said, "What interrogation? Are you going to torture me? Be careful when night comes or I'll tie your hands with a tie." The two of them had already walked to the gate. At this moment, Sunny had returned to her original cold and elegant appearance and was no longer talking. But when she saw that the other party wanted to tie her up with a tie, she knew that he was going to play hard to get. I rolled my eyes subconsciously. Lin Fan immediately said, "Okay, I was just thinking about it, and now your rolling eyes have made me decide to implement it. I'll go in first, and you wait in the hall." Lin Fan took 2 steps at a time, and when he arrived at the police station lobby, Lulu, Chen Feng and others who had agreed to wait there were already waiting there. Lin Fan quickly stepped forward and asked about the current situation. Seeing that Lin Fan now had elbow guards on his elbows, Lulu said angrily, "The patrol police have already started the search. He committed malicious injury and will be put in jail if caught." "Lao Lin, are you okay?" As soon as they saw Lin Fan coming, Chen Feng and Zhang Ziyi quickly gathered over. They had a good relationship with each other and had often gathered together since graduating from university. And even though Lin Fan became a little more successful later on and they were all busy with their own things, they still had feelings for each other and would come immediately if anything happened. Yes, Lin Fan, how is your injury? His good friend Zhang Zhe is a guy who gives people no sense of emotion. In the past, Lulu often joked with him and asked him if he liked boys, and they both laughed. But it is also possible that they just have stronger emotional processing abilities. He cared about himself. Lin Fan smiled, stretched out his right hand, patted their shoulders and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just a little painful after the anesthetic wore off, and I had a few stitches." Thinking of this, waves of pain came over him and Lin Fan's expression became sad. "Damn it, don't let me find that grandson, or I'll give him a good beating if I find him." Chen Feng wanted to vent Lin Fan's anger. Lin Fan also understood this guy's thoughts. When he was on a business trip before, he didn't rent a house in order to save some money. He thought of living in the first old and run-down house that Lin Fan bought in Shanghai, so Lin Fan agreed. He thinks Lin Fan is righteous, but in fact, there is no such thing as righteous or not. Everyone treats each other with empathy, so most of the time their relationship is very good. Well, on the one hand, we trust the police and we're going to take a statement first. On the other hand, we have clues so we can also look for him. Everyone has worked hard today, so let's go back later. Lin Fan made all the arrangements, and then he would go to meet Officer Zhao under Lulu's introduction. Unexpectedly, a nice-sounding woman suddenly spoke in a gentle voice behind me. "Lin Fan? Shit, I almost forgot. There is also a beautiful lady coming with me today." That was the beautiful CEO Sunny, with whom he was currently having a hot relationship. He had just been busy reminiscing about the past with his brothers and had neglected her, so he quickly introduced her to her. However, it was obvious that the other party had a reason for being so successful in the workplace. When he saw that they were his good friends, he immediately took the initiative to come over and politely asked, "Are you Lulu? Are you Zhang Zhe? Are you Chen Feng? Tell me, it's awesome or not?" This was the first time the two parties met, but Sunny was able to not only call out the full names of her friends without making any mistakes, but also check them one by one. Not to mention his friends, even Lin Fan was a little surprised. Then, Sunny, a beautiful lady wearing high heels, greeted them. Chen Feng's eyes widened at first. Is this Lao Lin's new girlfriend? So beautiful. Sunny was indeed radiant. This was the feeling I had when I first saw her by chance outside of shopping mall. Although Chen Feng's performance was a bit surprising and exaggerated, Lin Fan knew how powerful Sunny was, so he just said, okay, it's not that exaggerated, just a little beautiful. Lin Fan said modestly. "No. Lao Lin, you said your girlfriend is just a little pretty? It's simply stunning. It's so beautiful. Hello, I'm Lulu. I've heard Lin Fan talking to us about when we could meet in person, but I didn't expect it would be here. Yes, I finally met her in person today. Isn't she the sister at the top of the food chain?" Compared to Chen Feng, Lulu and Zhe behaved relatively normally. Although there were also some big waves in their hearts at this moment. It is indeed very beautiful. It is obvious that a beauty of this level is not an ordinary person, and only Lao Lin can handle her. And you know, Miss Sunny's beauty is not gaudy at all, but rather has that real, elegant and graceful sense of a lady. But because of the other party's politeness and aura, everyone felt a little inferior. Lao Lin is really good. Fortunately, Mr. Lin would also mention you when he was with me, and I envy the brotherhood between you. Sunny, the beautiful CEO, speaks just the right amount without going too far, and her words are so appropriate that people don't feel alienated. Lin Fan exchanged glances with her and immediately realized that although she was now very polite and elegant, he knew that she was a little blaming him for ignoring her just now. "I'm afraid the war will escalate if I go back with her at night." So he laughed, and just then the policeman called Lulu's name. Lulu said to Lin Fan, "Okay, everyone come here together. Mr. Sang, let's borrow Lin Fan first." Lulu was joking. Lin Fan could see that he was trying to liven up the atmosphere. Lin Fan turned his head and when his eyes met Sunny's, he motioned for her to wait outside. If she has something to do, she can leave first. But Sunny smiled, then sat down elegantly on a bench in the hall with her beautiful legs crossed. "I said seriously, if there is anything my husband can't handle, I'm here for you." This unexpected scene made Lin Fan feel warm inside as if a stove was burning, and he was somewhat moved. Few people care so much about themselves. I replied, "What? Is there something I can't handle? Wait for me." He sneered and then entered the police interrogation room. Chapter 123 Street Romantic Idol Drama? Name? Lin Fan. Age? 26. Oh, you're injured, right? How are you doing now? The atmosphere in the inquiry room of Lianhua Road Police Station was relaxed and the police officers received guests seriously. After Lin Fan described the whole cause and effect clearly, he replied that it was okay, but that bastard was too vicious and no one expected him to have a dagger. The police nodded and said, "You can describe the suspect's facial features to our portrait artist later. They are probably a group of habitual criminals who know how to do things in blind spots of surveillance. Here is my phone number. If you have any clues, you can contact me later." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to wave at a young man who was working at another workstation. He was dressed simply and looked like an art student, and introduced him as Shani. Specializing in the study of criminal psychology through portraiture, it is hoped that Lin Fan will be able to draw a rough outline of the suspect by describing his facial and physical features, which will help improve the efficiency of arresting suspects. Lin Fan nodded and took a look at the fresh-looking young man. He must be a portrait artist. He looks quite similar to the male lead in a criminal investigation drama I watched recently. Lin Fan followed the other party's request and spoke while the other party drew. When the sketch was completed, he turned the portrait over. The other party asked politely, "Does the suspect look like this?" Lin Fan took a look and was shocked. Exactly the same. Then he looked at the other person with surprise and admiration. The entire painting process only takes about 20 minutes. So awesome. Okay, just sign here and you can go back. Keep your phone open and we will notify you if there is any news. The entire case handling process was smooth and successful, and it also allowed Lin Fan to experience what it was like to stay in the police station. After I came out, I chatted with my friends about the portrait artist and also wanted to share it with Sunny. Unexpectedly, in the hall, the beautiful CEO who had come with him earlier had disappeared. As soon as he couldn't see the person, Lin Fan immediately called the other party. At the same time, he said goodbye to Lulu, Shenfeng, and others, telling them not to worry and to go back and have a good sleep. Lulu said, "Is your girlfriend okay?" Lin Fan shook his head and said that it should be fine. He called a taxi for them and sent them away. After a long time, the call from Sunny, the beautiful president, was connected. Where are the people? The time now is already 9 o'clock in the evening. The streets of Shanghai in December were freezing cold. Lin Fan looked around while talking on the phone, and finally found that the beautiful president was talking to him next to a telephone booth. Lin Fan ran over quickly. "Beautiful CEO, why, you missed me?" "Lin Fan, come on, I didn't see you when I came out just now, I thought something happened to you." The two of them were also feeling strange. They had clearly seen each other, but they didn't hang up each other's phones and continued to chat while standing face to face. "Oh, what can I do? I wish you could treat me like this for the rest of my life, Mr. Lin. As long as I'm not around, you will be anxious and look for me everywhere." Quite happy. I'm afraid he's just a love-brained person. She wasn't in the police station lobby just now, and she was waiting there alone, so of course she was worried. But the weather was obviously getting colder. My hands were frozen red just after I held the phone for a while, not to mention the delicate hands of Sunny, the beautiful president. So I told her, "Put your hands down, this is an idol drama. You may not know this just now, but I met a sketch master in the interrogation room. In just 20 minutes, he drew the appearance of the suspect that I described out of thin air. It was so clear and precise, it was amazing." As Lin Fan spoke, he was thinking about the portrait artists he had seen on the street before. They claimed that it could take 10 minutes, but in fact they were taking pictures of real objects, while the handsome young man just now was drawing directly out of thin air, and his sense of detail was stronger. However, Sunny was not interested in this matter. She looked around. Although the weather was cold, the scene just now between her and Lin Fan did feel like something from a Korean idol drama. It would be nice if it snowed a little now. She likes this kind of atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan said, "Forget it, even if there is snow here, it is just like flour. If you want to see snow, we can go to Norway. Changbai Mountain is also fine." "Okay," you said, "New Year's Eve is coming soon, shall we go see the snow?" In their current situation, they are no longer short of money. When they have money, they can naturally realize many of their ideas. In addition, the work this whole year was really hard, so Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go see the snow, in Norway or Changbai Mountain, you choose." Lin Fan moved a little closer. He touched Sunny's charming and smooth face with one hand, looked down at her affectionately and said, "It's funny, I didn't dare to think about it when I met you, but now I want to be with you every day. Can we be together at night? Sunny, don't you still want to be together? I said before that I will interrogate you thoroughly tonight." Lin Fan said, "But I don't want to go home, and I suddenly don't want to go to your villa." "Okay, now we have two places to choose from, either go to my forest villa in Cheongdao, or go to the hot spring center I invested in, you choose, or we can go to the hotel." Lin Fan thought for a while and said, "Damn it, sometimes I just want to be unrestrained and don't want to go anywhere. How about we go camping on the top of the mountain? So exciting." Sunny's beautiful eyes moved, and suddenly she looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This kid really has some natural romantic qualities. "Well, sometimes I don't want to go home, so I just go camping." So he said to Lin Fan, "Okay, wait for me to make the arrangements. Xiaoyu is still in the car, let her go with us. If anything happens at night, she can be taken care of. Also, we'll buy some equipment and find a great camping spot, and then we can set off." Lin Fan nodded, then searched for some nearby night sky viewing spots and discovered that coincidentally, there seemed to be an Andromeda meteor shower in the second half of tonight. And on the nearby Chifeng mountain, you can see that many people are also going there. It took half an hour to get everything ready. Lin Fan asked Xiaoyu to park Sunny's Ferrari two-seater car downstairs of his company. He then took the Jeep Flame Fire that Sunny gave him a few days ago, because he was injured and could not drive yet. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Sunny, Xiao, and myself, the three of us, turned on the music and rushed all the way to Chifeng Mountain. It's also free and easy, but I just said that I don't want to go home and want to go camping to see the stars. Now it has come true. As for Sunny, she said she agreed, but she was still planning what to do tonight and hadn't interrogated Lin Fan yet. In addition, she was a little tired from wearing high heels and black stockings, so after getting in the car, Lin Fan just sat in the back seat, and the beautiful President Sunny raised her legs and lay on her side. A pair of jade feet were placed on Lin Fan.